Paul Biego, to lead us with a word of prayer. Over to you.
Thank you. Let's bow down for a word of prayer. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Thank you very much. Let's start with the introduction, starting with the members.
Thank you, Session Chair. My name is Paul Kibichi Biego, Chesume Member of Parliament, that is in Nandi County, and I'm a member of this Finance and National Planning Committee. Thank you.
And I'm C.P. Ruto, Member of Parliament, Keses, constituency in Uasin Gishu County, member to this committee.
Thank you, Chair. I am Joseph Oyula, Member of Parliament for Butula, and a member of this Finance and National Planning Committee.
Secretariat. Secretariat, starting with Wakili. Okay. Okay. Let's start with the clerk and the director.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Benson Commander, Clerk Assistant.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Ndeto, Deputy Director, Legal Services in the National Assembly.
I understand we have Kenya Airways operators and Deloitte virtual assets, a yellow card. Which ICSI? Anybody else who is here? Anybody else who is not among this? Okay, let's start with the introduction. Let's start with the Kenya Air Operators Association.
Good morning, Session Chair and honorable members of the Department Committee on Finance and National Planning. My name is Mbuvi Ngunze. I am the chairman of the association. Do I introduce them or they introduce themselves?
Let them introduce themselves for record purposes.
Thank you, Session Chair and members. My name is Liza Luvanzi. I'm the CEO of Kenya Association of Air Operators.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Alex Avedi. I'm a board member, Kenya Association of Air Operators.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mandeep Osahan. I'm a board member, KAO.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Paul Antrobus. I'm a board member of Kenya Association of Air Operators.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Jimmy Kibati. I'm the vice chairman of the association.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Salome Ngonjiri, representing Kenya Association of Air Operators.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lydia Magho, representing Kenya Association of Air Operators.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Benson Gitao, representing Kenya Association of Air Operators.
Good morning, members. My name is Beatrice Jage. I'm supporting the Kenya Association of Air Operators. Thank you.
Okay, this is the way I want us to do. First of all, Kenya with Kenya Air Operators. Because you have introduced yourself, you start. Then the other group, when the other group comes, they will introduce themselves, so that we don't spend so much time introducing ourselves. Let also introduce myself so that you know the person who is the session chair now. I'm David Mboni, Member of Parliament Kitui Rural, and member of Finance and National Planning Committee. I'm standing in for the chair, who is going to join us shortly. First of all, let me apologize for the delay. I know you came here very early, at 10, but members of parliament have two offices. There's work in Nairobi, there's also work at home. So most of the members of parliament, they go home over the weekends. And they normally travel on Mondays. So that's why you can see we have few, but they are going to join us as we move on. So we have two bills which we are discussing today. We have the finance bill 2025, which I know most of you you have comments on it. Then we have virtual assets, asset service providers bill 2025. So we are going to do all these two bills. So if you don't have anything to do with virtual assets, you don't even need to comment. And therefore, and that's why we have brought you, all of you here, so that if an issue has been deliberated, for example, across, you don't need to dwell on it, so that we move fast. We expect to meet around 200 people by close of this week. So you can see then the amount of work we have. And then next week we are going to the counties also to collect information, because we don't want to be talking to court and be told that we have not done public participation. So we are going to the counties. I think we are doing around 9 counties. We have sampled 9 counties also to give views on this. The other thing, we have gone digital. I think we have done, what do you call it? QR code, whereby you can scan, upload, comment, and send your views. So it's not a must that you have to come here, but you can submit your comments online, and that way I think we are going to get more people participation. With those few remarks, over to you, Mr. Ngunze.
Thank you, Chair of the session, and thank you for inviting us as the association to meet the members of the Department Committee of Finance and National Planning. For the benefit of the record, Chair, the association, the Kenya Association of Air Operators, is a registered national umbrella body which prides itself as being the authoritative and unified voice of advocacy for the Kenyan aviation industry. We represent over 90% of the economic activity of aviation in Kenya, covering a whole load of sectors. I believe, Chair, as you have said, we have uploaded our document, so you should be able to track it. I'm still on page 1. I will speak, Chair, on the background and some information on aviation, and then I'll pass over to my 2 colleagues to speak a little more in detail about the tax provisions that we are talking about. By way of background, Chair, at page 1, the Finance Bill 2025 reintroduces significant tax provisions that will negatively affect the aviation sector, notably the restoration of long-standing value-added tax exemptions on aviation-related goods and services, including aircraft, spare parts, and maintenance equipment, RDL and IDF fees, and additionally withholding tax on exported goods. Chapter 88 of the East African Customs Union Common External Tariff covers aircraft, spacecraft, and parts thereof. And there are exemptions that have been introduced which limit those to only aircrafts above 2,000 kilos, that disadvantages other aviation-related equipment, including spare parts which are under Chapter 88, and those covered in other chapters of the tax code. Exemptions are not only a good to have, but are an essential part of the industry cost structure, as most of revenues in aviation are not VATable, meaning no offset is possible, thus having a direct impact on cash flow and operating costs. Chair, on page 2, I would like to comment that while taxation is a critical tool for public finance, its design and application must be strategically aligned with national development priorities, as are set forth in the National Aviation Policy that was approved by Cabinet last year, and international best practice. Any reversal of those exemptions would not only jeopardize recent progress made, but compromise national development goals under Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the single African transport market. There is extensive global evidence, including in the European Union's 2019 analysis of aviation taxation, demonstrating that aviation taxes substantially influence air connectivity, ticket prices, passenger demand, fleet acquisition, and overall industry competitiveness. And the removal of aviation tax exemptions have been shown to reduce passenger volumes, employment, investment, and GDP contributions. By way of overview of the aviation industry in Kenya, according to a report by the International Air Transport Association, IATA, the aviation sector and its supply chain contribute to $1.2 billion to Kenya's GDP, which is equal to 1.1%. When you add the wider supply chain, tourism, and employment spending, the sector contributes $3.3 billion in economic activity, accounting for 3.1% of national GDP. I would also like to add there that Kenya's aviation sector contributes 380,000 tons of cargo, which is the 35th largest cargo market in the world, and Kenya is the 88th largest market by passenger departures in the world, 88th. I would like us to contrast that GDP contribution to Tanzania's. Kenya, 3.3 billion. Tanzania's aviation and aviation-related activities is 3.8 billion, 4.8% of GDP, and 711,000 jobs compared to Kenya's 460,000 jobs. If we beg to dream further, ladies and gentlemen, the United Arab Emirates, $92 billion, 18.2% of GDP, and 1 million jobs. That's what we beg to dream of if we have the right context. Economic contributions for the sector is to tourism, agriculture and trade, health, emergencies, humanitarian, and training and maintenance. At page 4, Chair, we have touched on international comparisons and benchmarking. What is the impact of an even and predictable tax policy relative to the International Civil Aviation Authority's own recommendations and the approved cabinet memo on the Kenya National Aviation Policy? Number one, it will have the impact of increasing cost of importation of aircraft engines, and parts thereof. Number two, it will increase the cost of maintenance, leading to increased operational costs, which will ultimately be borne by the traveling public, impacting Kenya's aviation sector competitiveness. Number three, any cost increases may deter airlines from timely maintenance and purchase of uncertified parts, impacting safety. Number four, international air transport is different. Its global nature justifies exemption of VAT, RDL, and IDF, among other taxes, for a level playing field. And number five, it is directly contrary to the government's own ambition of job creation enumerated in beta and sustainability for a sector that has a direct multiplier effect on the economy. Needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, globally, aviation is widely recognized as a strategic industry, warranting preferential treatment, and in line with ICAO's policy on taxation, and there is even an ICAO document 8632, signatory states are encouraged to exempt aviation fuel, aircraft, spare parts, and international transport services from taxation to foster sustainable growth. Within the African context, the multiple jurisdictions have maintained VAT exemption or zero rating mechanisms to preserve sector competitiveness and attract investment. At an African level and linked to the African Free Trade Area, the Economic Community of West Africa, ECOWAS, has decided to eliminate taxes on aviation by 2026, and Tanzania has given a 3-year moratorium on aviation-related taxes. We have enumerated on page 5, which I'll not go through, country comparatives on tax treatment, honorable members, and I will not belabor the points. That is by way of background, Chair. Allow us then, unless there are any specific questions on what I have touched on, for Liza Luvanze, our CEO, to touch on the specific proposals on the Finance Bill 2025, and also Beatrice will also touch on some others. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that's okay. You can continue on specific clauses. Yes, please.
Thank you, Session Chair and members. I'll go straight to page 6, and I'll be speaking on the clauses on the VAT Act. The first, Chair, is on clause 346, where it is recommended the first schedule of the VAT to be amended by deleting paragraph 49, and 49 touches on all goods and parts thereof of chapter 88, which is where majority of the aircraft and aircraft spare parts fall. Our proposed amendment to this is for that deletion of that clause, and this is because the introduction of 16% VAT on importation of aircraft, as my chair has mentioned, will lead to significant costs and will result in Kenyan operators losing their competitiveness due to increased costs of purchase, leasing, or financing of this equipment.
Chair, sorry.
Yes.
I'm following up on this presentation. I'm trying to trace part 3, clause 346 is which?
Page 6.
Yeah.
Page 6
of our presentation.
Or page
yes,
346?
Page 6 of our presentation.
Page 6 of our presentation.
No, I'm just questioning on where you indicated clause number.
I think.
And then you say 346. Did you, do you infer?
The page reference in the finance bill.
In the finance bill.
Yeah. The page reference in the finance bill.
So page 346.
Yes.
And then which clause are you talking about now?
This should be clause 36.
36, okay.
Yes, sir.
Your presentation a bit confusing, okay.
We'll work on it, thank you.
Next time when you write clause, just write relevant clause. Don't forget about the pages. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, well guided. As I was saying, the introduction of 16% VAT, other than increasing costs to operators, may also lead to safety concerns deterring airlines from timely maintenance, therefore impacting safety. And I must remind this committee that the exemptions that was given to the industry in 2023 led to about over 30 aircraft equipment between 2023 July and now being imported to the country. So you can see how exemption of this VAT has led to a significant growth in the industry. So our request, Chairman and honorable members, would be to reinstate paragraph 49, that is on page 7, allowing for exemption of aircraft and spare parts from VAT. I'll proceed to the second introduction. This is on clause 36, section A of part 1 of the first schedule of the VAT is proposed to be amended by deleting paragraph 58. Paragraph 58, that's on page 8, Chair and members, touches on direction finding compasses, instruments, and appliances for aircraft. Again, our members, our request would be to reinstate, section 58, that allows for exemption of direction finding compasses, instruments, and appliances from VAT. And again, as mentioned earlier, this is because this introduction of 16% on this equipment will again result in higher costs for aircraft maintenance, which has a safety implications as the cost will be extremely high to the industry. And again, Chair and members, this will have a negative impact to local aircraft maintenance organizations as it will be cheaper to outsource maintenance activities in other countries that are tax exempt. I'll proceed to the next submission, Chair and members. That is on, again, section 36. That is section A of part 1 of the first schedule of the VAT. In paragraph F, it is proposed to be amended in paragraph 89 by deleting the words other aircraft spare, and substituting therefore the word aircraft. Just to mention that 89 mentions that any other aircraft spare parts imported by aircraft operators or persons engaged in the business of aircraft maintenance upon recommendation by the competent authority responsible for civil aviation. Again, our chairman and members, our request to this clause would be to reinstate exemption from VAT on all goods of Chapter 88 above and any other aircraft spare parts to cover those that are not under Chapter 88. And again, I just want to mention that bringing VAT to this will have a direct impact on costs of maintenance and the well-established maintenance businesses in the country, which can quickly move again to neighboring jurisdictions where these taxes are not applied. Again, this has in the past benefited Tanzania and Ethiopia, who do not charge VAT on aircraft spare parts. And having said that, members, it's important to be alive to the risk of bureaucracy and backlog, where the approval process through the competent authority will bring a lot of red tape if tasked with more than the existing provisions, which only cover the non-Chapter 88 aircraft part and spare parts. With that, Chair and honorable members, I'll pass to my colleague Beatrice, who will be walking us through the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll continue with the presentation. On page 9, we are looking at the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, and we are proposing amendment of paragraph 58, basically, which is exempting spare parts and all spare parts from VAT, from Railway Development Levy. This is Part A, which is goods that are exempt from import declaration fee upon importation into Kenya. So this, the clause that exempted the aircraft spare parts has been deleted, which means that aircraft spare parts now will be subject to VAT. So this is basically going to increase the cost of importation of aircraft by 3.5%, which is RDL 1.5%, and IDF, which is the 2%. So what we are requesting here is for reinstatement of clause X4, which has been deleted, that exempt aircraft spare parts from Railway Development Levy. Then on page 10, page 11, we are looking at the first part is on the RDL, the second part is on import declaration fee of the same Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. And we are requesting that all parts of aircraft spare parts are basically exempted from import declaration fee. What this amendment has done is exempted goods of 88.30, 0.00 and 88.02.40.00, meaning that the other spare parts for the smaller aircraft have been will be subject to import declaration fee, unlike now the other the exemption previously which was covering for all the aircraft spare parts. So currently the exemption is on all aircraft, but this proposal basically what is done is that it is part of some of the aircraft will not be exempt from tax. And now we need to look at this from the perspective of the benefits from the smaller aircraft, because ideally is all the aircraft that are below 2,000 kgs are the ones now that will be subject to this tax. So we need to look at the benefits, because despite having the bigger aircraft, there is the benefit also for the smaller aircraft in terms of training. Those are the aircraft that are used for training. There are those that are used especially for food relief or transportation, where the bigger aircraft cannot be able to land. We are looking at agriculture, where these smaller aircraft are used for spraying, and also all parts of supporting agriculture in the country. We are looking at emergency responses. The smaller aircraft basically are the ones that are able to penetrate part of the country, where when we are looking at those that are above 2,000 kgs are not able to land, yeah? And then again, we're also looking at the other the economic benefit of the photography and videos, whereby it is the smaller ones that are basically able to penetrate this part. So if you say that we are going only to exempt aircraft above 2,000 kgs from the tax, and then the smaller ones will be subject to this tax, then one, it's discrimination in nature, and then number two, we are not looking at the benefit that are basically attributable to the smaller aircraft that are able to penetrate basically all the regions. So again, what we're asking is reinstatement so that all aircraft spare parts are exempted from import declaration fee and also railway development levy. Moving on to page 14 is amendment to section 35 and I. This is it's mainly on page 340 of the bill. So this as currently, what the bill proposes is that gains or profit from ship owners and air operators, this will now be subject to withholding tax. And looking at this provision, one is punitive because it talks of gross amount. We are looking at, if you are to do any tax, then the tax needs to be on the gain that you are making. But now if you're looking at taxing gross amount, then again we are looking at imposing a tax that is basically going to be quite punitive in terms of operators. Now again we are looking at withholding tax of 20%, especially where you are making payment to an non-resident. This is at a situation whereby for Kenya, we do not have as many double taxation agreements. So meaning that in terms, like now looking at the cargo transportation, whereby you are saying, if I'm paying any operator, then I'm supposed to do a withholding tax of 20%. It makes even the country quite uncompetitive in that 20% withholding tax on gross is quite significant. Then number two, there are not as many double taxation agreements, meaning that for the country, most of the operators then would prefer to maybe to use other countries that are more tax, have more tax benefit, because 20% of your gross revenue is also not likely to be the benefit or the gain that you are making from that revenue. So again, we are looking at impacting on agriculture, whereby we are seeing so much importation from Kenya. And also we are looking at also in terms of business, Kenyan losing business, because now you may not want to interact with an entity that's going to deduct 20% withholding tax, yet you're not able to use that tax in your country. Withholding tax is beneficial where you have many double taxation agreements, because the tax that you pay in that country, you're able to use in your country. Then again, also we are looking at other regimes, as our chair has mentioned, who have more a better tax regime, whereby they're exempted from tax. So if I'm dealing with, say, an operator within the UAE, whereby they are exempt from tax, or they are paying a corporate tax of 5%, and I need to deduct a withholding tax of 20% in Kenya, then that is punitive, and it is basically going to lock business out of the country. Then we look at the other clause, which is section 15, which is clause 8 of the bill, which is withholding tax. This is now, sorry, the deletion of 5, meaning where tax losses basically now will be carried forward for 5 years with the provision to extend by 10 years. Now, we are looking at the benefit of the aviation industry, and part of the incentives the government has given to the aviation industry is that you're able to claim back the capital allowances on purchase of the aircraft. Capital deductions on aircraft is 25%. So meaning significantly within 4 years, we've been able to claim back the total cost of the aircraft. So, but now here what we are saying is that you've gotten this benefit as a tax incentive, but then you're supposed to limit this to only 5 years, and with the approval, 10 years. We do understand that approval to 10 years. The cost benefit of this aircraft, which basically you will operate for more than even 20 years, then you're saying that the incentive that the government has already provided for you to be able to operate then is being taken away. So again, here we are saying, what we are saying is that we delete this clause and maintain exemption. We maintain that the tax losses are basically considered indefinitely, because limiting it to 5 years, you're saying, when I buy a plane, I'm only supposed to use it within 5 years, whereby after that, because I'm supposed to be paying taxes. So we've gotten a benefit, and then that benefit is being taken away. So, Chair and Honorable MPs, you're saying that please, that clause needs to be rectified. The note in our document, it's our proposal to do with the jet fuel. Sorry, this is not included, but we will be submitting an amended memorandum to include jet fuel.
So you'll be submitting different document other than this?
Yes, yes, it's just an amendment to include.
Just an amendment, Chair.
Yeah. Now, just to explain, looking at the income from aviation sector, it's mainly divided into 2 sectors, whereby, for instance, you find that international air travel is zero rated for VAT, domestic travel is exempt from VAT, and hiring and leasing of aircraft within the country is also exempt from VAT. Now, when we introduce taxes that have VAT, we move from exemption to now charging VAT on the cost. What we are saying is going to increase the costs of aviation sector. Now, again, we look at the aviation sector whereby, especially for most of the contract, we're looking at the competitiveness, which is already quite stiff. As our chair has mentioned, we've noted there are other countries basically who will be able to fly into Kenya and do the same job that is being done by the operators within the country. So what you're saying is that a proposal to enable the local operators continue to remain in business. So the moment we introduce VAT on fuel, like this was an amendment for finance bill of 2023, which introduced the VAT on jet fuel. Now, what we are saying is that there are those already with a fixed contract, whereby you continue operating under the same economic margins, but then the costs within the country are increasing. So 16% VAT on jet fuel, excise duty, this is what now basically in our amended memorandum we are requesting for exemption, because again what you're saying is that when your income is exempt, an introduction of VAT on an income that is exempt makes that service expensive within the country. It makes the industry uncompetitive, because we are looking at other players that have either you're enjoying the exemption or you are zero rated in nature. So that's the proposal that will be coming in. Yeah, Chair.
Thank you, Beatrice, and thank you, Liz. Chair, I would like to summarize and just clarify one point on that Income Tax Act at section 35. At section 15. It was important to note and just to emphasize that we are capital-intensive industry, and therefore the capital allowances take time to claw back. So limiting tax losses to 5 years in a period where we are coming out of heavy losses after COVID would mean that you're actually penalizing the industry. Allow me, Chair, with your permission, to conclude by saying, as we've indicated on page 16, that the reintroduction of VAT, IDF, RDL, and other taxes which we've touched on here has a fundamental effect on the cost structure of aviation in Kenya. And these proposed changes threaten to unravel recent progress made and puts us as Kenya, Team Kenya, at risk of our position as regional leader in air connectivity, fleet modernization, and innovation. They also run counter to ICAO and East African Community Policy Frameworks, recommending tax exemption on international air transport inputs due to their wide-reaching effect. To safeguard economic growth, environmental goals, and regional leadership, it is imperative that Parliament upholds the existing exemptions, aligning those to ICAO and ESC frameworks, ensuring Kenya remains at the forefront of aviation innovation in Africa. Finally, Chair, it is not without concern that despite the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning pronouncing itself 3 times on these matters in support of the industry and its role, these proposals are reinstated in the Finance Bill 2025. The industry needs certainty on policy, and the current constant twists and turns in policy environment do not give confidence for long-term capital-intensive investments required for the sector to flourish, and they contravene the national tax policy on predictability. I rest, Chair. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kenya Association of Air Operators. And members, any comment, any question, clarification? Starting with Mheshimiwa Ruto.
Thank you so much, Chair. First of all, allow me to appreciate the association for the good work they've done. I think you've done good work. First of all, listening to you, I was expecting also to have a give, because it's about give and take, but it's everything delete, delete, delete. Especially between the 2 taxes you are touching, the miscellaneous, that is IDL and RDL, and the VAT. Supposing we get to a level, a market of exchange, a negotiation, which one would you will to let go, the RDL, IDL, or the VAT? Because it's like you are lamenting on all of them. There was a section, I think section, there's something critical, was it? I'm trying to trace, so it's an income tax, where you are suggesting, delete, that is clause 36, where you are suggesting we delete the word aircraft. I never caught it well. Why? What is the implication of that? What is the impact in the whole thing when you're suggesting that we delete and replace it with all goods and parts thereof? Lastly, Chair, while you're away, they are proposing that they will submit supplementary submission on the request to reconsider the provision of Finance Bill 2023 on VATing fuel jet fuel. I think there is another name they call it. Have you done empirical analysis to look at the impact with that implementation? When you will be submitting, also provide quantum figures in terms of the behavior, so that we see how it's affecting, and also comparative across the region where we are also operating within the same limits. Thank you.
Any? Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. I'll start by saying what Honorable Ruto has said, is that from your presentation, you don't want to pay any tax. And yet you are living in this country, where a country requires services, including capitation for schools. So I was wondering, if you are not paying VAT, IDF, which other taxes do you pay? That's number one. Number two, what is the value of imports in the sector? How much do you import annually? This information is very important, by the way, for us to make an informed decision, right? Two, in the last 5 years, what is the growth of the sector? what is the growth of the sector? Considering that this sector has not been paying VAT and all other taxes, what's the sector? How has this not paying taxes impacted on your growth, so that at least you can be able to make informed decisions? I'm not saying that you give us answers, but since you are going to resubmit, you can give us that data, so that at least when we sit down to consider your requests, we can be able to use empirical data to make our decision. Otherwise, you can...
Before they go, Chair, you asked a very pertinent question in terms of the volume of import. It's also good to know the volume of the export, especially when you're discussing these, the taxation framework we are putting in place. How much are we impacting? And I'm speaking from this from the point of view that I come from Eldoret, where we have Eldoret International Airport. On the forefront pushing the minister to work on expanding the runway because we have limitations on exports. Remember, that's an area which is full of agricultural endowment. But we have, what he said is that the runway is too short to lift the cargo. And that's why I need these taxes to be directed there if I become partisan. But I wanted to know exactly what happens in terms of exports. Are we really doing well, or what are the challenges? Recently, I've learned KQ, they're withdrawing their routes. They're not telling us the truth, but somehow they say insufficient number of aircrafts. I don't know what's happening with their aircrafts. Is it that they are wearing out? And if they're wearing out, is there any challenge in accessing these parts, even prior to introduction of this VAT? Because if it's a question of tax before this VAT, we are seeing the challenge. Now there's delayed in the aircraft, in the schedules, and some routes are withdrawing completely. Like Eldoret, I think they are withdrawn, not because of anything, but it's like they have insufficient aircraft. What is happening around there? So probably in the wisdom of Chair, you might follow the suit in that submission.
Chair.
Is the KQ coming? Are they coming to do a presentation also?
They are part of this association.
They are part of this association? Yeah. Okay. But are you aware they are withdrawing from some routes?
This happens, this is a continuous process, Chair, that happens. Arbitrage.
Chair.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add something just cropped up. And I think these interventions of when COVID-19 struck, these exemptions were instrumental that time for the sector recovery. So I don't know, maybe in your submissions, how you should demonstrate if you are still in that same position, because as my colleagues have said, at least the country needs taxes. And as it is, it looks like you don't want to pay any taxes. So rather, you'd also demonstrate how much then are you people submitting, how much is the association submitting in terms of taxes? Because I thought this was just a measure to restore sanity or to restore cargo volumes and passenger volumes. But now that things are up and running, do you want the same situation to continue? So just like to know maybe what then are you comfortable in? How much are you paying? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, a number of questions that have been asked, and I will take the opportunity to reply. I think, first of all, taxes in our sector are not a privilege.
Just a minute. Okay, let him, then you can because he has already started, let's allow him to go on, then you can now
Chair.
ask. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Chair, I just want to submit that taxes are not a privilege. We are an international sector. Even though we are Kenyan by name, we work in a competitive environment. It is not by chance that aviation has grown in Kenya over time, but we see what is happening in our region, and I think we must be contextualized in terms of what we want to do to remain competitive. Part of the reason why I shared with you some of the stats around regional competition and ambition is to demonstrate just what is happening in other countries, Chair. So yes, we have the balance between what we want to do. This is why we have a national aviation policy. In the national aviation policy, it talked about taxes, and it talks about making sure we have an even playing field. Now, the benefits that we got partly over time, and some of them were COVID-related, others were part of us demonstrating the risk and rewards of it were directly linked to the fact that we had been pushing for certainty in tax policy through the national aviation policy. And that is why some of those benefits came through. And we're just asking for predictability. If we want to grow the sector and its allied sectors and to be a bigger part of contribution, I've told you in Tanzania, aviation is almost 5%. In UAE, it's 18%. In Kenya, aviation-related activities are 3%. We want to be able to grow this sector. If you talk about statistics, two statistics that can help you to show you where we are. On page 19 of our document, you just see the recovery, part of the recovery. 2024, we are still just slightly behind 2019 levels in terms of international passenger traffic. And air cargo, which was growing at the time, is slightly ahead of 2019 because cargo activity continued to grow. Not paying taxes and what taxes we pay, question number 2, Chair. We pay all the other taxes. We pay corporation tax. We collect on behalf of the government air passenger taxes. We pay excise taxes. We pay PAYE and others. So we're in the tax economy. The issue here is, Chair, other businesses have VAT in, VAT out. Most of our revenues are not VATable. Therefore, VAT is a cost because you typically be collecting the net. VAT input, output tax, and you pay the difference. And that's the issue of competitiveness, and that is what we were able to demonstrate to this August people here before, and you have supported us 3 times before in making sure, because you understood that it's part of cost of doing business. When we compare ourselves with other countries, they don't have those taxes. The information on value of inputs, growth of sector, and volume of exports, we will come back to that separately. Question number 4 on RDL IDF. Part of the reason, Chair, where we argued very strongly, and this debate started from 2015, and we finally won that debate in 2022 or 2023. And we said, why are we paying for transport? Why are we paying RDL for a sector? That was one of the arguments we made at that time, for a sector that is in competition with us. Really. And it's an important question to ask. Number 2, we said, when the costs were being increased for both IDF and RDL, it was another cost. Again, we are competitive. We are trying to create Team Kenya, an aviation sector that is competitive in this region. And it's really important, ladies and gentlemen, that we don't lose sight of the fact that we are actually in a race for keeping our aviation hub and hub activity ahead of everybody else. And I think we must, and that's why the National Aviation Policy anchored these things. On VAT, on the question you asked on Section 36 amendment, so if you refer to page 8 of our document, the para was being amended by deleting other aircraft spares and substituting thereof the word aircraft. We just wanted a catch-all phrase because basically Section 49, which is earlier, covers all goods and parts thereof of Chapter 88. That's number 1. Then Section 89 covered any other aircraft spare parts imported by aircraft operators. That was being deleted, and the word aircraft impacted there. So our recommendation to you is delete the word aircraft and include all goods and parts thereof of Chapter 88 and any other aircraft spare parts, because that was a catch-all phrase. And then, Chair, on jet fuel, I hope that clarifies that, CP Ruto. And then jet fuel and fuel quantum, we can come back to that. Again, as Beatrice has highlighted, it's that question of domestic cost of transportation. And this has a direct impact because 30% of the cost of doing business is fuel. And if you have 16% VAT, you very quickly impact on that. Again, that was something that was taken away a while back. And so, Chair, and there's also 16%, Liz reminds me that there's also 16% VAT on navigation services that's paid. Chair, I think those were the questions that were asked. I believe there was another question that was to come.
Yeah, Mheshimiwa Oyula.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I start by appreciating the argument raised by the Chair from the other side. And while the government has given the aviation industry a few benefits, you still see the industry going down. You still find some aircrafts are stranded because of spare parts. The number of flights are going down. So what could be contributing to this downfall? You find like Air Tanzania or Uganda, they are improving. They are getting new aircrafts. Whereas in Kenya, we are still going down. Yet you have been given some benefits, and those benefits do not appear to be improving the aviation industry. Now, the ones you are asking for, what do you think they will do to the aviation industry?
Actually, that's the question I was asking. What is the growth of the sector? Because you have been having all these exemptions.
So
Yeah,
maybe one of the ways...
Just a minute.
Yeah.
You have been having all these benefits, but we are not seeing any growth. In fact, if you use KQ and then you use another different airline, yeah, you start wondering, these are two different worlds, and KQ still remains very expensive, right? So what is happening in the sector? I think we may need a write-up. Then we have a discussion with you.
Chair, before you respond, there is a concern here that's been said twice, that despite this committee conceding to your request over time on some taxes, you still find that every other finance bill reintroduces the same. And it begs a question from my hand. Do you engage the sector? Do you engage the ministries concerned, Treasury and Ministry of Transport? Are they aware of this? Because this finance bill, and it's good to go on record, is not originated by Parliament. As the law says, it is the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury that submits the estimates together with the revenue-raising measures, and this is part of what was submitted. And you are like putting a blame somewhere. So do you have any communication, even prior to this one, or on any other engagement? Do you speak to each other?
Chair, through you.
Yeah, please.
Through you, I speak very frankly. We have a lot of communication, we have a lot of engagement with the different arms of government. And that is why, Chair, we are guided by the National Aviation Policy, because that should be the anchor document defining the strategy of the country where aviation is concerned. And in there, we talked about tax policy. The Cabinet approved that document in June 2024. And we have come back to you severally on these matters, and that's why we're just asking for predictability. You asked about growth. There are today, KQ is only one operator out of 78 air operator licenses that exist in the country. And so sometimes we get lost in the fact that KQ KQ equals aviation in Kenya. KQ is not equals to aviation in Kenya. There are a lot of operators. In fact, there are more than 5 national carriers, I believe, because national carrier is a carrier that is designated as carrying traffic, either passenger or cargo, out of the country. There are others who are designated, cargo operators, air operators who are designated. So, we can't limit aviation to only KQ. KQ, though, has a significant ecosystem impact into other aviation operators. And maybe one of the proxies to growth of the sector in the period is what my CEO mentioned, is over the last year and a half, we've had more than 30 new aircraft on the AOC register, a KCAA, because of the certainty that was demonstrated by the tax policy. If those, and remember, you're also trying to modernize aircraft for sustainability, etc. If those incentives were not there, people would not actually invest. And that's a fact. But you have asked a question. That gives you a proxy of actually the growth. Does that answer your question, the two questions, I hope? Just with clarity? Thank you. You want to say something?
Yeah, let me, Chair, allow me also to comment on why there'll always be the request for exemption from the VAT, RDL, and IDF. First, you notice that for the aircraft spare parts, basically, we do not have any local manufacturer. So if you have to bring in spare parts, you are bringing them, you have to basically import them into the country. So until a time when we really have a manufacturer within, which is basically a bit impossible, then we'll have to bring in the aircraft spare parts. Then again, as our chairman has mentioned, we are comparing importation into Kenya with importation to other regions. And in the past, what has happened actually is that you'll find that the operators would prefer to, you fly to, maybe you fly to Ethiopia, you fly to Dubai, you fly to Tanzania, do the repairs out of the country, then come and operate within Kenya. So what are we saying? We are losing in terms of manpower, we are losing revenues because this, now that's channeled to another location instead of the country. So what we are saying is international benchmarking. If these countries, why would I fly my plane to do the service in, say, in Ethiopia? It's because if I bring in spare parts into the country, they're exempted. So we want our engineers to be able to operate within the country. So let's have that, amendment of the law that makes it competitive within the region. Thank you.
And not to respond from them, but just to disagree with them when they say, why are they competing the other mode of transport, especially railway? Why are you paying for your competitor? And then I was asking myself, how does this cargo move from the receiving point after clearance all the way to your final consumer? It's either by road or by the same rail. So I don't see anywhere you're competing. You must be cooperating together
actually,
so that business can.
Actually, the people who use aircrafts, normally they don't use railway. So basically, I mean, you ask my friend here, the last time, he ended up a train to Eldoret.
But there is a cargo train coming to Eldoret.
Yeah, but anyway, I think you have made your point, because this issue of VAT on aircraft and aircraft parts, we have been with it. You remember, I've been in this committee. This is my 8th finance bill, so we have been on this, and you know, we will treat each sector because your sector is very sensitive. That's one thing, and you know, normally that's where you hide. That you know, we can go and do our servicing, Tanzania, Ethiopia, all that kind of thing. But we know your sector is an enabler, sector. I mean, there are many other sectors which depend on your sector and which can be affected. There's something we call, in economics, econometrics, we call multicollinearity problem. It's a situation whereby you want to sort out the problem. Instead of sorting out the problem, you create others, even bigger ones. So we will consider.
Chairman, we might ask you to substantiate your statement and give the meaning, the economic statement you're making here.
That's not a statement. It's called multicollinearity problem. It's a problem. He's a CPA, so he doesn't understand these things. It's a problem. When you try to sort out that problem, you create others. For example, we want to sort out a problem on revenue by imposing taxes on your sector. So what is going to happen? You may decide to operate from elsewhere. So we even lose the revenue, we lose employment. Basically, are we not creating another problem? Okay, so it's like that. But I will give him a tutorial later. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Actually, I wanted to ask the chairman, he will have a moment in Parliament to speak about it, but he wanted to debate, but he will still have another opportunity to debate.
So members, I think they have extruded their points, and I think We have been with them. I mean, Ngonze, we have been with you every year on these issues. So we are going to sit down and see. But that information I've asked is very important.
Thank you.
On the growth of the sector, so that at least what we are importing, the growth of a sector, so that now we can be able to make a decision on this.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members, for giving us the opportunity, and we look forward to engaging further.
And the good thing, most of these people are also users of aircraft. So,
True.
Yeah. That submission, the submission, if you can get it tomorrow, it will be very good. Okay? Then we have Deloitte and SC Johnson. Yeah. And we have said if they have already spoken on issues of aircraft, and you are here, you can mention, but you don't really need to mention, because actually they are the owners of the sector, right? Now introduce yourselves.
So, thank you, Chair. So this is Deloitte East Africa. We have two sets of submission, one by SCJ Johnson and Deloitte East Africa. So with your permission, Chair, you'll allow us probably to go through the SCJ's submissions, which is just maybe allowed 2 submissions. Then we can allow the representative of SCJ to leave with your kind permission. But I'll introduce myself and then also introduce the team. My name is Fred Kimodo. I work with Deloitte East Africa. It's a pleasure to be here. So I request my team members to introduce themselves from that end.
Thank you, Fred, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Nicholas Gadesha, consultant in Deloitte. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Anne Magondu, also with Deloitte. It's also a pleasure being here.
Good afternoon, members. Kennedy Odongo is my name. I work with Deloitte. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable members, my name is Martin Wamoni. I am the Director of Government Relations for SC Johnson for Africa, Middle East, and Turkey.
Good morning, members. My name is Peter Njanka from Deloitte.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Shea from Deloitte.
Good morning. I'm Kennedy Okoye from Deloitte.
Okay, you can start.
Thank you, Chair. I think we'll start with SC Johnson, as I put it. And I'll give Martin the opportunity to just give us a bit of background, and then he'll hand the mic over to my colleague, Kennedy Okoye, for more specific submissions.
Yeah, thank you again, Fred. And once again, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here. And I'd like to just give a bit of context to the work that SC Johnson is embarking on. SC Johnson, as you will see in our submission, is a 5th-generation company based out of Racine, Wisconsin. We are in the business of manufacturing different consumer packaged goods, but more importantly, of late, over the last 11 years, we have been on a mission to produce at scale special repellents in the fight against malaria, which is what is bringing us here to bring our submission to get some exemptions related to that project. Malaria is, as we would all know, a scourge that has been impacting Africa disproportionately. 95% of all the cases for malaria are in Africa, and a big portion of that impacting mothers, pregnant mothers, and young children under the age of 5. The cost of treating and preventing malaria is sometimes not understood from an economic burden perspective. We are estimating that at the moment, annually, the cost to Kenya of malaria is up to $300 million. That's 39 billion. And that cost could spiral even further when you consider all the other associated productivity losses that the country suffers. SC Johnson has already invested $20 million to the project that looks to bring in low-cost special repellents, and our intention is not to sell them for any profit. We will sell them at cost, non-profit, and our aim as part of the Great Lakes Malaria Initiative is to be able to contribute significantly, not just in Kenya, but also the Greater Lakes region, to eliminate malaria by the year 2030, which is really core to the government's agenda on health. So as I mentioned, we have already invested $20 million into our facility here in Nairobi. It is the first facility in SC Johnson that is manufacturing these special repellents. They are one-of-a-kind repellents that will be helping, as I said, the people who need it most in the fight against malaria, and at no profit to SC Johnson. We will be investing even further, depending on how much we need to scale up that business. And at the moment, we have already provided up to 200 jobs here in Nairobi to that project that we have already launched. We have met multiple times with the Treasury. We have met His Excellency Honorable Ruto. We've met the previous president, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, on the same. And as I said, it is at the core of the Great Lakes Malaria Initiative that multiple governments came to Nairobi to sign up on, so that we can contribute significantly to eliminating malaria by the year 2030. Now, I will pass it on back to Fred and the Deloitte team to explain the submissions we are requesting for, and I'll take questions before the end of the submission.
Thank you, Martin. Over to you, Kennedy.
Yeah, so thanks, Martin, and Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I think this is the third time we are appearing before you with this same matter in under a year. I think the first one was in May last year. And we must appreciate this Honorable Committee for considering the proposals, and they were included actually in the Finance Bill 2024 that never saw the light of day. Perhaps something Martin hasn't mentioned is over the last 10 years, actually, SC Johnson has invested about 12.9 billion Kenya shillings in testing and developing these partial repellents before moving into production. And the $20 million that has been invested over the past 1 or 2 years is just about expanding the manufacturing facility to specifically take care of this partial repellent. The name is Guardian. It will be distributed through the public health partners, the World Health Organizations, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to most deserving communities. You must have seen, if you come from the malaria endemic regions of the Western Kenya, Rift Valley, and probably Nyanza, you must have seen it being tested there at no cost at all to the Kenyan citizens, or those who deserve it the most. So what we are requesting for is an introduction of an exemption paragraph within the Part 1 of First Schedule of the VAT Act to exempt, first of all, repellents, malaria repellents. So we want that exemption because levying VAT as currently is, levying VAT on it will of course squeeze the liquidity that SC Johnson needs to reach more people. As we say, of course, this particular repellent will be distributed free of cost to the deserving people. So when you levy tax on it, definitely you are reducing the number that could be reached. Another exemption we are requesting for is in anticipation of the expansion of the manufacturing facility. We are requesting an introduction of an exemption to VAT on goods, including machinery and raw materials and inputs used in the manufacture of these partial repellents, or mosquito repellents to be specific. I think if that comes through, the SC Johnson and of course its public health partners will be able to reach more deserving Kenyans. Another exemption we're requesting for is also an introduction of a VAT exemption on services supplied to manufacturers of mosquito repellents. We all know in the process of manufacturing this, of course, you need technical expertise from all quarters to be able to manufacture a quality product that can benefit Kenyans. Another exemption that we are requesting for is on IDF and RDL. We all know the inputs that go towards manufacturing of these partial repellents are very specialized, and most of them are not readily available within the local markets. So therefore, we are requesting for amendment of Part A of the second schedule to the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to exempt inputs, raw materials, and machinery used in the manufacture of mosquito repellents, of course on recommendation by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters health. We are also requesting for the amendment of Part B of the second schedule of the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to introduce the same provision of cost exemption on inputs, raw materials, and machinery used in the manufacture of mosquito repellents on recommendation by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters of health. I rise.
So, Chair, those are the submissions for S.C. Johnson.
Yeah.
We're happy to take any questions from, from the committee.
Yes, members, yes.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think I'm following keenly the presentation. Unfortunately, the way you scan the document has given us a challenge in tracking it.
Mine is okay. It's easy.
Apparently, because I am privileged to be here, we are reading from different page with the Chair. I think your issue is majorly on VAT, isn't it? The proposal to delete from zero rated to exempt. What would be the impact in terms of the cost? Ultimately, what will be the impact that moving it from zero rated to exempt? What is the ultimate impact in the distribution or packaging? Because you're passionate about the issue of reducing malaria prevalence on this particular case. What is the ultimate impact? And how is the behavior of the current situation in terms of VAT claims from your hand? Do you receive on time when you file your returns, your claims from KRA? How is the behavior? Because it's like this discussion on deletion, moving from zero rated to exempt, is informed by the fact that there are challenges also on the other hand, and trying to manage the tax expenditure. Thank you.
Yeah, another member? Chipromondo, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chiforomodo Mangale, MP Lungalunga constituency, a member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Me, I have two questions. Sometime, I don't know which finance bill, but it must have been the last parliament. We did give exemption of VAT on investments which are more than 2 billion and above. Are you a beneficiary of that? Although we are amended that close. That's number one. Number two, I was reading somewhere. Is it reading or listening to something? I like reading some of these things or listening. And I heard there are GMO mosquitoes being manufactured from somewhere, I don't know where, which you must have heard that. If you have not heard, then you are not leading in the sector, which are being introduced to the country. I don't know, to kill the other mosquitoes or something like that, but they have been done elsewhere in many other countries. Are we aware about that? Because you may be investing too much when you are going to get mosquitoes, which you are going to kill others. But then then your investment becomes useless because the mosquitoes will be cheaper. Isn't it? Yeah, because the mosquitoes don't. By the way, have you heard about that? Yes, maybe just answer this question.
Yeah, so I'll handle the mosquito question before I pass on to Ken. So our research on entomology and insect-borne diseases is very far-reaching. So we are aware that obviously as biology goes, sometimes things evolve and these vectors will change in nature. I haven't particularly heard about the GMO one, but I am aware that there is mosquitoes that become repellent resistant. But if I could give you context of the amount of, as you've seen and as Ken mentioned, we have invested very heavily on entomological research. We have a very big entomology center in Racine, Wisconsin, which brings all kinds of insects into a research lab, and that's how we have developed this tool. And we have not stopped that research. So if anything is going to be evolving from an entomology perspective, then we will be at the forefront of being able to be ahead of it as well. So it will not negate at all the impact or the investment that we are making, and for sure we are confident that we can beat this malaria and all the other vector-borne diseases.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think on the first question on the move from zero-rated to exempt, perhaps a clarification. Our request is not in the finance bill that it's being moved from zero-rated to exempt. As it currently stands, mosquito repellents are subject to VAT at 16%. What we are requesting is to exempt mosquito repellents. And Honorable Chair, just to put it into context, and of course in line with the government's agenda of having a healthy nation, a working nation, is we will be moving towards preventing measure other than spending the cost, as Martin mentioned, the cost of treating malaria alone is somewhere in the province of 39 billion, around $300 million. What we are requesting, if we exempt these mosquito repellents, then we won't even have to spend this amount of money treating, and of course with other related impacts of loss of productivity, loss of school time and all that. So that's to the first question. We are requesting for exemption, not actually zero rating. Right now, mosquito repellents are subject to VAT at 16%. Then on the question, to your question on investments of 2 billion in the manufacturing sector, we did have a lengthy deliberations, I think even with the National Treasury on that, but the argument was that was so wide, it covered everybody who wished to invest, regardless of whatever they're investing in, on 2 billion. And you may be aware that in the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2024, the one that came in December last year, there was a proposal to actually delete that paragraph with a transitional period that wasn't considered properly. I understand there was an attempt to try and rectify that transitional clause. You may be aware where it is. I think it's not in the public domain where that bill is. So, yeah, Chair. Yeah.
It is in the Parliament.
Okay. Thank you.
So from 2013, you have not benefited from that exemption, VAT exemption?
Specifically for mosquito repellents, no. Currently, the exemptions that exist within the VAT Act, all of them are on the curative side. We are exempting medicaments, we are exempting. An attempt to try and exempt preventive side is on taxable goods, raw materials imported locally that is used in the manufacture of human vaccines, but there's even a higher threshold of that only when you have an operating framework arrangement with government and your investment must be 10 billion and above.
Okay, I think that's okay. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's good to note that they have actually come up with an innovation, and I wish we came with a sample, because unlike the other methods that you use where you have a mosquito net or those kind of things, for them it's just a gadget or some sort that you hang in places where people may not be able to afford those nets. So it's actually a very good innovation. As Ken did put it, we are here for the third time. We hope that you will consider us favorably this time around, and so that then we can engage in other matters in the subsequent meetings. So with your permission, Chair, maybe we'll allow maybe Martin to leave, and then we'll go straight into Deloitte submissions.
But I also want them to look at that issue of GMO mosquitoes.
No problem.
That is very important, by the way.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can put your 2 billion investment, then the mosquitoes are released.
Maybe, Chair.
Or maybe you produce for another country. Yeah.
Maybe, Chair, to understand, how many players are in this sector in the country? Is it only...
In special repellents?
Is it only, because you've seen SCJ, is it only ACJ alone or the other players on the same line of product?
So from a pest control field, there are multiple players. But from a special repellent, the specific tool that we have developed, it's a one of a kind globally.
So it's only SCJ alone?
Only SC Johnson at the moment.
So this presentation touches only on SCJ?
SC Johnson only.
No any other player in the sector, in that particular line of product? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Honorable Yola.
Chair, I have a question regarding this repellent. Is it effective?
It's extremely
what side effect does it have on human beings?
There is no side
Because I've seen in some areas certain repellent being applied, and you are advised not to enter your house for 12 hours. Is that the same repellent you are seeking?
No. So the repellent that we have developed is actually very, very different. It's essentially the size of this iPad. And you just keep it in a room, and it will repel mosquitoes for a very extended duration of time. You do not need to come into contact with it. You cannot smell it. It has no impact at all on any living being in the room other than mosquitoes.
And I think for that, Chair, probably when you will be, if it's possible, in the course of your day, you can submit that particular
sample.
Yeah. But again, I will be keen to know the certifications around that particular element, whether the standards agencies have given, if possible, also submit to us for evidence purpose, so that we understand from the public health point of view, the standards point of view.
Yeah.
As we seek to support this one,
yeah.
let's also appreciate that it is something that is within the precepts of human friendly consumption.
And I can give context on that.
Yes, so let us have it,
yeah,
so that we get to know that you have been approved to do that one. No
Yeah.
problem on what you are praying for. Let's also understand the background of the whole thing, so that we don't quickly move into your plea, and at the end of the day, we also find ourselves, we have exposed a lot. So it's good, generally, we are protected together.
Yeah,
So the repellent do not kill the mosquitoes?
It repels.
They don't, eh?
They repel.
Because if they kill, you're also going to be out of business.
So
okay, that's
and I'll just give
that's your business.
And I'll just give context from the research perspective in Kenya. So all the clinical trials were done here in Kenya. Budalangi, Kemri, all that information can be provided, and it's currently, that dossier is sat with the PCPB at the moment.
Just to joke your mind through, Chair, don't you think this particular request of exemption, we are going to make you a big monopoly? Because how will you regulate the price for the consumer? If it is only you alone, don't respond. Just to joke your mind.
And it is a non-profit product, so we don't seek to profit from this at all. The only objective of this product is towards a Healthier World initiative, and it's strictly to just eliminate malaria.
Chair,
at no profit to us.
Just a rider, would it be better to kill it or not? Because is it better to repel or just to kill it and to do with it once and for all?
To kill the business or the mosquito?
The mosquito. To kill the mosquito.
These are business people. Now, if they kill all the mosquitoes, they will be out of business. So
but they are saying they are not profit. I don't know what.
They're saying it's a non-profit.
Now, who can invest 2.5 billion?
In a non-profit.
In a non-profit organization. These are not a non-profit organization, so don't lie to us. You are making money. But anyway, you are doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that opportunity. Now we'll go to the submissions by Deloitte East Africa. So we have quite a number of submissions. We'll try to be a bit brief. I know you have also met other stakeholders who probably have spoken to some of the issues that we're going to speak to, but we'll take it per tax head. And I'll invite my colleague Anne Magondu to take us through some of the submissions from an income tax perspective, and after which Patrick Chege will take it up. So, Chair, it's on page 2 of the Deloitte submissions, if you have them. I hope Honorable Ruto, through the Chair, these ones are well scanned, unlike the previous version. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fred, and again, thank you, Chair, and the members of Parliament. So I'll take you through the first 3 proposals in regard to income tax for corporate entities, and the key one is around the issue of carry forward of losses. We find that the proposal under Clause 8, C and D of the Finance Bill 2025 is taking us back to maybe more than a decade before. Back in the year 2009, we got a Finance Act 2009, which introduced a proposal, or rather, an element of allowing taxpayers to carry forward losses for 5 years. We find that we are going back to that period where now we are taking away what has been enjoyed over a period of time, where losses are now being carried forward indefinitely. So we find that when we limit the carry forward of losses to 5 years, we are going to impact mainly the capital-intensive sectors, of course, to say manufacturing and maybe the extractive industry. Also, you heard from the Association of Airlines, the impact that this would also have to them. So we're also looking around in terms of our neighbors. We do have Tanzania, who have they have a first kind of approach in terms of utilization of losses. So what you find in Tanzania, they do share with the government. They give you a period to carry forward of losses, and then if you're not able to claim within that period, then you're allowed to use 60% of your profit. In a year that you make a profit, use 60% to clear your losses, then the 40% is used, or rather is taxed. So our proposal to this is that we also try to have a similar approach where we're saying we retain the section as is, that you be allowed to carry forward your loss indefinitely, but in a year that you make a profit, then there should be a sharing with the government. Where we say 50% of the taxable profit that you make should be taxed, then the 50% you utilize the balance of the tax that you have not been able to utilize. Looking again into a proposal, we are saying that to avoid uncertainty in terms of what has been, the losses that have been carried forward to this point in time, we should also introduce a transition clause within section 15.4. We are saying that losses that have been incurred prior to this law being amended will be deemed to have been incurred in the current year of income. That makes sure that we don't have any issue of, or rather a gap, which may also now lead us to having maybe cases in court or uncertainty to the taxpayers. Also, just to let you know, in Uganda, how they do it is that they also allow for carry forward of losses for 7 years, but if you're not able to exhaust your losses within 7 years, then you lose only 50% of the losses, and then you claim the balance of 50%. So we find our proposal is important because we have people like in the extractive industry, they may take so many years to make any gainful return on the investment. So whenever we cut this to 5 years, or we just put a limit up to 5 years, we lock them out. But of course, that will not lead to investment in our country, whereas our brothers closely, you can see they have a better regime than ourselves. So you're saying to make sure that also we remain a destination for investment, then we also try to level the playground for the investors in the region. So I'll move to the other submission on deductibility of donations. That is page 3. So on donations, we do appreciate the fact that now the bill proposes that donations made towards construction of sporting facilities will be allowed without having to go through the approval by the Cabinet Secretary. What we have right now is that for donations towards sponsoring sports activity is allowable deduction if you get the approval by the CS of sports. So the bill proposes now to allow for construction of facilities, leaving out sponsoring of sporting activities. So we are saying we might construct so many stadiums, but we don't have participants. So we are saying, in addition to the facilities, then we also support the sporting activities. And of course, in this era of Tarantahela, I think it's very important that we also enable the young people who have talents through sponsorship. So we are saying, as a good way to ensure that all is covered in terms of deduction, we give both to construction of facilities as well as for sporting activities. Then the other issue is that this move will also maybe allow our big corporates who are big in terms of sponsoring sports to also allocate more funds to this CSR activity. Of course, that will also lift the burden from the government in terms of trying to, share the regional revenue that we have towards sports. So the government can concentrate on other bigger issues as we move out to the private sector to fill in the gap in terms of ensuring we have enough people participating in the sports. Then number 3, which is still on page 4, is the issue of incentives to the companies that are certified under the Nairobi International Finance Center Authority. This is a very nice move we see in the bill, which is offering preferential tax rates for entities that are certified by NIFCA. So there are 2 phases to it. We have the first phase, we are giving preferential rates of 20%, another 10% the first 10 years and 20% in the next 10 years for companies who are able to invest at least 3 billion in the first year of operation, and also they are required to also have 75% of management team being Kenyan citizens. So what you find in this proposal, that there could be an issue of drafting error, because when you look at clause 28B, part 4, the 2 statements, that is A and B, B and C, these 2 should be mutually exclusive. But as per the bill, it says that the company that should enjoy these preferential tax rates, it should be a holding company with at least 75% of the top management being citizens of Kenya, and the regional headquarters of the company is in Kenya, with at least 60% of the top management being Kenyan citizen. We find that could have been a drafting error in terms of using the conjunction add. So we are saying that should be replaced with or. Then on the other bit of the reduced tax rates for startups that are within the NIFCA certification, we're saying we don't have a definition of what is a startup for this purpose. And what we find is we might have some companies who are still certified under NIFCA, but they don't fall under any of that class. They are not able to invest heavily. That is the 3 billion. Then they are not within the startup company, which has not been identified. So we are saying to make it very clear, let's only have two clauses around this. We say that you either benefit from the higher, or rather the better preferential rates if you have invested 3 billion, but if you're not able to invest the 3 billion, then we say any other company, provided that you are certified by NIFCA, then you enjoy the lower rate of 15% for the first 3 years and 20% for the 4 years. So I'll hand it over to Patrick to take us through number 4. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. Item 4 seeks to repeal paragraph 1A and B of the second schedule to the Income Tax Act. Chair, this provision grants 100% deduction for investment under these circumstances where an investor makes an investment outside the counties of Nairobi and Mombasa to the tune of 1 billion for the last 3 years. And the second one is a similar investment, but 250 for the year under consideration. And the last incidence is basically investment in SEZ. Now, this proposal here is seeking to repeal that, and we have 2 recommendations. Recommendation number 1 is that if 1 and 2 goes, at least SEZ should be retained. So we are saying investment in SEZ should continue enjoying 100% investment deduction. The second recommendation is, and this touches on the first 2, the 1 billion and the 250 million. We are saying we introduce a provision here, and this covers those investors who have already invested with that investment allowance in their contemplation. They have already invested, but they have not claimed investment deduction. So if this is discontinued and investments have already taken place, they are going to be disadvantaged. So we are saying for those who have already invested, they should be allowed to claim the idea at 100%. That is number 4. Item 5, this again seeks to amend the 3rd schedule to the Income Tax Act to repeal the preferential tax rate of 15% applicable to construction companies, which at least construct 100 residential units in a year, and 2, businesses engaged in the local assembly of motor vehicles. Our recommendation is we retain the second one by retaining paragraph 2J of the third schedule of the Income Tax Act, at least for the business engaged in the local assembly of motor vehicles. And the justification here being, by doing this, we'll be, as a country, we'll be facing a reduced importation of motor vehicles, and of course, improving the balance of trade, for the country. Of course, in addition to other benefits like job creation, and also the fact that new vehicles are likely to be eco-friendly, they are likely to emit less carbon than the new vehicles. So based on that, we are pleading that you support that this be retained. Item number 6, again, this is a proposal that has come that is affecting the reporting by companies in Kenya internationally. And for this, it's basically more of a cleanup. I think here what we are saying is the way this law has been drafted is going to cause a lot of confusion. Honorable Chair, there are 2 things about country-by-country reporting and also notification to the Commissioner. Upon the expiry of a financial year, a company is required to notify the Commissioner that it meets the conditionalities under this law, and will be filing a country-by-country report in the next 12 months. So we have notification coming immediately at the end of the year, and then after 12 months, there is a filing. Now, what has happened here, if you look at this particular registration, is like you'll be filing immediately after the end of the year. Yet, we have a provision, section 18(2)(d), you can see that at page 7, which provides for the country-by-country reporting 12 months from the financial year end. So that is basically a cleanup to ensure that these 2 laws are not misinterpreted. I hand over to Fred Kemodo for the next presentation.
So, Chair, on page number 7, we look at 2 proposals that you are proposing that are currently not in the finance bill, as currently drafted. And maybe, Chair, just to step back a bit, I think we spent quite a bit of time, even in this committee, discussing the national tax policy, I think sometimes in April of 2023, which was a very good move because there are very few countries that have made their national tax policy public, which we commend the committee for that commitment. And maybe to add a bit on that, we then had what we call the medium-term revenue strategy that was published by the government to guide the tax changes that we will see between now and the end of the financial year of 2027, that is in June 2027. So basically, it was guiding the framework of taxation for the 3 years. So if you look at the MTRS, it has a very clear implementation matrix, which is actually very elaborate on each and every tax head. There are things that have been mentioned there very, very specifically, and among them is also the reduction of VAT, which according to that matrix, actually the VAT rate would have been reduced last year by 1%. But on income tax specifically, the medium-term revenue strategy talks about reducing the corporate income tax rate from the current 30% to 28%. And based on that, implementation matrix is actually supposed to have been done under this finance bill. So the request, Chair, is to probably also comprehensively look at some of the things that have been pronounced in that particular policy paper, just to ensure that we also include some of those submissions. And on this one specifically, it is our request that you could consider reducing the corporate income tax rate from the current 30% to 28%, and that will make Kenya more competitive. You may be aware that the Africa average for corporate income tax is around 29%. The global average is 23%. So putting Kenya at 28% would be one of the good moves that this committee could actually take. Chair, on the next issue is on bad debts. So what happens basically is that Section 15 of the Income Tax Act provides that if you're in business and you incur bad debt, you can be allowed to take a deduction. But it is not a blanket deduction. There are some guidelines that have been published by the Commissioner, more specifically legal notice number 37, which then spells the conditions that you must meet for you to take a deduction of that particular debt. So without going into a lot of detail on it, one of the paragraphs in that legal notice number 37 provides that you cannot take a deduction of capital, of a bad debt that is capital in nature. Now, Chair, what that has done is that there are some quotas who do interpret that to mean that even for the financial sector, when you lend, obviously the bad debt will be composed of the principal element of the loan, and it will also have the interest that has accrued on that particular loan. There's a quota that does believe that the principal element of the loan should be considered to be capital in nature, and therefore, according to them, we shouldn't take a deduction of the principal element of the loan, which obviously then is going to be a big blow to the financial sector, because you can imagine if you lend 1 million today and there is interest of, say, 100,000, so someone saying that you cannot take a deduction of the 1 million just because that provision is interpreted to mean that that principal element is capital in nature, then that would spell a lot of crisis for the financial sector. So our proposal, Chair, is then to amend Section 15 of the Income Tax Act to basically provide a proviso where we say that persons involved in the lending business, both the principal and the interest, will be considered to be the debt and not capital in nature, because that is actually in their line of business. And we hope if that is done, then we should be able to support that particular sector. So, Chair, we move to income tax, personal taxes, and I'll give the mic to my colleague, Kennedy Odongo, to take us through.
Okay, thanks, Fred. So, Honorable Chair, I'll be taking us through the personal taxes, 5 items specifically. So the first one, I'll straight away move to the clause 26C of the bill. And here there was a proposal which is just to bring a bit of clarification around the exemption of payments of gratuity and other allowances paid under public pension scheme. So we see that the bill actually is proposing to split the two payments. So there will be payment of gratuity and then other allowances paid under public pension scheme. So of course the implication for the payment of gratuity definitely means that when you're receiving the gratuity under a pension scheme, whether it is public or private, it will enjoy tax exemption. But the same appears not to have been extended to the second item, which is the other allowances paid under a public pension scheme. I may not have an immediate example just on what these allowances paid under a public pension scheme, but just maybe to embrace the spirit of the Constitution around Article 10 on issues of discrimination, then our proposal is the word public be dropped so that then it reads that other allowances paid under a pension scheme, so that the issue of discrimination actually gets to be addressed.
Mnajitetea kidogo watu wa private. Lakini mishahara yenu ni mzuri bwana.
Okay.
Noted, eh?
Yeah. Thank you. So the next one is not in the bill, but it is just a proposal, and this is informed by the medium-term revenue strategy. So in the medium-term revenue strategy, there was a proposal to look at the income tax pay bands, and this is because even the government was just cognizant of the fact that the current bands are quite narrow. So we were hoping that this would be addressed in this current bill, but it seems like it hasn't yet been done. And so as we speak, individuals continue to be taxed up to 35% as companies continue to enjoy 30% when it comes to the corporate income tax. When we just do a comparison to other countries, a good example is Ghana. So for Ghana, if you are earning 255,000 Kenya shillings and above,
is when you actually get to be taxed at the 30% tax band. When we look at South Africa, the amount is approximately 237,000. So when you compare it to us here in Kenya, where with the moment you reach 32,000, then you are subjected to tax at 30%, that one is a bit narrow, and especially given that when we look at the income levels for a majority of the Kenyan population, I think when you see some of the articles, majority are below 100,000. So most of us are being subjected to tax at 30%, which of course shrinks our net pay. And so of course affects the spending power. Then I'll move to the next item, that is to do with pension contributions. So we are just proposing an increase. So first of all, we laud the government for its effort in finally looking at this area of the deductible pension contribution amounts. I think since 2006, thereabout, the amount has been at 20,000, which translates to 240,000 as the amount deductible against income for individuals. We see in the Tax Laws Amendment Act, which was passed in December, the amount having been increased to 360,000, that is 30,000 per month. Now, we still feel that there is room for the amount to actually be pushed further up to 480,000. And this is because we want, and we believe it aligns to the government's agenda, just to ensure that the senior citizens, that is once your energy levels have gone down and your earning power as well has gone down, then you have something substantial to actually sustain you during that period of retirement. And also, of course, just to incentivize the current generation, the so-called the Gen Zs, who are, I think, if you've interacted with them, some of them are not really keen on savings. So we feel like this would just improve to incentivize the current generation, but also to reduce the burden of the government when it comes to paying out pension to the senior citizens. Then the last item, this is to do with the affordable housing levy. So here we are actually giving two proposals. So of course, currently the levy is at 1.5% of the gross income. So the first proposal is reduce it to 0.5% of the gross income earned, or the alternative is to have a capping of 10,000 Kenya shillings per month, or which translates to 120,000 per annum. So why are we saying this? This is because, okay, one, the spending power for Kenyans has really gone down. And so because of that, then by reducing it, then at least the spending power increases, and then we will then see increased consumption in many sectors of the economy, which of course means more taxes in those other sectors because of the consumption. Secondly, also, we've seen that now some of these housing projects are now being completed. I think the last one being around last week, when we saw His Excellency, President Ruto, actually opening the Mukuru project, which is now occupied. So what it means is now the people who have occupied these units will be now paying because it is not for free. So they have to pay a deposit, then they'll be paying monthly. So it means when we compare it to that time when this levy was being introduced, the government was more or less starting at nil. But now we are now seeing that there will be contributions from individuals are continuing, but now also houses are being paid for. So it means there is more fund into the kitty, which can become a revolving fund. And so basically then what it means is, can we then reduce the housing levy, the percentage, to 0.5% or have it capped, so that then, again, we strike that balance, because yes, the housing project, we agree with it. Housing is something which is key to us as a nation, but also just strike the balance, because there is more than one basic need at any given time. And with that...
I think that one will be the headline tomorrow. but you have made your point.
Yeah. And with that, I rest my case. I'll pass it back to Fred to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And we hope it will not only be in the headline, but you'll also consider it as it affects most of the people in the room today. So, Chair, I'll go to income tax, withholding tax. More specifically is on clause number 16. I know, Chair, you have been keen also to check, besides talking about exemptions, what are the proposals that we're also bringing on the table to also support the government in terms of the measures of raising revenue. So clause number 16A on withholding tax is one of those that we think, if you consider our amendment, it will actually go a long way in terms of enhancing government revenue. And it is basically withholding tax on freight tax. So what happens is Section 9(1) of the Income Tax Act imposes what we call freight tax at the rate of 2.5% of the amount of money that non-resident ship owners do make in Kenya. So currently, the practice is that the agents in Kenya actually do collect that particular revenue. They compute 2.5% and remit to the government by every 20th day of the subsequent month. So what clause 16 of the bill is seeking to do is to make this a withholding tax regime, where that responsibility is taken away from the agent and then taken to the person who is paying the non-resident ship owner. So a good example is to say you're moving this one from a self-assessment regime where you are dealing with one person and taking it to 1,000 people who do the importation and pay demurrage to some of these ship owners. So our recommendation, Chair, is that since that is likely to lead to a lot of revenue leakage, we continue with the status quo where it is left to be a self-assessment regime, and agents of these non-resident ship owners can actually consolidate that particular revenue and limit the tax. So we hope that can be the case, Chair, so that then we ensure that there is no leakage of tax revenue, among other reasons that we have given in our written submissions, Chair. But looking at it, actually, I think the spirit might have been informed by the fact that the law is a bit ambiguous under Section 9(1). Actually, if you look at it keenly, it doesn't even have the due date for this particular tax. But we believe that there could be a due date put in another section, but not to make it a withholding tax regime. And we have made those submissions, Chair. So I'll then pass it to Patrick, is Anne on capital gains tax, and then Kennedy Okoye for VAT submissions.
Thank you, Fred. So it's just one on capital gain tax. What you see, the bill, we note there was a lot of cleanup. It could be closed out, was also aimed at cleaning up, but we find this might have not been done accordingly because the bill proposes to do away with Section 15(3)(f) of the ITA, which would mean that a person who incurs a capital loss might not be allowed to claim it. So what you find is that it was okay to amend Section 15(3)(f) because what we have currently, it makes reference to paragraph 5(2) of the 8th schedule, which does not deal with issues of capital loss. It deals with nominees, trustee, and the like. But when you look at paragraph 4(3) of the 8th schedule, it does explain about issues of computation of capital gains. So what you're saying, just to make sure that this is aligned, instead of deleting the entire section, subsection 15(3)(f), let's amend it by substituting 5(2) of the 8th schedule with paragraph 4(3) of the 8th schedule. Back to, now to Ken.
Yeah, thank you, Anne. Honorable Chair and honorable members. on VAT Act, so the bill, that is clause 32A of the bill, it proposes to delete section 17.5C of the VAT Act, which allowed offset of withholding VAT refunds or withholding VAT credits against any other tax payable. So what that would mean then, whenever you have withholding VAT credits, you'll have to apply for a refund and go through the entire audit process, as opposed to what is currently provided for that you can offset against other tax payable. Our proposal is to retain that section, to also just try reduce the administrative work on the KRA side and even for the clients to be able to offset these credits against other tax payables. So another proposal in the bill is on clause 32B, which proposes to reduce, the time limit within which you can apply for VAT refunds from 24 months to 12 months. Honorable Chair, you will appreciate that a lot of taxpayers or businesses that are eligible to apply for VAT refund are those that export goods out of this country. And we all know the pain that some of these exporters go through to get export certificates. One of the documents you are required to have so as to apply for VAT refund is a proof that goods actually crossed the border and went out, which is, certificate of export. Sometimes it takes even more than the 24 months that is currently provided for to get. So limiting the period to 12 months will, adversely affect these businesses. So our proposal is to retain that period at 24 months. So another proposal, Chair, which is in the finance bill, is a proposed introduction of section 66A, which provides that where a person imports or purchases goods or services that are exempt or zero rated, and the person subsequently disposes of or uses the goods or services supplied in a manner inconsistent with the purpose for which the goods or services were exempted or zero rated, the person shall be liable to pay tax on such services or goods. So it's not clear why there was a proposal to introduce that section, but we think it will be inconsistent with the normal mechanisms of zero rating and exemption. Our justification is the VAT law, whenever it provides for zero rating or exemption, it provides for such a relief throughout the supply chain. If I buy it and on-sell it, it should remain exempt or zero rated. The reason why you want, for example, if I buy something that is zero rated for use in my business, and then at some point I decide that it's become obsolete and it's no longer serving the purpose for which it was bought, then I sell it, the law still zero rates it or exempts it. So our proposal is to probably provide clarity why this was introduced and limit it to particular projects where those exemptions or zero rating are project specific. Chair, another proposal that is in the bill is the proposed deletion of paragraph 113 of part 1 of the first schedule to the VAT Act that exempts, specialized equipment for development and generation of solar energy. And our proposal is to retain that exemption. We all know that despite government's efforts in terms of last mile connectivity, they haven't been able to reach every inch of this country. And a lot of our unserved, part of the country depend on solar energy. Subjecting these solar equipments to energy will just throw them off, reach of the energy. So we ask you to reconsider that particular proposal. Another one that is not currently in the bill heavily touches on the agricultural sector, the flower farms, the avocado farmers, and the macadamia farmers. We know that harvesting season is not throughout the period. Sometimes you have to till the land, cultivate, wait for a period of time before your produce is mature for export. So the law governing the VAT refunds allows you to apply for a refund whenever you have zero rated sales. And how the tax authority is going about it, they'll just go check your return. If they see that you only, from January to June, the only zero rated sale you made is in June, which is in line with the maturity period of your crop, then any input tax you incurred from January to June, they will not pay you a refund. You'll continue carrying it as credit, which you will never use in your business. So a proposal is to introduce a proviso within section 17.5A that provided that all input tax directly attributable to making zero-rated sales shall be refundable in full and shall be excluded from the formula under Regulation 8 of the VAT regulations. If that is considered, then these players in the agricultural sector will not be disadvantaged with the current rule governing VAT refunds. Thank you, Chair.
Hello, you are through?
No, we are not, Chair. I wanted to proceed, and we are at page 23. I'll be speaking to clause 42.5, and this is under the tax administration, what we call the TPA. This proposal, Chair, proposes to amend section 42 of the TPA to allow the commissioner issue an agency notice where a taxpayer has appealed against a decision of the tribunal or even the court. Our proposal, Chair, is one. We recommend that this be deleted so that the status quo can remain. The justification we have, Chair, is the fact that where an appeal exists, that is a procedure provided for in the law and found to be important for the taxpayer's right to justice to be upheld. So by the commissioner enforcing tax when a taxpayer has gone to an upper court, when the taxpayer is not satisfied with the decision of the tribunal or even a court, that is a subversion of justice, and our prayer is that that should not be entertained. Chair, I wish to note that this is now coming almost at that time before this committee. We have had it in the past, and we have made proposals against it, and that has been brought in the past. And we hope that based on the same arguments, I'm sure you consider this favorably. Going to page 24, I'm speaking now to clause 50. And this is on offset or refund of unpaid tax. And this particular provision proposes to amend section 47 of the TPA, basically to increase the timelines for the commissioner to make a refund or to determine an offset from 90 days to 120 days. We are happy with that, Chair, but there's a cleanup here. If you look at the following subsection, which is subsection 3, it is still reading 90 days. So the bill proposes to increase from 90 to 120, but subsection 3 retains 90 days. We are saying subsection 3 should be refreshed to reflect the 120 days instead of 90 days. So this is more of a cleanup. Then item 3, which covers clause 52, and basically this is on sharing of data that leads to trade secrets and private or personal data. There was a registration under section 59A1B, which cautioned the taxpayers from sharing with the commissioner such sensitive information. So by deleting that provision, it means taxpayers are exposed. So our recommendation is that this should be deleted so that the status quo can remain. But here, should you find that this sharing is so necessary that it must remain, then we have an alternative, and our proposal is that information of this nature is received by the KRA should at least be subjected to the other laws on data privacy, so that when they are handling this kind of information, they handle the information with care. Then we have item 4, which speaks to clause number 54. And this is on computation of period for the lodgement of appeals and objection by the commissioner. Chair, under the law that came into force in December, this law was put in place, and life has been much, much easier for taxpayers and even tax consultants because they had now a little bit more time to do their appeals and objection. Now, barely 6 months, this law is being repealed, which we think is going to affect taxpayers in a very big way. Chair, I just want to share my experience with the KRA and what happens, especially in the month of December. That is a month that most officers proceed on leave. And around the first week of December, they normally release a lot of assessments so that they can proceed on leave. Now, taxpayers have 30 days to lodge objections. And basically, the month of December, half of the month are holidays and weekends. So if that is not taken care of, then you realize that people don't even rest in December, especially taxpayers and tax consultants. They work on objections and appeals the entire whole month. But if this law is retained, someone will even be able to take some holiday and then come back. You count 30 days, they wait somewhere like 20th of January, and then one is able to file the appeal. Again, if you look at this provision, it is not in line with other laws like the Interpretation and General Provisions Act and also the Civil Procedure Rule, which allows weekends and public holidays to be excluded, and especially where the timelines that are given are short. So if this can be retained, then this can be in harmony with that. Then also looking at the national tax policy and also the MTRS, again, this will not be in tandem by deleting, by repealing this particular law. Then I hand over the next session to Gadesha.
Thank you very much, Patrick and Honorable Chair. I'll be taking us through our final 3 submissions, and I'll go straight into it. All of these are not in the bill, but we hope they'll be included into the bill and hopefully into the Finance Act of 2025. The first one is on a proposed amendment to Section 23A of the Tax Procedures Act. And so in December, the Tax Procedures Act was amended to introduce what we call reverse invoicing, where instead of the supplier giving an invoice, it's where the purchaser gives an invoice to the supplier through ITIMs, of course, for purposes of revenue collection. But we note the provision as currently drafted is a bit ambiguous, and given the intention of that provision was to capture more people and expand the tax base, we feel like it's important to clarify a few things. And so there's 5 changes, which I'll explain the change and the justification point by point. So the first one, we recommend that provision be expanded to require that purchasers should acquire and retain proof of the supplier's PIN that has been issued to them by the KRA. Now, the reason for this is because, and given that we all live in this country, we know that some suppliers will refuse to issue ITIMs invoices for their own reasons, which I'll not mention here, being a forum of record. But because we have now the mechanism to have the purchaser issue the invoice, then the purchaser should have the opportunity to declare the supplier's PIN so that that particular revenue is recognized by KRA and taxed accordingly. So that's the purpose of the first change. The second one is the purchaser should enter into an agreement with the supplier that the supplier, if they don't want to issue the invoice, then they shouldn't going forward. Me as the purchaser, I'll issue the invoice on your behalf. The purpose of this, of course, is also not to distort the revenue authority's numbers, because if I as a purchaser issue an invoice and you as a supplier also issue an invoice, the revenue authority will recognize 2 suppliers or 2 sets of revenue, which is essentially the same, and so we need that codified as well. The third one is that the purchaser should lodge every year a return indicating the suppliers from whom they issue reverse invoices. Now, the purpose of this is also to expand the revenue base, because if you as a supplier don't want to issue an ITIMS invoice, your purchaser will do it for you and also disclose your PIN to the KRA every year, meaning that the aim of this provision being to capture more taxpayers and to bring more taxpayers into the fold will be attained through just one return. The fourth one is the subsection should only apply to purchasers with an annual turnover of at least 5 million shillings. Now, this one, of course, is to balance the equation because reverse invoicing doesn't apply to suppliers with an annual turnover of less than 5 million shillings. And so there's no need for it to apply to purchasers, to small purchasers as well, because it would be a small purchaser issuing an invoice to a small supplier and vice versa. And so we need that countervailed as well. And the final one, the second last one is the subsection should come into force on 1st of January of 2026. This one is informed by the fact that reverse invoicing was introduced into the law in December of last year, and we are yet to see it fully operationalized. And so just to give the government enough time to roll it out properly and also to ensure that it's not rolled out in a very hasty manner, because e-Teams, as it is, despite being rolled out a few years ago, is yet to get optimal uptake. And so to give the Revenue Authority enough time to put systems in order, because this is a good proposal. In other countries, it has been implemented, like in South Africa, successfully, where purchasers are the ones who issue invoices, but it needs proper systems in place, and that's why we are proposing, at least for the second half of this year, the government should be given enough time up until 1st of January of next year. The final proposal under this reverse invoicing is for the CS to have the power to enact regulations to better carry out the reverse invoicing mechanism. This one is informed mostly by the fact that reverse invoicing, even though it is being successfully implemented in other countries, is also a fairly new phenomenon. And so because we can't always legislate everything into the law, we can have the main reverse invoicing provision in the Tax Procedures Act and then empower the commissioner to enact regulations as we learn lessons from its implementation going forward. And so that's the first of three. The second one is on offset or refund of our paid tax. And so 3 years ago, the Finance Act of 2022 amended Section 47 of the Tax Procedures Act, and the change was that refund decisions were moved from being tax decisions to appealable decisions, which essentially means that if the commissioner or the KRA rejects my refund application, I have to go straight to the tribunal. I'm denied the opportunity to engage the commissioner further to at least understand why my refund was rejected in the first place. And so we want to reverse that change to allow taxpayers to have the opportunity to first engage KRA, understand why their refund application was rejected, and then once they don't disagree, then you can go straight to the tribunal, which is a court, and then you start the judicial process. The final proposed amendment is an amendment to Section 5111. Now, Honorable Ruto, you had mentioned that it shouldn't be just give and take, or it shouldn't just take. This one we are giving. We want to give the commissioner at least 30 more days to issue objection decisions. So the current timeline is 60 days. We want to give them 30 more days to up to 90, so that they have an opportunity to also interrogate whatever dispute they have with the taxpayer, and more time to go through the documentation that is provided. Because what you'll notice is that because the courts have decided that 60-day timeline must be adhered to, every time the officers, because they're not also quite many, we understand the issues we are facing, even with manpower, they will just issue a decision against the taxpayer without even giving due consideration, and you're forced to go directly to the tribunal, meaning there's so many cases at the tribunal which would have been resolved if the commission had more time to sit down with the taxpayer. And so we want to give the commissioner 30 more days. Of course, I hope you notice you are not giving the taxpayer 30 more days to lodge the objection, because we are giving, we are not taking for this one. And with that, that's my final one. We're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Those are submissions. We welcome questions from the Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that submission. Honorable members, anybody with any question, qualification? Honorable Ruto.
Thank you so much. I think I want to dwell on this issue of proposed recommendation, especially on the reverse invoicing. Whereas we appreciate that the objective and the intent of reverse invoice is to broaden the base and to enable the MSMEs who have challenges in compliance to comply directly. And in the long run, we lessen the burden of tax payment to the few structured institutions and ensure we spread the burden to many Kenyans to pay. Now, are you saying this still is yet to give the intended results? You've given an array of proposals around there, but you're limiting your proposal to the limit of 5 million. So you're saying anybody below 5 million in terms of volume should be left out. I don't know whether you have any data in terms of the business volumes of Kenyans whom their volume is below 5 million. We have this tax regime called TOT. Will the VAT invoice be applicable for TOT or only VATable alone? Because 5 million implies it's all about VAT. I think that's something I wanted to know. They are good proposals, but I just wanted to know because what you are saying, the few who are paying are complaining, we are being burdened by the many. And they require same services. In fact, the lower ones are the one who needs government support in terms of services, be it health, be it transport, all sectors. And the few who are now lamenting that please give us space to make business, give us space to grow by lessening taxes. And you're proposing again, we let go of the smaller ones. We wanted to pick the 5 shillings, 10 shilling, you know, small. Mswahili alisema hapa na hapa, just like baba. So I think that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll start with the second question.
Just a minute.
Oh,
You have not been given
my
permission.
My apologies, yeah. My apologies.
No, this is Parliament, so it operates like a court. That's why you see we have askaris. Yeah. So another question from members? Mheshimiwa Sunkuya, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am Sunkuya George Risa, MP Kajiado West constituency. I am a member of this committee, Finance and National Planning Committee. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few questions or clarifications. We have been trying to reduce our tax expenditures, which stands at 3.38% of GDP. The report which we have, tax expenditure as per 2023 was 510 billion shillings, quite a lot. And our deficit is around 700-800 billion. So if we don't have tax expenditures, our deficit will go down. Now, from your proposals for tax losses, very interesting proposal, whereby you are saying if a company has 4 tax losses, if they make profit, 50% of the tax of the profit should be used for tax losses, and then 50% subjected to corporate tax. Already, you can see we are losing on. That's part of the tax expenditure, and then the proposal on donations for sports facilities. You are saying we expand that. I don't know. You are not very clear. We expand to what? Do people want to donate uniforms? Or, I mean, you need to be very clear on that so that we understand. Then clause 27A and B on investments. Very good proposal. I think 250 million for anybody who is investing in Mombasa and Nairobi. But do you have any data on companies or setup which have been done outside Nairobi on that? Because see, we may be providing for something which nobody is taking up, right? Yeah. Thank you. You can take on that.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the questions posed by Honorable Ruto, with your permission, of course. The Honorable Member asked about the 5 million threshold.
Just a minute.
Sure.
We have a member who has joined us, Honorable Betty Maina. Sorry, I did not see you.
I don't know how Chair didn't catch your eye when I got in because I came for him, but on a
I'm
lighter
short-sighted,
note, on a lighter note.
Honorable.
I don't know how I didn't distract you when I came in. Next time I'll walk in style for you to know that I'm here. My name is Betty Maina. I'm the woman rep for Muranga County, and I'm a member for this committee, Finance and National Planning. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, go on.
All right, thank you. So I'll go straight to Honorable Ruto's questions. Number one is whether the reverse invoicing regime also covers transactions under the TOT, turnover tax regime. The answer is yes, because the amendment that was introduced to issue ETIMS invoices applies to all business being carried on in Kenya. And so regardless of which tax regime you fall under, you're required to issue a tax invoice. Whether the supply is vatable or not, ETIMS is configured for you to declare whether it's exempt, whether it's zero rated, whether it's taxable. The requirement is that declare it nonetheless. For the first one, on the 5 million threshold, the reason why we are recommending the exclusion of purchasers with less than 5 million is just as you said, we need to allow the more structured purchasers in the economy to issue reverse invoices when they procure services or goods from the less structured ones, who are the ones who fall under 5 million. And so, obviously by nature, if I have a turnover of more than 5 million per year, have structures or systems in place, I am in a better position to issue a reverse invoice if I'm purchasing, say, cleaning services from a much smaller taxpayer. And that's where we are recommending for that to be put in place. Because the alternative, because remember, reverse invoicing has already excluded suppliers who have a threshold of below 5 million shillings. The alternative is we'll have small suppliers issuing reverse invoices, issuing invoices to small purchasers, and small purchasers also issuing reverse invoices to small suppliers, which I don't think was the intent of this provision. For the data, I think we can come back to you within the timelines to be guided by the committee. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so to the question on carry forward of losses. So we're saying currently what we have, taxpayers can carry forward losses indefinitely without any limit. But when you look back to the year 2009, we had a proposal that, or rather, the law provided that you can carry forward losses for 5 years, yeah? So we're saying, instead of taking away everything, we have the 5 years, you carry forward your losses, but in case you're not able to extinguish within 5 years, you be allowed to now proceed offsetting the tax loss, but to some extent, that only 50% of your taxable profit will be used to offset the carry forward of losses, then you pay tax on the balance. Why we say so is because we are alive to the fact that we have sectors that might not turn around within 5 years. And I give an example of extractive industry. You've seen companies in the country trying to extract oil, to explore oil in our country, but it has taken so long even to make any gainful return. So you're saying to take care of such unique sectors, let's give them now a phased out kind of a step in terms of claiming these losses. And also, we have our neighbors. I spoke of Tanzania, how they do it, also in Uganda. So for Tanzania, what they do is you're given a chance to carry your losses for 5 years, but again, the 60 now going forward, 60% of what you make as taxable profit, you use it to reduce your losses, but you paid 40%, a tax on the 40%. So saying, let's try to, borrow from the good practice, because we also are looking at attracting the same investment in our country. So that is how we are looking at it. Instead of locking out everything within 5 years, we give them that opportunity to claim over time, but still, we're not losing out in terms of collection of taxes. So the other item on donations. So what I said is, as the law is today, you can get a deduction of donation for sponsoring a sporting activity. That is what is under Section 15(2)(z) of the ITA. So if this section is now being repealed, and then the donation coming under the express deduction under the Section 15(2)(w), they follow each other. So what you find being introduced is that donation will only be deductible if you construct a sporting activity. But we're looking at the whole spectrum of activities around sporting. You must have the venues as well as players. So we're saying instead of only extending this donation to the construction, let's also give the incentive to companies to sponsor activities. We know the government has put in a lot of revenue already to construct various stadiums in different counties. So what you need is maybe mobilize the citizenry to come up and take part in the sports. So what you want to include is that bit of sponsoring the activity itself. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Chair, before the lady leaves there, on this issue of tax losses and business losses, this is a debate which is here because you are trying to differentiate the two, but they still attach to each other. That the tax loss, of course, will arise from the activity, which is business loss. From the discussion earlier we've had, most of the losses that are being discussed probably are related to investments, long-term investments on assets that maybe later it will begin to generate revenue, maybe after a given period of time. But making a law with an ambiguity, I find it a bit challenging, so that I don't know in your understanding whether we can give a leeway either to the Cabinet Secretary to determine the nature of the losses. If the nature of the losses are related to an asset that is futuristic, that has deferred income, other than the normal business losses, because generally from the principle, my good accountant is here, the principle of going concern. For sure, no business that is running for losses more than 3 years will remain, so will be sustainable. I mean, any reasonable person, any reasonable investor on that will have a reason to close down that particular business line. But this one that will be indefinite, that we make a law to carry forward losses indefinite, then it asks what nature of business is that is lucrative, what sustains you there, what motivates you to remain in that business that you are filing losses for that time. So I think we need to have a clear way of separating the two scenarios.
So the question is, why should somebody be declaring losses year in, year out, and the person is not closing the business? There must be some motivation, factor why, or whether the losses are induced or the books are doctored, right?
Right, I hear you, honorable members, but we just need to be alive to what happens. Yeah? And I said it's not exclusive, does not apply to all sectors. We have those specific ones that we know will take a long time. Yes, I do note what you had previously in the Act. The minister would be given a chance to look at this laws and maybe extend it. So again, we can still blend our current proposal with the fact that maybe it can be looked through by the CS to find what is the genesis of these losses. Should they continue carrying it forward? But still, again, instead of just opening it up to carry forward, why don't you also collect a few coins as we continue carrying forward our losses? Because if the minister again gives you maybe like 10 years to carry forward these losses, then means there'll be no revenue to the government even in a year that the company is making a profit. So you're saying, good, we can, allow you to carry this loss. One, let's have the minister, or rather the CS, look through. Then number two, you'll then have to share the profit with the government. I think it's a good recommendation that can go in.
Okay, I think we understand.
Maybe, Chair, if you allow, I can add just a few points on that issue of tax losses, because I think it's quite critical, and you can say even those who came before us also spoke about it. It is true that, okay, Chair. So it is true that tax losses, most of them actually do arise from investment allowances, and majorly it was under the investment allowance that you had for 150%. If you remember, the law had that particular allowance. But it is also true that tax losses can arise from the business dynamics. And by the way, there are businesses out here who have made even losses for 10 years, and they are still in business. Because a business person majorly gets into business with the hope that tomorrow will be better. So we have quite a number of businesses. There are some industries, like the extractive industry, that will make a lot of losses before they start recouping and becoming profitable. So the way to look at the tax losses is probably not to look at it as a tax expenditure, because remember, the way the tax losses arise is basically from genuine business losses. And if there are people there cooking the numbers so that then they end up in losses year in, year out, the revenue authority has the power to actually go after them. The law empowers the revenue authority to audit each and every company, irrespective of the frequency at which they want to audit them, and they can go back and disallow that particular tax loss. So that is already taken care of. So our request, Chair, is to see if we can actually reinstate the provision that was there, and I think also the team did mention about a transition. Should we then say that we have to go with this particular provision, it is good that we consider a transition provision, and I'll tell you why. If, for example, you have tax losses that you incurred in 2020, if this law passes the way it is, there will be an ambiguity in terms of when do you start computing 5 years. Is it when the law is passed? Do you go back to 2020 and by now we are in 2025, so maybe you just have 1 year to go. So it is good that we also have a transition provision. But let us look at this provision on tax loss very well. We think that it is actually a way of reintroducing minimum tax that was there, that was declared unconstitutional by the court, because if you remember the spirit of minimum tax, it was basically to ensure that everyone is paying their fair share, but let us look at the businesses with the lens of them reporting the right numbers and supporting them so that then if they have to be in losses, then they can be supported and utilize them as and at when that is required. Chair. There's one question, Chair, that you have not responded to. If you allow us, my colleague Chege will take it up on the investment allowances.
Yeah, Chair, this is on the investment deduction, the 250 million or the 1 billion for 3 years. And Chair, we believe there are investors who have taken this advantage. As you can see, this is a huge advantage. 100% deduction is a huge advantage. However, I'm sure there are offices that can provide this accurate data, maybe the business licensing office, in conjunction maybe the Ministry of Trade and Commerce can provide us data with the data to show who has invested in these areas. But assuming on the flip side that no one has taken up these incentives, Chair, again, we also don't expect any taxpayer to have claimed based on the same, and therefore it has no effect on tax. There's no injury to tax. So I think before the law goes, it's important, as we have said, to establish who are these who are likely to be affected, so that then we are dealing with real individuals. Else, absence of that, is good to retain it, so that in case there is a taxpayer who has already invested in this kind of, we're having this incentive in mind, then they don't lose out.
Okay.
Chair, maybe it's something that we need to look at in future, is the issue of related party transactions, especially on these losses, on the sectors like extraction minerals, because you find the practices sometimes one entity that does the actual extraction is related to the middle, what you call in quote unquote broker, or the middle agency, consignment entity up to the market. If you, it is common practice. It happens, and that is why this protection of continued carrying forward losses need to be looked at beyond lifting of the veil.
Thank you. I think that one will be sector specific. Yeah, instead of having a blanket for everybody, we can look at sector specific. Your final remarks?
No, thanks, Chair. I think for us, just to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity. We hope some of the comments that you have made will be taken into account, and look forward to engaging in future engagements.
Thank you. Before you adjourn, we have been joined by another member. Honorable Homo, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Session Chair. My name is Omo Kasim. I'm the County MP for Mandera and member of this esteemed committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and members, thank you very much for the patience. Before we adjourn, we have Virtual Assets Chamber, Yellow Card, Credit Africa, and ISK Limited, we have to adjourn because it's already 2, past 2. We have to adjourn for lunch, and we are all invited for lunch. We are going to meet at 3. So at 3, let's be here so that we can able to complete the ones we have not touched on. Yes. Yeah, and Financial Assets Chamber, Yellow Card, and ISK. That's the way you pronounce it. It's very in your Chinese name, eh? Now, we are going to combine all of you because we are going to discuss the same bill, right? So that we can be able to save time for other groups. Thank you very much. Lunch is served at first floor. Alan is here. Okay. Yellow card? Yellow card. You need to tell us what you do with your yellow card. And I've seen a lady with a yellow dress, so. Then this other company, Wisk. Where are they? What do you do? Huh?
We are crypto exchange.
Okay, so.
Yes.
Yes, so we'll start with the chamber. Chamber, we'll start with you. Start with the introduction. Then we go to yellow card. Then the other company. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, honorable members, and esteemed members of the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning. Good afternoon, and it's an honor to appear here once again. My name is Alan Kakai. I'm a director at the Virtual Assets Chamber. The Virtual Assets Chamber is a dedicated policy think tank that strives to...
Do introduction to your members first.
Yeah.
Introduce your members.
Okay.
Yeah. Or they can introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So with me, we have two members, Binance and...
Let them introduce
I'll allow them to introduce themselves.
Allow them to introduce themselves for record purposes. Eh? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Larry Cook. I'm head of legal for Binance, and good to meet your acquaintance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable members, my name is Saruni Maina. I'm regional head for Binance.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. My name is Eric Michubu. I'm a co-founding member at TXC Limited.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Wangari Mureithi. I'm a member of the Virtual Assets Chamber.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Bill Okello. I'm a director at the Virtual Asset Chamber.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Fredo Gutu, a senior associate at Bowmans, and I'm affiliated with Virtual Asset Chambers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, honorable members. My name is Basil Ogola. I am a director at the Virtual Asset Chamber.
Yellow card.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members of Parliament. My name is Idlin Murungi, and I'm head of legal for East Africa at Yellow Card.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of the Parliament. My name is Sebastian. I'm the tax director for Yellow Card.
Have you heard that introduction? We have not heard.
Sorry?
We have not heard.
Oh, sorry.
The ladies have
okay, maybe
bigger voice than you.
It happens sometimes. So, so my name is Sebastian Odimma. I'm the tax director for Yellow Card. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and the esteemed members of Parliament. My name is Sarah Mbogo. I'm the senior tax accountant at Yellow Card.
Good afternoon once again, members. My name is Beatrice Jagi. Tax consultant representing Yellow Card. Thank you.
Okay, Alan, you proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So I'll proceed with the presentation of the Virtual Assets Chamber, and I'll start with the introduction. So the Virtual Assets Chamber, by background, is a dedicated policy think tank, and our aim is to create and maintain favorable business environments to businesses that are now referred under the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill as Virtual Asset Service Providers. We understand and recognize the transformative potential of virtual assets, and we strive to advocate for balanced policies and foster innovation that protect consumer interests and ensure compliance with global standards. We do this through collaboration with policymakers, regulators, and various industry players. One thing the Virtual Assets Chamber has been committed to is the ethos of being grounded in collaboration and dialogue. We realize that virtual assets have been a slightly difficult sector to comprehend, and as part of our ongoing commitment to advancing these sectors, we have engaged key stakeholders and key policymakers on multiple occasions. We have a history of engaging this committee from 2023, the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning. We've engaged other regulators like the Capital Markets Authority, the Central Bank of Kenya, the National Treasury, the Kenya Revenue Authority, the Financial Reporting Center, the Ministry of ICT, and other stakeholders like the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime on various aspects to do with the virtual assets, ranging from consumer protection, licensing and compliance, all the way to anti-money laundering and terrorism finance concerns. I'll provide a background of an overview of the current state of the virtual assets market, or conventionally known as the crypto market, before we delve into our presentation. So the global overview is that as at Q2 of 2025, the crypto market is projected to have a market capitalization of about $3.46 trillion globally. From a regulatory perspective, in the context of Africa, we've seen other African jurisdictions like South Africa, Botswana, Nigeria, Seychelles, Rwanda, trying to explore various ways of regulating the sector. Apart from Africa, also you've seen the European Union through regulating these sectors through the markets of crypto assets regulations, and you've seen the American sector as well. Now, in terms of market adoption as well, Kenya heavily competes with its counterparts, Nigeria and South Africa, in terms of adoption of virtual assets, with over 4 million youth already participating in this space, and some of the biggest companies globally seeking to set shop in Kenya. In terms of the regulatory appetite for Kenya, we appreciate how far we've come, and we appreciate that we intend to make Kenya a competitive home and hub for adoption of virtual assets. However, for competition and for innovation to thrive, the biggest concern around virtual assets has been crypto-related scams, with the most recent one being the CBEX scam, where we saw over $800 million lost across the continent, with a good number of our friends and families losing millions of dollars in some of these scams. And to that extent, we are appreciative of this Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, because we as industry players and as the Virtual Assets Chamber are confident that with this bill in place, there's a lot that can be done in terms of consumer protection. A lot can be done in terms of setting up the standards on how players come into and out of the market. And a lot can be done in terms of making Kenya the favorable destination for companies to come in and set up virtual asset businesses. Case example being when South Africa set up the virtual assets framework, we saw over 300 plus companies, including some of our very own companies, flying down to South Africa to apply for licenses. So there's opportunity for consumer protection, there's opportunity for foreign direct investment, there's opportunity for employment. And with that background, unless the committee has any further questions, we would like to make our submissions on 2 items. Number 1, we would make our submissions on the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill of 2025. And number 2, we will make our submissions on the Finance Bill of 2025, specifically addressing the digital asset tax. So,
just go on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and I'd like to bring the attention of the esteemed committee to page 5 of our presentation, where we've made notable propositions on the virtual assets. Thank you. So once again, the first clause that we wish to celebrate and appreciate is Section 4, which lays out the objects of this act. The objects of this act is to provide a legislative framework to license and regulate the activities of virtual assets and the virtual asset service providers who operate in Kenya and who provide various virtual assets products within Kenyan consumers. So this is a clause that we very much celebrate, given that prior to such proposed legislation, the market was a gray area, and a lot of Kenyans ended up falling into what we'll conventionally call as crypto scams or fraud-related activities, because it was never clear in the minds of Kenyans on what exactly a licensed exchange is, what exactly a licensed virtual assets provider is, and we believe that with this clarity Section 4 setting up confidently the objects of the Act, down the line a year or two, Kenyans will be able to confidently know where to put their money and where not to put their money. So with that being said, I'll move to Section 6, which is our perspective on what regulatory authorities should look like. And I'll hand it over to my colleague Larry.
Thank you, Kakai. Honorable members, just picking up from where Kakai left off, Section 6, this deals specifically with the regulatory authorities, being the CMA and the Central Bank of Kenya. First, want to also again recognize the good work and efforts, co-collaboration between the two authorities. And really our submission isn't just panel beating or poking holes in the legislation, but also highlighting the good provisions, but also just highlighting places where there is potential benefit or where we can enhance it. And specifically around this section, what we do put forward to the committee to consider is that there is a streamlined single virtual assets regulatory authority. I'll be referring to them as the VARA. The reason, before I get into the reasons of why this would be beneficial, there is a case in point, what you find with the Dubai Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority. They've already simulated as the first virtual assets regulatory authority in the world, and this places Kenya to have the opportunity to be the first one in Africa and also derive the same benefits that they currently enjoy. I'll go through 6 highlights, high-level points in terms of why this would be beneficial to the regime, and also looking at it from a perspective of a global crypto exchange and what the benefits we see from having such a setup. The first point being that this streamlines regulatory engagement and eases the ability to do business within a specific market. I won't, conscious of time, I'll just go through the 6 points and maybe just talk generally to it and take any questions if necessary. But the first point is to streamline regulatory engagements and ease of doing business. The second is to preserve the institutional mandates and the promotion of the joint oversight. And specifically around this is because this is a new space that we find ourselves in, you don't want to hemorrhage or erode some of the capacity of the existing authorities, and that's why having a single authority would be beneficial. Pivoting from that point is one will be able to also optimize the use of technical institutional resources more concurrently, and in that sense that it's not a disregard of the two authorities, it's really a genesis or a birth of the two to a new authority using the competencies of the CMA and the central bank. The fourth point being that this joint capacity, this leads to joint capacity building and knowledge sharing. So it's just easier to coordinate efforts from that perspective, because what ideally one would see is that this new regulatory body would lean on both of the strengths of both of the current existing authorities. The fifth point being that this adaptive governance, this allows for adaptive governance through ministerial designation, because in Section 6 it already prescribes and says that other than the CMA and the Central Bank of Kenya, that the Cabinet Secretariat can, by Kenyan Gazette, make designation of another body that perhaps can govern this act. And I think the sixth and the most fundamental point that we just want to illustrate is that this also protects the integrity, the institutional integrity, and insulates it from sectorial backlash. And why we put this point forward is because this is such an infant industry, right? There's still a learning curve that the industry as a whole will be going through, and this protects the integrity from any public backlash or whatever scandals might come out from this industry, that you don't erode the integrity of the CMA nor the Central Bank of Kenya. There was a recent article that was released by Forbes where they documented the 2 years of the VARA in Dubai being a flagship initiative and being successful. And we looked at that article and said a lot of the great stuff Kenya is already doing that can easily be replicated, and hence why we put forward this submission. I'll hand over back to Kakai to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed. So the next session we wish to highlight is Section 25, which provides that every virtual asset service provider shall at all times open and operate a bank account in Kenya for the purposes of this Act. So once again, we very much celebrate that section, esteemed members of the committee, because we have a history around that section in the sense that for the past 10 years, ever since the Central Bank of Kenya issued the cautionary notice 10 years ago, it was very difficult for players within this sector to set up bank accounts. So by Section 25H explicitly calling out and providing the obligation to set up a bank account, we are very confident that down the line there will be integration between traditional financial institutions and virtual asset players. Now, in addition, or rather as feedback to us celebrating the session, we wish to submit before this honorable committee that the wording be slightly replaced, where instead of we replace shall with may, and the new reading be as follows: that every virtual asset provider may open and operate a bank account in Kenya for the purposes of this Act. The next section we wish to highlight is Section 11, and specifically Section 11.2. The reading of Section 11.2 is that the relevant authority in relation to an application received under subsection 1 may either, so that part specifically, Section 11.2, we just wish to propose specific timelines, because we're in a sector, in a very innovative sector that calls for businesses to move fast and be innovative, and might also challenge regulators to move fast. So in that new Section 11.2, the proposed reading would be the relevant authority in relation to an application received under subsection 1 within 90 days either. So this proposed specific timeline of 90 days just allows for business predictability. When somebody submits a license, they're able to anticipate and expect when to get feedback from regulators. So this is a common feature across a lot of licensing regimes. It helps manage expectations, and it helps manage business plans and the prediction of how business is done. So this 90-day timeline may vary depending on the type of licenses being applied, which are under Schedule 1. But the idea for our proposal here is that it is important to specifically call out timelines, so that we are not in a situation whereby an entity's license application is stuck within a regulatory desk for 18 months or more than 2 years. So as we stated earlier, we're striving to make Kenya the Silicon Savannah, or the home of innovation when it comes to virtual assets across Africa. And one important thing that should be considered is expeditiousness in licensing. With that being said, honorable members of the committee, allow me to proceed to Section 12K. Section 12K, which reads, so the whole of Section 12 is regard to the decision by the relevant regulatory authority before issuing a license. Specifically, Section 12K says if the applicant is already operating in a regulated sector, and no objection shall be required from the relevant regulator. With that regard, we had proposed a deletion of the requirement, because generally virtual asset service providers often operate in multiple jurisdictions. So requiring a no objection letter in a context where somebody is already applying for license will almost create unnecessary delays and administrative burdens, whereas license applicants can generally just proceed directly with dealing directly with the joint regulatory authority we are proposing, without the necessity of having them apply for a no objection from an already existing regulator. And the context of this is that we are confident that the existing joint virtual asset regulatory authority will have the necessary technical capacity, skill, and resources to determine the risk parameters associated with conventional existing traditional financial business joining this sector. So they are best suited to proceed with an application without providing the contingency of this already existing, say, payment service provider who already has a PSP license under CBK, or say bank, without the necessity of needing them to obtain a letter of no objection. Because once again, historically, such a letter of no objection might take over 12 months or 18 months to operate. So if you have somebody who already has a PSP license and they want to join the virtual asset sector, by requiring them to get a no objection from the PSP license issuer, that might also create further delays in terms of how fast they can get the license. With that being said, I'll proceed to section 14, which again is specifically on the timeline. And section 14 reads that a license under this act shall be valid from the date it is issued and shall expire on the 31st December of the year it's issued. Sorry, honorable members, it's section 14, section 14, clause 14. And we are appreciative of the 1-year licensing duration. However, our feedback was the hard buffer of 31st December. Now, the challenge here is that if I, as an entity, applied for my license on, say, April of 2025, and I ended up receiving the license in November of 2025, I'll only have about a month.
Actually, that's obvious. Yeah. You don't need to label on that, because if you apply a license and you get in November, does it mean it's going to expire on that 1st December?
Yes.
I mean, I mean that's I've never even seen such a thing. Yeah, so that one, don't label on it. We will do justice to it. Yeah, I assure you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that being said, I will proceed to section 21, which reads that subject to subsection, so section 21.1, subject to subsection 2 and section 19, the business and affairs of a licensee shall be managed by at least 3 directors of a board, whom at least shall be natural persons, provided that a director shall not serve in more than 2 boards of a license. Now, our request for, or the submission rather, under that section is to delete the proviso for a director being restricted to serve in more than 2 boards. So our request is delete the provided that a director shall not serve in more than 2 boards of a licensee under this act. And the new reading will exclude that. And the reasoning behind this, again, is that we are in a very innovative space, and young and brilliant minds are spinning up new products and new ways of doing business every day. So if we limit the restriction of an innovator to being a director in only 2 of his innovations, we are sort of ending up in a situation whereby we restrict creativity and we punish creativity rather than rewarding creativity. That is the first limb. The second limb is that this sector has a lot of investors, foreign direct investors, who are interested in investing in local startups within this sector. Some of these investors run venture capital firms that deploy capital in up to 10, 20 startups. One requirement of deploying capital might end up being that as an investor, when I put capital to your company, I want directorship. So if you limit the number of directorships also an investor can have, it means it limits the number of capital that can be deployed in said startups. So with that being said, again, our submission is the deletion of the requirement that a natural person can only be a director in up to 2 licensed entities. Thank you very much.
What will be the motivation of bringing this limiting?
Sorry, the motivation of?
Limiting the lectureship, somebody serving more than 1. What is the motivation? Anyway, okay, fine. We'll ask the government.
Yeah. if you allow me, they never understood you. When you say you propose deletion of that provision on that clause, I see it's called sections, but it's still clause because it's yet to be approved to be a law. When you say that that provision on limiting the number of the boards a director should sit. You want it to be open so that you can, you yourself, I believe you can sit in one board, the other, you can sit in even as much as 5 boards. What is the interest around there in this particular sector of virtual asset? What is so that virtual asset A board, B board, today first of all compete? Is there competition among themselves?
Okay.
And what is the interest?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So in response to that is, context is 2. So we have people who are investors. They run venture capital firms, and their interest is deploying capital across various companies. So as an investor, Honorable Member, if you wanted to invest in my company, some of the requirements you might have is that you want a board seat in my company. Now, people who run this practice of being venture capital investors, some of them invest in up to 10, 20 companies. And they might want to be directors in all those 10, 20 companies for transparency and visibility in terms of operation. So that is the rationale as to why somebody would want to have directorships in all the companies they've invested in. With regard to whether they're in competition, yes, some investors invest in competing companies. Some may choose to, because if you went to Schedule 1, you'd realize there are different categories of virtual asset service providers. So somebody might have an interest in more than 5 of such businesses, number 1. Number 2, a specific company as well might have an interest in more than 1 licensing category. Thank you.
So I think I understand what the motivation of this is. Since it's a new sector, what they are trying to do is that they are trying to prevent monopoly. You know, there are people with money. They can buy all of you people. So they monopolize the sector. I think that's the motivation. Yeah, so it's not a very bad one. Anyway, we will analyze it and we decide. So, yeah, but I think that's the motivation. This is a new sector. There are people with money, they can buy each and every company, 51%, 51%, and then become directors or everywhere. So, but also, there's also provision for nominating. You can nominate somebody to be.
But yeah. What is its logic is, if organization A are sharing same market with organization B, and so strategies of entity A and entity B must be competing under game theory. So how do you expect now this person to sit in 2 boards, which they are strategizing to outcompete the other one in the market? Won't one market be disadvantage or an information from one entity be used by the other entity by the privilege of this particular director? Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, Omo?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My question is on Section 25H. You're proposing that we replace shall with may. And your justification contradicts, because when you say crypto companies have for the past 10 years been unable to access banking services due to existing CBK cautionary notice restricting them, then it beats the logic. This is something that should be celebrated, and shall, of course, means must. So may now would give the person the option to open or not to. So if they've been struggling, isn't this a success, something to celebrate about? Thank you.
Chair, allow me to joyride, and that I had actually indicated since Mheshimiwa Umas asked it, I wanted to ask it later. This is a new thing we are doing for Kenya. One of the reasons as to why bank account is mandatory to be open in Kenya is for the purpose of consumer protection, depositors' interest. And if you want us to enact a law that gives all the win to the investor at the expense of the saver or depositor, what kind of law is that? Because one of the regulators is the bank, and as we are onboarding CBK to be a regulator, and then even financial flows. And remember the issue of financial flows, money laundering, The only place you can trace them is through a given particular account. But if you say we make a law that is complacent on the issue of bank account, what kind of law is this that you don't want, that it's in the interest of the investor to choose whether to open an account or not to open, maybe to hold another account in another country? Yep, because it also involves money. It's a virtual asset, but there will be fiat money that will be involved in this. Thank you.
And how are you going to give? Why we are trying to legislate this is because we want to create confidence, right, to consumers. Now, you are saying they may open an account here or not, because when you say may, they may decide to open an account elsewhere, maybe in the Cayman Islands or elsewhere. So are you trying, by so doing, amending that, are you really giving consumers confidence? Are you working on consumer confidence? Because, see, we may enact a law whereby it may not help the sector to grow. So just think about it as you continue. Just think about it. You don't need to answer now. Now let's finish, then you can, yeah.
Thank you very much, honorable members. If I may proceed, I'll proceed to our feedback on section 27.2.1, which the whole of section 27 basically covers material changes to business. But section 27.2.1 says, for the purposes of subsection 1, the following changes are material. Number 1, a change in the target market. Now, section 27, the idea is a licensee shall not effect or permit a material change within the meaning of section 2 unless it has served the relevant regulatory authority a notice. And 27B, the relevant authority has notified the licensee in writing that it has no objection. So our submission is that we are okay with every other provision, but we submit that the requirement for a change in target market be specifically removed, because some of these companies, as the theme has moved from section to section, some of these companies are in a very innovative space and are in a very disruptive space, and sometimes a lot of material changes, including change in who you're targeting, might vary. So in this regard, our submission is that as long as the relevant virtual asset service providers has obtained the license and they comply with general ongoing reporting standards, then there would not necessarily be a requirement to require the business to give notice for change of target market, because in the end of the day, they're still subject to the overarching licensing category that they've applied for, and the supervision mandate subject to that, and the necessary reporting requirements. The requirement for them to provide a notice for a change in target market also almost puts them in a situation whereby they have to spend time and go through the administrative process of getting such an approval. And sometimes that market opportunity that had presented itself to these specific virtual asset service providers there and then might lapse within 6 to 8 to 10 months. So our submission is that companies allowed to innovate and pursue whatever marketing strategies and target market strategies they are interested in pursuing. And such strategies just be subject to the overarching supervision requirements and reporting requirements without having them to necessarily report on the specific business changes and business operations.
And just to support what Kakai is highlighting is that we also see it from a perspective of non-discrimination. So because we're applying for a license for Kenya and for the people of Kenya, there shouldn't be a distinction of how a virtual assets provider treats one subsector of a market or a certain group of another group of a market. So we kind of see unanimous and consistent approach in terms from that perspective.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, if I may proceed, and draw attention still to page 9, clause 28.1. On page 9 of our presentation, that is clause 28.1 of the bill, and 28.1 provides that no shares in a licensee shall be issued, and no issued shares shall be voluntarily transferred or disposed of without the approval of a relevant regulatory authority. So that is section 28.1. And our feedback for that, or rather our submission for that, is that we recommend, or rather we propose that the bill provides a threshold for what percentage or what amount of shares are subject to such approval. And the proposed threshold we are proposing here is 10%. Again, if somebody is transferring like 0.5 or 1% of their company, then we submit that there should not be such a need for them to disclose. But given that 10% is almost the threshold of the standard ultimate beneficial ownership obligations, then we propose that we can start with a predictable threshold. Thank you very much. The next section is section 31, and we are covering all of them, section 31, 1, 2, and 3. And section 31 generally makes provisions around appointment of a chief executive officer. So the requirement for section 31 is that a virtual asset service provider shall appoint or designate a chief executive officer who shall be responsible for the day-to-day management of the virtual asset service provider. A virtual asset service provider shall ensure that the chief executive officer is fit and proper person. Then a virtual asset service provider who intends to appoint or designate a person as a chief executive officer shall apply to the relevant authority for its approval.
Don't even explain that.
Okay.
Cool. Don't explain that.
Okay. Thank you.
Why should you ask for permission to employ somebody as your CEO and is your company? Ama?
Thank
Yes.
you.
If it's my company, why should I apply to authority to give me permission to employ? Just go on. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll take a break and allow Larry to proceed with section 35.1.
Thank you, Kakai. So specifically for section 35.1, just to read it in context, it refers to a person shall not issue or purport to issue a virtual asset service offering in or from Kenya or seek an admission of such asset to trade in on a virtual asset trading platform unless such issuance is provided under this act or any other relevant law. So there's two points to this. The first specific point is around the fact that, or what we're proposing is that we strike out section 35.1 and replace it with a virtual asset trading platform shall establish and maintain rules and procedures governing the listing, suspension, and delisting of the virtual assets. Such rules may be made available to the regulator upon request and including due diligence, risk assessments, and disclosure requirements proportionate to the nature of the virtual assets. So the reason we kind of enhance the wording is just to fit it more in alignment with the global standard, but also to understand what the regulators actually ask it for. They want to see that control, they want to see the measure of due diligence that's taken place within the virtual service provider in question, and that is the best way that we believe we can empower the regulator to actually conduct that studies. If it becomes a bit too prescriptive, where certain tokens are vetted before even being listed, it becomes a slight nuance or a big nuance because it's outside of, for instance, a virtual asset service provider's control, because one, the projects isn't owned by the provider. They basically play an intermediary in terms of bringing the assets to the consumers and letting them have that free marketing selection. So it stifles, again, innovation, growth, and perhaps investment opportunities for users. But ultimately, what this reworded provision will actually do is enable and empower the relevant authorities with actually seeing what they want to see. The reason we also worded it or suggested this wording in a way that it's upon request with the regulator is because we also want to avoid competitive issues where, because there's a competitive nuance between virtual exchanges specifically in terms of how they list tokens and what tokens they list. So to keep that also confidential, you know, amongst competitors in the space, it's also necessary for us to be mindful of the IP that might be sitting into how virtual asset service providers might be looking at these considerations. The best equivalent we might be able to direct to is if you think of credit rating scorings that different banks might use and different models and formulas that they might create. Thank you. Oh, and then, yeah, I'll continue with section 35, 2 and 3 and 4. This is a smaller nuance in that we submitting that, and I'll just read it for context, is that section 35, 2, 3, and 4, they make reference to the word promote, and in context it reads, a natural person shall not be eligible to promote or issue a virtual offering, desiring to issue or promote a virtual asset offering, and then once again it says shall not issue or promote a virtual service offering. So our real issue is actually with the word promote, because one, it becomes overly broad and ambiguous in terms of what is promote. There's also disproportional restriction on individuals in terms of who is used to promote. So as an example, Binance might use Cristiano Ronaldo as their person to promote. Ideally, if we were in Kenya, we'd want to use a local celebrity, and we wouldn't feel like that would affect the business. So we just think it's a bit weirdly situated in the Act. Perhaps there could be a different marketing provisions that could cover that, and there's regulations that can cover that. But just in context, it just seems a bit misplaced. And our submission is that we just remove the word promote. Again, also trying to not deviate from the focus that the section is actually talking about issuance and listing, not promotion. And then the last consideration is just around the fact that looking at global norms, we don't want to be in a position where we're criminalizing promotion in any shape or form that's with a legitimate purpose in accordance with the Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. If I may proceed. And finally, so with regard to the bill, we would like to further bring the attention of the esteemed members of the committee to the first schedule of the bill, that is virtual asset services. So once again, we celebrate the first schedule, which specifically calls out, or rather classifies, who actually is a virtual asset service provider. So market will understand who a virtual asset service provider is. Businesses will understand whether or not they're virtual asset service providers. And clarity would, for the first time, be brought in the space. Our feedback to the already existing categories of virtual asset service providers was to propose a further category, a new category, called a unified virtual asset service provider license. And before I get the details of this, allow me to use the example of a bank. A bank with a banking license is able to provide various activities within the banking sector. I can be able to deposit money into my bank account, convert my Kenya shillings to USD within the same bank account, do a transfer within the same bank account, take a loan within the same bank account, and they all do this just with one unified banking license. So to the same extent, we have bigger players in this sector who have bundled up their services. And if the committee may allow, I'll just read the specific categories. For instance, you'd find a sector that is a player, an institutional player or a company that is a virtual asset wallet provider, but at the same time, they're an exchange, they're a virtual assets exchange. At the same time, they run a peer-to-peer platform, and at the same time, they list new coins or tokens. So you'd find some players might if the bill goes as is, might end up having an onerous burden of requiring to apply for 5 or 6 multiple licenses just for one business they run within one mobile app. Because from an operation perspective, they're not different mobile applications, they're not different websites. So our recommendation is the introduction of a unified virtual asset service provider license that will allow companies that already offer a bundled up services to obtain one unified license. And further, this is the standard across various jurisdictions globally. And it allows ease of operation and ease of market integration. Because once again, I reiterate, from an operations perspective, it's just one mobile app that the Kenyan user is downloading. But within that mobile app, they're able to enjoy 5, 6 services. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add on what Kakai has mentioned, it also helps, we see it as helping the relevant regulatory body in terms of categorizing certain players in the market and addressing those risks according to those players. So you don't overburden perhaps the smaller players in terms of stuff that don't necessarily apply to them, but you equally and address the necessary risk maybe with the larger players, and it just helps categorization and segmentation between different industry players that makes it a bit more manageable for regulators to address when there are certain nuances that need to be considered.
Honorable members, I shall proceed with a proposal of a new section on foreign licensed stablecoin issuers. Thank you. Now, we've noticed that one of the categories of virtual assets is stablecoins. Now, with stablecoins, first of all, are like a cryptocurrency with a stable value, which is pegged to a certain currency or even gold. Now, the ones I'll be referring to are USD-backed stablecoins, Euro-backed stablecoins, and possibly a Kenya shilling-backed stablecoin. Now, why we want to distinguish between a Kenya shilling stablecoin and other currency stablecoins. And the reason why we want this to be distinguished is that the central bank currently has been mandated to regulate stablecoins. Now, there are stablecoins at the moment in existence that are regulated in their jurisdictions and comply with those jurisdictional rules, for example, in the United States, and they already have required reserves, and it will be very onerous for our central bank to also regulate such stablecoins. Now, our proposal is a recognition of that regulation, that these stablecoins, these foreign currency-backed stablecoins are already regulated in the jurisdictions that they exist. Now, I am not proposing to completely do away with the central bank and its mandate. What we are proposing is that the central bank will regulate Kenya shilling stablecoin, provide requirements for a Kenya shilling stablecoin, but when it comes to other currency stablecoins, it will offer a letter of no objection. So that if you get a letter of no objection, for example, for your USD-backed stablecoin, then you can operate in Kenya, as long as the central bank can confirm that you are already regulated in your home jurisdiction, and now they can allow you to also operate here in Kenya. Instead of, I think it's very, instead of requiring you to also have reserves here in Kenya and to have full operations here in Kenya and set up shop here in Kenya. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, following from the new sections that we humbly submit that it be considered, the second one is licensed passporting. I don't want to distract the members from the word passport in. We can also consider it to be converging or conversion, because ultimately I'll start off with an analogy, right? If I matriculated in one province or one city, one region, one jurisdiction, and I managed to get my matric, if I had to move to another city, jurisdiction, whatever the case might be, or it's not necessarily that my matriculate certificate in another jurisdiction would be disregarded. It's something that would be considered, but it would be matched according to what the curriculum or what the standard is in the new jurisdiction. And from there would be an assessment of some sort to say what grading we'd put you in. And let's say if all checks and balances fit, you would consider that matriculant certificate equivalent to what you'd have in your jurisdiction, considering a few parameters. And that is, in essence, what we suggest in from a passport portability perspective. The intention is to drive and focus on international licenses, and another case study in point is international driving licenses as well, where a consideration of where the license was obtained, that jurisdiction is continued into the new jurisdiction. The fundamental reasons for why we say this, and perhaps starting off with what we define as passporting, and we've given recommendations in terms of actual wording for it, but ultimately the licensing passporting refers to regulatory mechanism that allows a financial service provider licensed in one jurisdiction to operate in another without needing to get a new license, right? Doesn't necessarily circumvent the licensing process, doesn't circumvent the licensing protocol, the vetting requirements. In fact, it doesn't, we've even proposed wording that it doesn't take away with any of the responsibilities, and just to mention some of them, such as the fees that are associated with it, the AML and CFT counter financing of terrorism considerations, the data protection and cybersecurity considerations, the consumer protection and advertising and dispute resolution mechanics, as well as the tax and financial reporting obligations. So passportability of license is really to draw an international operating exchanges, so that one, together with a mechanism such as the virtual assets licensing regulator, VARA, if we may, right? It becomes a one-stop shop. I know where to get everything I need, and I know who to deal with, and I won't be scammed or be tricked in terms of getting involved in things that might not facilitate the process. Some of the key benefits in terms of passportability is that, one, it supports the African continental free trade area and the Pan-African payment and settlement systems. Because of that integration, you find that it's synonymous with that, and that's something that it would build towards that. The second benefit would also include that licensing passporting reinforces Kenya's position as Silicon Savannah, which is the home of innovation, which Kakai already elaborated on. Another benefit is that it encourages participation by high-quality global issuers. So this again becomes another reason to attract FDI. And the last 3 points is that it accelerates innovation and access to global capital. It attracts regional headquarters and talent. So there's also an economy consideration towards this. And then the last point is that it also enables reciprocal access for Kenyan products and KES stablecoins. So one, this does not just benefit any jurisdiction or any license holder coming into Kenya, but then it also shows that, it also tracks that while first spotlights Kenya as the Pan-African destination, but then also allows for easier exportation from Kenya into other jurisdictions, because as Kenya has noticed that a lot of the neighboring jurisdictions normally copy and paste what Kenya does. So we're hoping that this would be also something that would be a frontline spearheading initiative that other continental players would also look at as well. Thank you. I'll pause in that submission and hand over to Kakai.
The final section that we will be proposing in the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill is the addition of appointment of a compliance officer. So we realize that one of the major reasons for this bill even coming to play is consumer protection. And for there to be consumer protection, it will be a key need to have a compliance officer appointed who will ensure oversight, risk management, and adherence to regulatory obligations. Yes, that are our submissions on the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. So as I wrap up our submission on the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, we just want to once again celebrate the milestone, this milestone, and how far the country has come for the past 10 years. And we are confident that once this bill comes into force, we will see a significant reduction in the crypto scams that have made investors lose millions of dollars within the country. We will see a boost in investor confidence, more capital coming into the country, more capital coming into the sector. We would see a significant appetite towards consumer education and towards safety and security, and we would be able to see a good number of applications. And I mentioned, for instance, South Africa, when the license came into play, they received 300 plus applications. So we are very ambitious that with a clear licensing regime, those are the kind of numbers that the industry is targeting. With that being said, we will conclude our submissions on the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill and allow for any questions or comments before we proceed to the tax, the digital asset tax.
Thank you very much. I think I like your energy, Alan, and your group. You are really being on this, even when most of us were not even understanding where you are taking us to. But at least the government have seen the importance of this. I remember the last governor of Central Bank could not hear about this. He was very, very rigid about it. But I think you have come far. And at the end of the day, I think we are all going to be benefit of this law. Members, any question? Oyula? Oyula? So far, I think you are looking at the physical money. This is something different. Yeah. I have a few issues. One, section 1, 2, 3. I think our council whispered to me on something which I had overlooked, that when it comes to financial sector, the CEO, maybe she can explain. Deto, section 1, 2, 3, yes. There's something whispered to me. But to me, being a layman, I don't understand why should, if it's my company, why should I look for somebody to authorize whom I'm going to employ?
I think we'll get additional submissions from the task force that was dealing with this. But generally, in bills where we are dealing with finance and where we have to deal with anti-money laundering issues, we have what are called the fit and proper requirements. And those fit and proper requirements, the directors and the top officials of those companies are required to undergo that fit and proper test. So it's not somebody appointing for you, it's just that they're required to undergo that test from the regulator before they're appointed, mostly just for the money laundering aspects of the law.
So I think that's clear. Yeah, so if you see we have retained it, don't say that we have short-charged you, but it's a requirement by law. Yeah, my friend, I know you are a lawyer. You want to say something?
Yes, thank you, honorable members. So I think we're on the same page, and especially focusing on the AML consideration of it. And that's why we proposed, we knew that we were gonna propose asking to remove the CEO requirement and replace it with the chief compliance officer. So you'll normally find, and again, we're looking at what's best practice and trying to address the risk that the regulator would want to curtail, right? Because it's not an indefinite amount of key individuals or people that are assessed as fit and proper, but what you want to do is kind of build a culture in these organizations, and that's generally led by the compliance team. So if you make the compliance leg compulsory, as you'll find in other jurisdictions where you have designated MRLOs, they have to do certain tests, so it's fit and proper tests, but they also need certain qualifications so that they can be considered, you know, fit and proper for the role. That takes away the burden on the CEO, who's more of the financial director, more of the financial lead. And we were thinking of scenarios where you have maybe a regional CEO and you don't have like many subsidiaries and it doesn't go down to country level. How do we then overcome that? And we don't want that to be a showstopper to say that an international company or Pan-African country will perhaps look at this and say, I can't qualify with this because of the way I'm structured, and it will take another 2-6 months, whatever the case is, to restructure before I then can apply. So we thought, let's offset that with putting a chief compliance officer in, who can then really calculate that type of compliance and focus on AML. So we did see that, and we agree with that, and we thought maybe just adjusting it might get that perfect balance for the benefit of the industry.
Yeah, and just to follow up on Larry's point, was another consideration. You'd find that a lot of these companies within the sector, they're new, young companies being run by brilliant, very young, innovative guys. So if you look at existing financial regulations, as you've pointed out, insurance regulations, for instance, banking regulations, some of these fit and proper requirements go into years of experience or educational background. Right now, there is no course called Bachelors of Science in Virtual Assets, or there is no criteria of establishing how many years of experience you'd have. So if the same regulators use the standard that they've been using for the past couple of years as fit and proper, which can be adjusted to weigh against existing innovators, it might end up being unfair, whereby, for instance, a young 30-year-old person who's been running virtual assets service, a crypto exchange or a crypto company for the past 5 years, if the fit and proper say that the CEO needs to have a background in the financial industry, this young man has been running a crypto app or a crypto exchange for the past 5 years, but does not have background experience in what the existing regulators will validate and confirm as financial industry. So you have the young man on the left. Then on the right, you have a 50-year-old gentleman who's had experience in the banking sector, in the securities market sector, but has never run a crypto exchange, for instance. So if the conventional standard of what fit and proper goes as is, you might find that the gentleman ends up being CEO, then the young person who knows exactly what goes on in this sector might end up being disqualified. So whereas we appreciate the fit and proper tests, which is standard across financial sector, we just call for some nuances and appreciating of the novel aspects that this sector comes with.
I agree with you, but the younger you are, with your speed, the more you need speed governor. Otherwise, you are going to confuse us completely. So, twende pole pole. Now, twende pole pole. Now, I was just looking at this proposal you are proposing on license passporting. That if the company is operating in Kenya, does not require a license in another country, right? That's your proposal.
I can.
Yeah, just explain. You know, I did not get it well because I was wondering. For example, 2 weeks ago, I was in Rwanda, and Rwanda, the biggest bank in Rwanda, I think, actually the biggest banks in Rwanda are Kenyans. There's Equity, there's KCB, those are the biggest banks. So does it mean that,
No.
Does it mean that they should not get lessons?
No, not at all, Chair. And
yes. What is it now? What
yeah.
is it?
And I think you raised a good contextual point, because recently, I think it was a couple months back, Rwanda and Ghana entered into an MOU that basically allowed, that said, if you get a license from the central bank in Rwanda, it's can be transported into Ghana and vice versa. So looking at that model or that understanding, that's what we suggest. And it's not to, like I said, not to move away from the licensing requirements, not to try and circumvent it. It's not to all the requirements regarding AML and all the stuff that I mentioned, it's not to circumvent that, but it says if we use a case and study, one, the regulator should identify certain countries where they feel that it's appropriate. So in other words, it can do it on a pilot scale. You can start by saying, let's use South Africa, let's use Dubai. So the regulator is always in control and saying, let's, and again, building relationship with regulators in the space, because it also builds up that knowledge, know-how, etc. So, but the idea is to say, let's ring fence a couple of jurisdictions that we are comfortable with, that have similar laws to us, and let's build that relationship. And we really looked at this from a Pan-African free trade continental perspective, because we haven't had really good examples in our industry, and when I say our industry, the financial industry as a whole, where certain sectors, as I said, actually we can work well together. And we think because crypto is a team sport and such an innovative market, right, we can try this here and it would probably work. And I say probably work is because if you were to look at, for instance, Tanzania, you know, copies a lot of what Kenya already does. The only thing missing between that is already just some framework that says, if you like what we have and it's very similar, you should then use it. And again, during the process, in the vetting process of the licensing application, the regulator would look and say, okay, this applicant has a South African license. What does South Africa look at? They look at AML, they look at this, they look at this. And out of the 6 things we look at, South Africa looks at 4. So let's add in the 5th one. Or it could be a thing of South Africa does 6 things and we only do 5. And there's an opportunity for the regulator to say, you know what, this is actually a good point. Let us actually add this as an additional requirement for the whole entire industry. So really this passporting is actually a mechanism of saying, how do we, in a very nice way, get regulators, Pan-African regulators, to work closer together, right? It's kind of a foot in the door for regulators in different jurisdictions, but the real win is the industry, because what it does is if you have more than one license, right, I'd be more keen or inclined to go to a place that would accept my previous licenses. And again, speaking from a Binance perspective, we have about 23 licenses, right? So we're the most licensed crypto exchange in the world, and it makes sense then to say, as opposed to looking at Africa as a individual compartmentalized puzzle piece, right? We can see how if they recognize more than one license in the jurisdiction, this becomes a focal point. So it's like, okay, let me open up a market in Kenya and then have other licenses perhaps be drawn to or exported from Kenya. So that's really the rationale why we said this is a good way that Kenya can really take an edge on it, because no other, while we have other regulators like in the EU regarding MICA, but nothing with the idea, or at least the consideration of how can this be cascaded right through Africa. And that's really what we're getting across. It doesn't change the process, it doesn't change any of the requirements, the obligations, or none of that at the end of the day.
Okay, I think it's clear.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Section 33, 2A, which had proposed vetting significant shareholders, beneficial owners, and so forth. I believe there was a reason for this section to be brought in. They are proposing that it should be removed. How will the government monitor possibly the so-called money launderers who will come in under this virtual provision?
Yeah, take up that.
Just to be clear, Honourable Member, you're saying how will we monitor? How will the government be able to monitor the change in directors from that perspective?
Actually, his concern is 2A, 33 2A, vets significant shareholders, significant beneficial owners, directors, senior officers of a virtual asset provider. Then you are saying it should be deleted. So he's asking, how is government going to monitor money laundering? And why are you fearing to be vetted if you're a good person?
Yeah, so I'm just recollecting our collective knowledge as to why we put forward this provision, right? I think it was from a perspective of global structures. I don't think the issue was around not wanting to be vetted. I think it was more so that vetting should be prioritized by the locally responsible person. So in other words, senior directors, the people that's actually on the ground that would directly deal with the business on ground. So as opposed to somebody that's maybe sitting in one of the holding companies that are cross-border and don't really interfere with the business or don't even know the operations of the business, it's rather saying let's focus that energy where it matters. I think that was the distinction we are trying to make. If we didn't word it properly, I think we can always tweak that a bit, but I think the gist of it was to say that we should treat the jurisdiction in not necessarily in isolation, but we should focus on the issues within that jurisdiction, and any vetting that should take place at that level, where there's easier access to information. We don't have to worry about like POPI concerns, etc. And these practicalities come into it where, for instance, you have to now make a request to get a passport or an ID or these type of documentations from shareholders that you don't engage with on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, your last point? We are done?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think that was our last point with regard to the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill.
Let me thank you very much, the Chamber. I think you have come from far. The first time you presented to us, it was like Greek. We could not even ask any question because to us it was looking like, you know, some of us who are from the old, I mean, as we know, money is money. So when you are telling us, I buy something which I don't know, I don't see, I cannot go to the bank and withdraw. It was a challenge, but I'll tell you that the committee is understanding this. And your presentation really has opened our eyes and our minds to this. And I think this is the way to go. I mean, even if we don't want to move, the water has moved. That's the thing, the water has moved. And Kenya being a financial hub, we have to move. Otherwise, we are going to be left behind by other people. So thank you very much. I think you also have something to talk about on Finance Bill.
Yes, so that was the close of our VAS, Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill for 2025. Our technical tax expert, Fred Ogutu, will take us through a presentation on the digital asset tax.
Thank you, Kakai. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. So I will highlight on the tax issues based on the current law that we have that provides for digital asset tax and the proposal in the finance bill to reduce the rate from 3% to 1.5% and tie it to the issues that have been highlighted by the other colleagues and other members on this side around cryptocurrency. So if I may just start by a way of a quick background, as it's apparent from the presentation on the bill that Kakai and the team has spoken about, there is value in relation to crypto asset. And it is a business. There's economic reason and motive behind it, and there's a gain to be made from all these cryptocurrencies transactions, and hence the taxation. So as it is currently under the Income Tax Act, effective 1st September 2023, Kenya introduced digital asset tax at the rate of 3% on the gross fair market value of transactions. And this tax took the form of a withholding tax, in the sense that it's the crypto the crypto exchange owners or the parties that facilitate the transfer that are required to withhold and then remit this 3% to the KRA. And it's not pegged on the actual value that are referred to or gains that then arise from this taxation. And this has posed a number of challenges, which I will highlight, and which again will go to justify the changes that we'll be proposing in relation to this taxation regime. So as I earlier alluded to, the Finance Bill 2025 has proposed a sole change in relation to the digital asset taxation, and this is just to reduce the rate from 3% to 1.5%. And the position is this alone is not sufficient to address the challenges that the players in the sector have been facing. Of course, the rate is an issue, but there are more practical challenges, some even potentially portending constitutional issues around the enforcement of this taxation regime as it is currently. So I'll just move to do a quick highlight of the tax issue. So just as by way of a very quick outlay, the way it works from a platform perspective, what an exchange provider like Binance does is they just offer that platform for the actual traders in crypto or people dealing in crypto to be able to interact with each other. So what, if for instance, I want to sell my crypto, I'll go put what we call an advertisement on Binance's platform. Of course, I'll have registered, had a wallet there, then I put it up, and then there'll be another person on the other end called the taker who will go through all the advertisements on the Binance's exchange and then decide which maker to deal with in terms of who to buy from. So I'll have put it up, Bill would have put it up, and then Kakai from the other end now checks who offers a better rate, who offers, and then now they put in their offer. So all Binance does in such a transaction is to offer an escrow service because this transaction will be happening on their exchange. So they ensure that, for instance, if someone is buying stable coins, they only release it to the buyer once the money or the consideration has been received. And this money or consideration, where it is what we call fiat currency, in the case of Kenya, Kenya shillings, the actual transfer will be done by a different third party that Binance is not related to whatsoever. So for instance, we'll have someone paying through M-Pesa. That will be a Safaricom issue, transferring the fiat currency from the buyer to the seller. And all Binance will do is to hold these crypto assets, in this example, stable coins that are being purchased, until the transaction is confirmed on the seller's end, and then they release. So Binance has no access to this fiat currency whatsoever, because it happens on what we call peer-to-peer. Sorry, I'm just being reminded to refer to the pages.
Honorable members, we just want to bring your attention to page 34, so you can follow as Frederick is pronouncing and going through. There's a diagram, so it's just for ease of reference. If you can go turn to page 34. I'm not sure who's controlling the slides, but if you can just change to 34, it's just easier to flow. Thank you.
What do you have? There's no pages. Oh, yes. So you have a different document altogether.
Apologies. Sorry about that, Chair. But just go down
so
to...
There's a small table, huh? Somewhere there, yeah?
Yeah, just go down.
Yes, this one on the top platform, makers fees. That one, or which one?
Yes, just go down. There, so
that
yeah.
one.
So those are that's what I was illustrating in terms of how the advertisements are put and how the taker and the maker interact, and payments are made via a third-party service provider that is different to the exchange owner, in this case, for instance, Binance, and the way Binance has no access to the fiat currency. So that just being the backdrop of how it operates, I'll just highlight on the next page some of the challenges that posed under the current digital asset tax regime, what I'll refer to as DAT for purposes of the presentation. So as it is currently, there's no definition of water transfer is for tax purposes, because Section 12F just says DAT will apply at 3% on the gross market value of the transfer without defining what a transfer is. The definition of what a transfer is for tax purposes will be very important, because then that transfer is the tax incident. And I will just give an example. For example, currently we have what we call capital gains tax regime in relation to transfer of assets and everything. But the crafters of that law rightly recognize that not every transfer will amount to a taxable gain. So for instance, if an asset is being transferred from my father's estate to myself, it will be a transfer. Let's say it's a land or a building moving to me, but that will not be taxable for CGT purposes. If I'm transferring property to my children, it will not be subject to CGT. So then what we need is a proper definition of what entails a transfer for DAT purposes, so that then we exclude incidences that would ordinarily not amount to a taxable incident or a taxable gain. For instance, again, if I have different wallets within a crypto exchange and I'm moving money from one of my wallets to another of my wallets, that will be a transfer in terms of a movement. Money will be moving within the exchange, but it should not and would not ordinarily amount to a taxable transfer. And then just tied to that, for one of the types of cryptos that was referred to severally during the earlier presentation, the stable coins, that mostly or in more often than not used as a means of payment. For instance, USDT that is pegged to the USD. And if I use my USDT merely as a means of payment, where I get a service or a good, and then I transfer to the supplier my USDT as a means of payment instead of my fiat Kenya shillings, I transfer the USDT. That should ordinarily not be a taxable incident, because it's just me using it as a means of payment and not using it for purposes of generating income. And then another issue has been, and I've alluded to this, not all activities would amount to a taxable gain, so I'll not repeat that. And then the third issue is just the difficulty around, or rather that was occasioned by the CBK cautionary notice that Kakai referred to. So committee members, as you will appreciate, the currency for paying tax in Kenya is Kenya shillings, the fiat currency. But if I don't have a bank account in Kenya and I cannot open this, thanks to the CBK cautionary notice, then how am I even supposed to pay and remit that money to KRA for purposes of accounting for DAT? So that has posed a challenge, and it's good that that is now being addressed in the bill. And then the fourth issue is, and I want to tie this to what I mentioned initially, DAT as it is a withholding tax. It's administered under the withholding tax regime. And the exchange owners may not necessarily have access to this money that they're supposed to withhold and remit to the KRA. Then where that puts them is, because under our tax procedures law, where you've been appointed as a withholding tax agent, if you don't withhold and remit, whilst the tax is not your liability, you're just supposed to withhold from whatever you're paying. If you don't do that, then the KRA will come after you as though the tax was your own liability. So all the penalties, interest, principal tax will fall on you as the withholding agent, even though the tax should be for liability of the third party. So then what this would imply is, if as Binance, I have no access to fiat, and for that reason I'm not able to withhold, then if KRA comes calling, I'll have to dig into my pocket and pay this penalty, principal tax penalties and interest from my own pocket. So what that would do is, even if it will have twofold issues. If I were to insist and somehow find a way to withhold and pay, I will lose business as Binance, because people will be like, if you transact on Binance, you will lose through 3% of your transactional value. Why would I go there if I can do it with someone else or through a different channel? Or the other way, if Binance were to enforce and pay out of pocket, of course, it will drive them out of business, and I will illustrate specifically why, because even the 3% being DAT is more than the fee that Binance would ordinarily charge for the same transaction. Binance will charge around between 0.1 to 0.5%. That will be their fee. And then the DAT, again, pegged on the same value, would be 3%. So in some instances, if Binance were even to dig out of their pocket and pay, the amount that they are paying in tax will be almost 15% more than 15 times more than the fee that they'll have made from the same transaction. So it will basically kill the business. It would not be workable, given the challenges that we have highlighted.
I'm being reminded that I've given you excess time.
Okay, I will just...
You know, you have been with us for 1.5 hours, eh? And
I will move with speed, Chair, noted. Okay, so...
It's only that I'm interested in this sector.
Chairman, you need to withdraw that as much as your chairman.
I will withdraw.
No, yes, because...
No, I'm interested to understand the sector.
Oh, you put it
not as an investor.
And know that in a level, in a manner that can be seen to be discriminative to the other group.
Okay.
All right, so the next slide, I think in the interest of time, and I've pretty much spoken to those issues, the transaction being P2P, the difficulties of withholding, and the exchange owners not having access to the fiat. If you could move to the next slide, I would just like to highlight 3 things on the next slide. On the issue of accounting for tax, I've already highlighted that the currency for tax payments in Kenya is Kenya shillings. And then if the exchange owner has no access to the fiat, then it's impractical to account for the taxes. And then I just also wanted to speak to the issue of volatility of the market. So the value of crypto assets generally fluctuate very quickly, and we've illustrated that by way of example. So below the page, you'll see the Kenya shillings equivalent value for Bitcoin. And that change from 3.552 to 3.548 happened within a span of 3 minutes. So you'll see the first screenshot was taken at 1636, the second one was taken at 1639. The value had fluctuated that much. So the point here is, even if the crypto exchange owners were to comply with this provision as it is currently, by the time the transaction is done and by the time they withhold and liquidate for purposes of paying the tax, the value will have fluctuated. And if it fluctuates downwards, then who bears the loss? This will be an additional burden to the crypto exchanges. And I'd just like to tie the issue of volatility and the exchange differences because they are one and the same. So in case these amount to a loss, this will be an additional burden to the exchange owners. And then the next slide speaks to what I already referred to, just the difference between the fees that the exchange owners would ordinarily charge between 0.1 to 0.2% as compared to the 3%, then that would always leave them in a loss position. And we've illustrated that by way of the table. So given Bitcoin's worth 10 million Kenya shillings, what would the fees on that be? It would be equivalent of 10,000 shillings, while a DAT on that would be an equivalent of 301 shillings. So in a transaction where an exchange owner has only earned 10,000 shillings, if they were to account for DAT, they would be required to pay tax equivalent to 301 shilling, which would, of course, not be viable. And then just by way of illustration and comparison, we've just put a table on the next slide on what some of the leading jurisdictions have done in relation to just crafting their DAT tax regimes. So most jurisdictions don't have the withholding tax mechanism that we have currently, and the only jurisdictions that have that on the last column India and Indonesia, where the tax is withheld and paid from source. And in our detailed write-up, you'll see what the implication of that was, especially when it was initially introduced. It really drove down the crypto business in those two jurisdictions because they faced the same challenges that we've highlighted here. The crypto exchanges were not able to withhold. They were forced to dig into their pockets, and even those who found a way of withholding, they lost customers, and the industry just went down. So most of the jurisdictions would be taxing it under what is equivalent to our self-assessment regime, where you only pay tax on the gain that you've realized as the person exchanging this crypto, and you pay it to the revenue authority. So the general position we are saying is Kenya should adopt that and do away with the withholding regime and levy this tax on an actual gain that has been realized by the traders under the current regimes that we have for self-assessment, and pay that to the KRA. And then additionally, just given the nature of these activities and the fact that the industry is just coming up, we are proposing a VAT exemption as well, in line with most of the services of this nature, so that we can protect this industry. And I'll just move to the last slide, which speaks specifically to the proposals. So a repeal of the tax as it currently is, and then it be taxed on the actual gains that is realized. I know the concern, and this has come up severally during earlier interactions, is given the nature of crypto, how will the KRA have sight of who's transacting for them to be able to tax? So number one, the KRA itself has since taken up measures, and I think they have acquired or are in the process of acquiring a software that will help them to track all these transactions, because this is what has been done in other jurisdictions. And tied to that, the OECD, which we rely on a lot even for our transfer pricing purposes, as a whole set of guidelines for crypto asset reporting framework, where in this case, the various virtual asset service providers then will be required to report certain transactions and details, which will help the KRA then to track this and be able to know who's transacting, who's realized a gain, and who should therefore be taxed. The other recommendation, and this also came from earlier interactions with the Honorable Committee. I remember specifically when we met in Naivasha in, was it 2000? Yes, 2023 in December. There was the issue of a proposal on excise duty. We are agreeable to that. Excise duty should be levied on the fees charged by the various virtual asset service providers. We propose a rate of 5% for starters, again to just protect this nascent industry. And this will also go into, enabling KRA then to see who's transacting, because when you charge excise duty, you'll be required to file a return with the relevant details, which then will enable KRA to know who's transacting and who paid you this money on which you charged excise duty on and what it relates to. And it will speak to the issue of just KRA having sight of who's transacting on crypto. Then our second proposal is, and this ties to what I spoke about just in terms of definitions and clarity. And again, I'll refer to stable coins and their usage. So there are various crypto assets, and some of them, like stable coins, are not ordinarily held for trading or for value purposes, because they're used as a means of payment. So again, speaking to the definitions, we should just be clear in terms of what crypto asset and what activities fall within the ambit of DAT and which ones don't. And for this, I'll refer us to now former regime that we had for digital services tax, where whatever was subject to digital services was clearly defined and provided for under a separate regulation. And it went as far as itemizing what would be subject to digital services tax. So we should do that for DAT as well, given the nature of this industry, because we have various types of crypto assets and various services as is outlined under the schedule. So we should have proper regulations to help the implementation. And finally, as an alternative, and again, we are borrowing from other jurisdictions, the other possible way of taxation would be something akin to the wealth tax, a wealth tax. So this we've seen in Italy, where if you hold your crypto within the exchange of a non-resident, someone who's not resident in Italy, then you're required to pay tax under a separate regime where you pay 0.2% of the value of the crypto that you hold as at the end of the year. And that still also helps the government to generate revenues. And the advantage of this, it's a simpler regime because you don't need to determine who transferred what's the value of what was transferred, what's the gain and loss. You just look at what's the value of the assets you're holding at the end of the year, pay us a given percentage, say 0.2% as tax on that. I think that marks the end of the presentation, and we'll take any questions and comments.
Oh, thank you very much. Members, Honorable Oyula, you have something to add?
The only thing is that the illustrations here are a bit too difficult to follow, but I know slowly by slowly we'll get them.
Yeah, just I have one question. One of your slides, you are saying, assuming 1 Bitcoin is 13 billion, 0.5. Now, if I want to buy that 1 Bitcoin, and the other, last week, who was buying some coins? Was it you? It is you are buying some coins of 1,000 shillings, right? It was only 1,000, if I remember very well. Now, and you said you cannot do it through M-Pesa, something like that. So now, if I want to buy this Bitcoin, assuming I have money, because you're also assuming here, how am I going to transact that? Considering M-Pesa cannot take up to that amount.
Okay, Honorable Chair, allow me to
It
give you a direct
just wait.
I will ask another question. Actually, Chair, when I'm looking at the figures, and I'm trying to imagine myself in that situation where we are now a billionaire. You know, we are using examples of billionaires. You know, and not even the value. We are in this room. We are now sitting as billionaires. You know, we are now discussing in terms of billionaires. You requested that part of the request in your submission is you be considered for VAT exemptions. I don't know, maybe that's iterated or exemption, exempted, whichever. And I'm trying to figure out what is the substitute to this. What is this particular bill, a regulation and establishment of the virtual asset organization going to contribute directly? So I want to see what is the substitute of the same. Otherwise, I think this is a bill that we will have to take time with it. Slowly, we appreciate what you've given us. We will be engaging even further and further and further until we are baptized fully to be on your side in terms of thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, you can answer that, those questions. Yes.
Honorable Chair, allow me to answer the first question about how you transfer the 13 million. So in this particular case, we wouldn't be relying on M-Pesa since we wouldn't be relying on M-Pesa since, as you mentioned, the limits don't currently allow you to transfer as much. But that's why we actually do have banking rails. So you would be able to do a bank transfer to the person who's selling you the Bitcoin. So it would be like a Kenya shilling to a Kenya shilling account. And then on the other end, assuming it's, let's say, a platform like Binance, then the other person who holds the Bitcoin would then send you the Bitcoin, as we did the other time with the example.
Somebody you don't know?
Well, in this case, it's someone who's been vetted and verified by the platform. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The last one.
On the alternative contribution, So number one, and the aim of the, I'm tying it to the aim of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, which is to attract investment in Kenya. What that would mean is we'll have more people setting up here in Kenya. And for a crypto exchange that is registered here, the point here is this company, on its profit, it will be taxed under the normal income tax regime that we have. So there will be revenue contribution from that. The company will have employees, will have PAYE contribution. And then what we're saying is don't tax crypto, but what we're saying is tax the gain. So you'll tax the exchanges on their normal corporate income tax regime. Then anyone that is transacting on crypto in Kenya will be taxed on the gain that they realize at that level. You tax that gain. And then further, for the exchanges and the other service providers, whilst we are saying exempt them from VAT or zero rate from VAT, we are proposing the excise duty again, which will be a transactional tax, which they will charge on the fees that they charge for the various services that they provide. So other than VAT, the exemption, all the other taxes will apply depending on who's transacting and who's carrying on which kind of business. So that will be the contribution.
And just to add another benefit or another substitute for it is that this also strategically becomes a hook for the regulator, because if just put yourself in the position of that billionaire that we're talking about, right? If I look at a regime and I see 4 different taxes in this jurisdiction, I'm already going to be a bit abrasive in terms of approaching it. But this tax the VAT exemption, right, it will only be for a certain duration, like you guys explained to the Aviation Authority. It's just, it almost creates a hook so that people can be drawn to the sector and they can start investing. There might be a later point in time where we can reconsider it, and maybe the regulator says, okay, now it's a good time for you guys, now that you've achieved the benefit of, you know, a growing industry, maturing, you guys have stabilized, now we can then apply. But having so many levels of tax at this point in time, it becomes a bit of a deterrent. And if we don't change the mechanics of it, what Frederick was highlighting, all the good effort from the VAST bill that we've done, you know, over the years, it can't take off without the mechanisms changing. That's why we gave different proposals. But there's many different substitutes. I mean, even from the investment stuff, you get people to get jobs, but those people that get jobs will also then pay taxes. So it actually creates a whole economy, whole ecosystem in terms of contribution. So there is a substitution for that VAT.
Yes, last one.
Yeah, and just to add to that point, I'll just zoom out and make a further submission from an African regional perspective. Kenya is a leader in tech and innovation, and a lot of the legislations passed in Kenya are almost replicated and copied across various other jurisdictions. So for instance, when this tax was passed 3% in 2023 September, the 3%, Tanzania copied the same exact tax. So if we have a law that is unfavorable for Kenya, we almost have a law that is unfavorable for the African region, and all that capital and money would fly to other favorable jurisdictions like the South America and other jurisdictions that are not within Africa. So we are setting standard and we're creating law not only for Kenya, but law that will be copy-pasted by various other jurisdictions that look up to Kenya as the leader in tech and innovation, as the leader in the AFCTA policy strategy, as the leader in just taking Africa to the next step of evolution.
Thank you very much. We are going to look at your views. If need be, we are going to call you again. Actually, my colleague was whispering, we need these gentlemen again. And unfortunately, you are all men. There's no ladies in your group. Eh? Oh, there's one. Eh? Oh, yeah, she must be very tough. Even to understand these things, she must be very tough. So thank you very much. You are discharged. Now we need to, the other group, yellow card. Yellow card. Card. Yellow card. See your yellow card. Yellow card. Now you can take leave.
Chairman, don't worry, we understand where you come from.
Yeah.
Chair, if you may allow us 1 minute,
you're out of order.
We have 2 members, one from ICSI and Basil, who just wants to say 30 seconds each.
You see, you've already taken 2 hours.
And imagine they have been patient on you.
And they have been patient.
And you still want
Yellow
to...
card has been very patient. Everybody has been very patient. Okay. Yes. 10 seconds each. Those who are not spoken. So that yes.
First of all, thank you, honorable members. I think it would be not in order for us to conclude without letting Honorable Chair know that the pronunciation of our name is Yixi Limited, and also it's not a Chinese name. It's, it's a Turkish word that means long vision. So for me, I would just like to say my appreciation to the bill, because over the years we've had a lot of challenges, maneuvering especially with the banking ecosystem, but with the bill in place, and being in a position like to acquire licenses in the near future will give us a lot of advantage for us to move forward. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yes, Chair and honorable members of the committee. So even as we discuss the issue of law, it will be a disservice for me not to discuss the issue of education. And, you know, we cannot really tax and regulate what we have not empowered our people to navigate. So if you look at the issue of education and how it has been positioned within the bill, and what we shall require in terms of effort towards capacity building and education, even amongst our youth and amongst our people, that is going to be such an important point in the adoption of the bill, as well as going into creation of the jobs, and, you know, being able to position Kenyans as, you know, competent people within the space, people who can, you know, generate training modules and accreditations within the space that sort of allows the foreign direct investments to come and establish within our country, leverage the experience and expertise from our people within the country. So thank you so much. I've seen provisions that sort of enable or highlight the importance of education and consumer protection and consumer awareness within the bill. And that's a big commendation that goes to those who put effort into drafting the bill. Thank you.
Kaikai, we are done. We will call you again. Before we finish this bill, I'm very sure we'll call you. Yes, so take leave, and then let the yellow card.
They can also listen to the others.
Yes, they can.
You must note. And definitely we'll have to engage you. This topic is very complex a little bit.
No, it is becoming simple and simple every day. And congratulations to the young lady for being among the men. This is the yellow card. Yellow card are doing very well. 25% is only men, 75% are ladies. They're doing very well.
Yes, we heard ourselves in.
Chair, it's only one party who is yellow.
Women opportunities.
Yes.
It's only one party who is yellow among the team.
You're out of order. Please introduce yourself quickly.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Idlin Murungi, and I'm the head of legal for East Africa. I oversee legal affairs at Yellow Card. The team has introduced themselves. I do not know if you need a second introduction or we just proceed in the interest of time.
Proceed, yes.
Yes, it's very rare for the committee to give you a first hearing. It's almost unheard of to get a second sitting. So we are very, very grateful that we've appeared before you twice. We were here on Thursday and we presented on the finance bill. However, we hadn't finalized our proposals for the virtual assets service providers bill, which we've come to present on today. And after our presentation, we also received a series of questions from the committee and from the legal research. So we've also come with further tables to clarify on the finance bill, especially in terms of the figures that you've been speaking of. And we're also part of the team that has just left, so I'm not going to repeat anything that they've said. So if you see me skipping certain aspects of our presentation, it's because it has already been covered by the team before us, and I would want to save time. So I'll only dwell on those clauses of the bill that haven't been touched on, or if we have an additional statement that we want to say on a particular clause. And we thank the government of Kenya and the National
Maybe
Treasury.
before you proceed,
Yes.
could our clerk confirm whether what is being presented, we have it here? We are struggling to catch up with the presentation. That's what I was able to download.
We had followed the guidelines to go digital.
Yeah, let them check, confirm. We already have some in, like PowerPoint presentation.
The system might be having two presentations, one on the VAS bill and one on the finance bill. Okay, excellent. So, as we've mentioned before, we thank the Kenyan Parliament and we thank the National Assembly, the government for this milestone and for having this law, the Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill. It's the one we are starting with. And our request is really to improve the bill and the law in general so that Kenya becomes a competitive market and to also follow industry global standards. So some of our requests will be in terms of expansion of the interpretation of definitions, like the definition of stablecoin, virtual assets, amending the designation authority to the Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority, clarification on the renewal and duration. I'll not go into that one. The chair mentioned and spoke about it. And then certain changes to periodic reporting requirements, clarifications on fit and proper persons. I may also not go much into that because we've already dwelt on that. And amendments on what constitutes acquisition and controlling interest, amendment of the penalties and fines, inclusion of insurance matters in areas of regulation, and also what is missing in the bill to provide for issuance of stablecoins within Kenya and provide for tokenization of real-world assets. So if I'll go straight into the our requests and our proposals, I'll start with two on the definitions. And if you look at the definition of stablecoin, the one that we have suggested, it's really a matter of language and how the other global industries or standard setting bodies like the FSB have defined it. And we want to add to that definition after designed to have its value pegged to a specific reserve asset and or a pool of reserve assets. Then we continue such as fiat currency, commodity, and any other virtual. And then the other one we want to add is any other virtual currency with legal tender. And the reason for this is that we see in the future we might have CBDCs. Those are the currencies that are done by central banks, and they might actually be used in as those assets that are backing the stable coins. So if we do not add that in the definition, then those would be left out in the future. So this definition that we've provided to the committee is the definition that is being used by standard setting bodies such as FATF, FSB, and it includes all those things that were left out in the current definition. And then if we look at the definition of virtual asset, we had certain people mentioning that, oh, the Act does not cover stable coins, the Act doesn't cover tokenization. So again, the definition of virtual assets, in our opinion, is not complete. And we have added an extensive definition of what they mean, which after that part of other financial assets will add intended to represent real-world assets on the blockchain technology, and also add and assets held as collateral or reserved assets for the purposes of maintaining a stable value. This clearly shows that stablecoins are also included as virtual assets, as well as tokenization is also included as virtual assets, because the other definition that does not go into the deeper explanations, there has been mentioned that the Kenyan law does not cover stablecoins or those other virtual assets. So the extensive definition covers those. And then in terms of the proposal, we are now on part 11 on the designation of the regulatory authority. Our predecessors have already mentioned that we would prefer and we propose that the regulatory authority is one regulator, which is the Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority. And one of the reasons that they did not mention is that once players in the industry get licenses from the CBK and then the CMA, there might be overregulation of the industry. And also in markets where it has been progressive, for startup industries like virtual assets or for even fintechs, you find that they fall under the non-banking regulators. So you find in Botswana, it's not the CBK or the CMA, it's the non-banking regulator. Even in Singapore, even in Dubai. So for progressive markets, the central bank is still left with the mandate for banking and financial institutions. The CMA does stocks and other things. Then for these smaller things like SACCOs, virtual assets, and upcoming financial services, then they fall under a different regulator. So that's our suggestion. And I'm going to skip the part about fit and proper. I'll also skip clause 14 on duration and license because we've dealt with that. And then I'll go straight to clause 26(1), F, specifically F and K. So this clause mentions that the chief executive officer appointed or any person designated under 31 shall in writing notify the regulatory authority when they become aware of a material change in the business, including banking arrangements, and then K, a cybersecurity incident has occurred. So we ask that the part of including banking arrangements be deleted because this might amount to the regulator being involved in day-to-day incidents of the entity. Informing the regulator every time you have a change in banking arrangements is very cumbersome and would involve the regulator in day-to-day activities. And then the part of a cybersecurity incident has occurred, we would like to add after the statement has occurred that leads to significant loss or creates a significant security incident. What happens is that there are cybersecurity incidents every day because we live in a cyber world, but none of those incidents may warrant reporting to the regulator. So we would like to add that proviso so that it doesn't mean that everything that happens has to be reported, again, to prevent overregulation of the industry. And I'll move forward to clause 27.
Maybe for that point,
yes,
you imply that there should be no occurrence book to report an incident of a given magnitude. Do you imply that you want to retain it as for administrative purpose, but matters to be reported to the regulator is of what cadre?
Yes, so I've maintained that instead of just saying any cybersecurity incident, I've said that we should add a security incident that leads to significant loss or creates a significant material change within the organization. Otherwise, if it's just any security incident as it's worded, it might lead to reporting anything that happens to the regulator. It means if any security thing happened, you have to report it, even if it is not significant, even if it led to nothing within the organization. It means you have to almost every day write to the regulator and tell them this small thing happened. Whereas if we specifically make it that the security incident led to either significant loss or something else, then it would only be those material incidents that have led to a loss or something significant has happened, not everything that has happened. That's our suggestion. Thank you, Chair. And moving on to clause 27.2e, specifically 2e, which mentions for the purposes of subsection 1, the following changes are material. It deals with material changes. Our colleagues dealt with certain aspects of this, so we are only dealing with E, leaving out the rest. So the acquisition of a controlling interest in another company or other entity. So the challenge with this section is, for example, you will find entities that are organized in a group setting. Does this, what exactly amounts to acquisition of a controlling interest? Is it within Kenya, outside Kenya, or within the group? So the section is very ambiguous and unclear. In most economies, you find within Kenya, sometimes if you're a big entity and maybe something happens with the parent, depending on the shareholding, it might affect the entity. But we feel the sentence has been left incomplete, and the National Assembly can clarify on another company within Kenya or another company within the group. And that would offer clarity on that section.
And maybe from your understanding, is there any jurisdiction limit on acquisition and mergers? Because I've seen many foreign local companies being merged with foreign companies. I've seen this happening with banks, where foreign, like what we used to call transnational bank is now Access Bank, and I'm told even NBK soon is going to join Access Bank. From that point of view, with the virtual asset discussion, if there would be interest for a multinational to acquire locally registered entities for that purpose, do you want to give us a view that there could be some jurisdiction limitation?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. Ordinarily, there are no restrictions in acquisitions. If there's a corporate entity that's foreign that wants to acquire, then there are no restrictions. It's because we live in liberal markets, except, of course, there are other markets that have restrictions. And the requirements are usually on reporting and for certain industries for that acquisition to first be approved before it takes place. So that is also one of the things that is also missing. And if you see in the other table, we ask questions such as, would it be relevant to the local regulator? Is it about related entities at subsidiary level? Or is that acquisition in a parent? For example, if you have a Kenyan subsidiary, and there's going to be an acquisition in our UK entity, are we required under this law to report that acquisition that happened in the UK because our parent, which is also the majority shareholder in the Kenyan company, has done an acquisition or has changed control in the UK? Does the question make sense?
So what he's trying is, let's assume that the Kenya entity has Edlin and Sebastian as the shareholders, and we're based in UK. And then somebody bought off Edlin, and now you have Sebastian and Sarah holding the shares in the Kenyan entity. So the question is whether that forms part of reportable obligation. And one of the things we've seen from other jurisdictions is that you define what controlling interests mean, and then you now have exclusions. For example, reorganization within an entity normally is not considered a reportable event because it's just a reorganization for better management. So maybe those are not clear. We just have an open-ended clause that need to be amended. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to clause 33.1, certain part of the clause was dealt with, so I'll only specifically deal with 33.1. And the next two clauses, 33 and 34, really deal with anti-money laundering. And we've seen that there have been amendments to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act and the Prevention of Terrorism Act. However, the specifics that are mentioned under 33.1 have not been subject to those amendments, as well as the penalties mentioned in 34.2, the penalties for violation relating to money laundering, terrorism, financing. So our specific request is that those amendments that have been mentioned in this act be reflected either in the clause that has amended those other two acts, or within and also within the penalties within those two AML laws. And of course, the rationale for this is to have penalties that have been harmonized and for there to be clarity in the laws that have been passed. And the other clause that we're going to deal with is the next one is clause 41A and B, 41.2 and B, 41.3 and B. And this clause deals with penalties and fines. And we've mentioned before that the penalties that have been mentioned for the industry are very steep, and we understand that penalties and fines are supposed to be punitive. However, if you look at the rest of the fintech industry, even both in Kenya and other jurisdictions, you find that these particular penalties are very high. And so we ask for the current section to be deleted in terms of the penalties as to the higher figures, and we propose, as you might see, for those figures for the individuals, for 1A, and then for 1B for the companies, and same for what we have suggested. So 1 million, 2 million, 2, 3, 4, up to, you will find not exceeding 7. So there will still be a penalty for the circumventing the law and not adhering to the rules that have been set. However, the industry will progress, and these penalties can always be changed as the industry grows, so that we do not stay for the industry before it grows. What is
the benchmark on this one?
The benchmark for these laws has been the fintech laws, so PSP laws both in Kenya and other jurisdictions, and also virtual assets laws in other countries, because this is the only virtual assets law in Kenya. So for Kenya, we used the PSP laws, remittance laws, and then and you'll find that the penalties within the PSP law is actually lower than these penalties. And yet this is a newer industry than the PSP laws and the remittance companies. And then we've also benchmarked from other countries that have draft laws, for example, Rwanda, Botswana, South Africa, Nigeria, and we've also benchmarked other countries that have generally fintech and PSP laws from other countries as well. That's what we've used to come up with the proposals. Okay, thank you. And the last part is the part that's not included within the bill, and that can be included, and this is on issuance of stable coins. However, this is very specific to those stable coins that will be issued within Kenya. So the bill does not anticipate that there might be, the current stable coins on the market are mostly pegged to the dollar, the euro, and the rest. So the bill has completely left out that in the very near future there might be a stable coin that's pegged to the Kenya shilling. So if a stable coin is pegged to the Kenya shilling, then the Kenyan government and Kenyan laws have the responsibility of regulating that particular stable coin the way these other stable coins are being regulated in other countries. So what we have suggested is guidelines on how this Kenya shilling stable coin would be issued in Kenya, in terms of any legal person that wants to issue the stablecoin issuer and the appointment, the valuation that confirms and collateralized, backed up fully by reserves within the country, independent auditors to audit those resources, underlying reserve assets, safeguarding, including custodian, regular audits, and also segregating of reserve assets from issuers' assets. And then other rules that the regulatory authority may from time to time decide. So we've also included that as a proposal to be included in the bill so that we now don't have to come back in a year or two when someone wants to issue a Kenyan stablecoin. And then the last one is on tokenization of real-world assets. So this is an aspect that is covered in many of the virtual asset laws in other countries that was also left out in the Kenyan bill. And tokenization of real-world assets is really just doing digital representation of real-world assets. So you'll find digital representation of gold, they've spoken about it, digital representation of real estate, digital representation of public roads. You will find that this is one of the new ways in which they raise capital in the world, and that aspect has also been left out. So we've proposed, first of all, the definition of real-world asset and what that means. And then we've also proposed how tokenization of real-world assets would happen and what that would entail in terms of valuation, auditing, really very similar to how you would issue a stablecoin in this space. So I've not gone into the other details that were mentioned by the Virtual Asset Chamber, and in case there are any other questions on the Virtual Assets Bill and the proposals, I can take them now.
Thank you so much. Maybe I would ask my colleague, do you have any follow-up on what they have presented? So I think Mheshimiwa is also comfortable. We can proceed. The goodness that we are interjecting so that we save on time.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciating that we still have, looking at our program, we will be staying here for quite long hours.
I know.
Proceed.
Okay, so the next one is Sebastian. He's going to offer clarification on the digital asset tax. Again, our colleagues did most of the work, but maybe in case there's something you didn't understand then, maybe you can understand now. Over to you, Sebastian. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think my job is just to make it as simple as possible so that we understand what exactly the tax impact is as well. And my colleagues have discussed extensively on that. And so I'm not going to go into, so I'm going to skip a whole lot of stuff. But one thing that is clear for us, for example, as Yellow Card, is that we're also a company incorporated in Kenya. And we pay corporate income tax. We deduct withholding tax on people that we trade with. We have employees in Kenya for which we deduct PAYE and remit. On the average, I know we remit about 7 million to 8 million Kenyan shillings every month in terms of PAYE as well. And so when we look at that and compare that with the digital asset tax, we realize that the tax itself is higher than our turnover, which means we will have to go and borrow money to be able to pay the taxes. So the other team, my colleague mentioned about the percentages, and more often than not, it just goes beyond that, which is your turnover. So if I do 3% or 1.5%, when my revenue is just at max 0.8%, it means that I need to go and get money elsewhere. And what that implies is that it will be difficult for me even to sustain operations in Kenya as well. So one of the things we've done is to look at it to say, one as well, we do not even define what a transfer is. And that is important if we're going to pass a digital asset tax, or else it gives room for ambiguity and becomes very difficult to collect. And I always like to come back as a tax person. One of the main tenets of tax administration is ease of collection, one, and two, the cost of collection needs to be lower than the cost that you're collecting. So if I'm going to collect 20 million and I need 25 million to collect 20 million, then that's a wasted effort, because then I will just be in a deficit as well. And the other issue, key issue as well, is the time on the remittance. Based on the provision, is that at any point there is a transfer, you have to deduct and remit after 5 days. So which means if I do a transfer on Monday, then I'll have to remit tax to KRA on Saturday. If I do on Tuesday, I will do Sunday. If I do on Wednesday, I'll do Monday, which means at every day, I will have to be doing remittances to KRA in order to comply with that as well. So these are some difficult things that we'll look at. And we just decided to just do some example. Next page, please. Just to give you an idea that if the volume is 8 points, so we just picked some values from members and then say, okay, the revenue on that, which is turnover, or the percentage, is about 70 million. And in 2022, about 17 million. But if you do 3% on the volume, the amount of tax is 260 million, whereas the turnover is 70 million. So there's a clear disconnect. Even when you reduce the rate to 1.5, you are looking at 130 million tax against 70 million turnover. So I've not even brought in my employees, the cost of rent and everything. This is just still top line revenue. And the tax is higher, 3 times higher than the top line revenue, which means I'm more or less out of the business. If I have to go, I have to even go and borrow money to be able to pay that as well. And when we look at that, you have the exchanges, especially a yellow card that is registered in Kenya, that has employees, and then will file and pay corporate income tax as well. And so this tax is in addition to that. And so when you look at it, it's more or less telling the company that we don't want you to be here because your tax is higher than your revenue. I've not even brought out the expenses I incur, which is necessary for the development of the economy as well. Because the truth is, like I mentioned, in addition to whatever tax we're paying as corporate income tax, the salary we pay employees, we're also deducting PAYE and remitting to KRA. Like I mentioned, on the average, 7.5 million, 7 million every month, based on the employees we have here. So if you also look at it as well, in terms of multiple taxation, I also brought in another example to show that there is actually a depreciation of the value of the asset, actually about 3% depreciation. And if you look at the whole tax impact, you are looking at about 592% effective tax rate on the revenue you've earned from there, when already you've not even made any money. And that means you have to go and borrow money to even to pay the tax. You don't have enough cash to be able to address that as well. And like they mentioned, my colleagues mentioned, it's important to know what exactly these things are used for. Now, some of them are used to pay for services. Some of them are used to pay for salaries. And then you can now have the normal cryptocurrency like Bitcoin that you trade for appreciation. Some people just use that to preserve the value of their currency. So for example, if the Kenyan shilling, the value keep on, like the time it was going up and down, you can then decide to say, oh, I need to get a stable coin, which more like gives me stability in terms of the value of my money. But in real sense, there's no real appreciation for that for stablecoin. That's why a stablecoin is pegged to a USD or to a Kenyan shilling, depending. We don't have that now. But the ones who have are either pegged to a gold or pegged to a US dollar as well. So those ones are not really an appreciation, but the way the tax is defined, it means at every point in time, I have to deduct tax and pay, even when I'm not making any money. That means there's just a depreciation. It's just like someone saying, I have $1, and then I want to go and exchange $1 for a Kenyan shilling. I exchange $1 to 130 Kenyan shilling. Then I have to pay a tax of 1.5% on the 130, even though I may have bought the dollar at 145 when it was 145, and now I'm selling at 128, which is a loss, but I still have to pay 1.5% on the value that I've created as well. So when we looked at this, we then felt, one, we understand that one of the reasons why this tax came up is also the part to make sure a lot of people come within the tax net, that there are traders, that ordinary, that may not be a way to track. And one of the things we've said is that first, we feel that the law in its entirety should be deleted because that's an additional tax. If a company is already paying corporate income tax, then that is above what exactly you pay corporate income tax at 30%, and then you need to pay 1.5% on the value, which already the 1.5% is even higher than your revenue. It knows that it becomes very difficult for you to comply because, like I said, for you to comply, that means you go to the bank and tell them I need to borrow money to pay tax. That would be very ridiculous because you don't even have revenue to show that as well. And we also felt that that should be deleted, and we feel that capital gains tax should be introduced, and I'm going to talk about how we feel that should be done. OECD has proposed what we call crypto asset reporting framework, where the exchanges are required to report transactions, people that trade on their exchanges. And we're proposing that we can define a particular threshold. So, we talked about Bitcoin before. Some people are just buying 0.0001% of a Bitcoin. And so the value may just be 1,000 Kenyan shilling. And if you have to report everything, then there will be a lot of reporting, and the cost of collection of the tax becomes very high. So we can just say define a particular threshold. If anybody trade at this particular amount, every quarter we can then send those details to KRA, and KRA can now know those people that traded on that and be able to go after them and ask them to do their self-filing returns. And also because we at the digital exchange, it's easy for us to ascertain what our gain is. We're also proposing a percentage tax. Actually, we propose a 0.5% on the gains, not on the value, earned by the digital asset tax, which can be paid quarterly and then is creditable for the final corporate income tax. Now, what we try to do with this is, even if I made a loss, it means that I have a sort of a minimum tax I'm paying on my gains. I'm not paying taxes maybe for another longer period. So even if I'm making a loss, I have some money I'm paying to the coffers of the government. So we are proposing a 0.5%, but on gains, not on the transaction value, because then it's on our turnover, not on amount that does not relate to our gain or not as well. And the other part is we can then define what exactly is a transfer. And we believe that one, when you withdraw a cryptocurrency in local currency, then that can be considered a transfer. You need to define what it is. Or when you swap a one digital asset for another. So if I use my stable coin to buy a Bitcoin, then that can be considered a taxable event. And these are some, if you look at UK at the moment, that actually is what happens. You define what constitutes a taxable event for the purpose of taxing digital asset transaction. And that at the moment is not defined in any part in the Kenya, in the finance bill or the current tax legislation. Then the other part is to reduce the administrative burden on the exchanges. We are asking that instead of the 5-day reporting, that we can either be so report at either every quarter or every month. But then that gives you enough time to manage the administrative burden as well. The last part I wanted to talk about, but I may likely not talk about because a lot of people have talked about this today and on Friday, is the issue of carry forward of losses. So maybe if there's a question there, we can answer that, but a lot of people have talked about that. But as startups, that becomes an issue if I'm not able to carry forward my losses. And for a capital-intensive industry, then it becomes an issue because I have losses and I'm not able to carry them forward. Maybe I project I'll be making profit at year 7, and then as at that period, I cannot even use the losses I've accumulated. Then it becomes a disincentive to invest there. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take your questions or clarifications.
Thank you so much. I think you made your candid presentation, but probably before we conclude, I don't know, we are only 2 members. The other colleagues are stretching outside there. Mheshimiwa, do you have any? Okay, thank you. Now listen, it became out a bit lucrative to say that you are willing to work with KRA to provide the required data.
Yes.
In your proposal. What came to my mind is then now for KRA to be effective and to be able to derive the intended tax. We all appreciate now everything has gone system, technology. Are you willing?
Yes, that's actually
to be integrated with KRA system?
Not integration, but it's about, so I don't know how the system is at the moment, which is also one of the things.
KRA, I'm asking that.
Yeah, no,
should KRA express interest? Okay, fine, for us to work, let's partner together. Are you willing to let your system be integrated with KRA?
Yes.
If that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that marks the end of your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Again, as we were telling the chamber, in case, because this is a very complex bill that is coming up, and we will be be cautious as National Assembly to make the laws that will be there for posterity. And someone said, we want to make Kenya to be the lead in the region and probably in Africa. We'll be glad to make that law, but we want to make it clearly. So we'll be engaging forward until we are very certain. So thank you so much. I think the next group is group. Sorry, I'm holding brief for. So you can, BKF, you're ready? BKF, you're ready, so set yourself ready. We can still be inviting you to remain behind, listen to the other presentation, especially on the issue of carry forward taxes, where we want to understand exactly what happens in these carry forward losses that are perennial, the VAT over and over. So welcome, please, you can move to the middle. And please, could you mind to introduce yourself? I think, and your team. We will sit down a little bit for record purpose. While you took over, you said we will be introducing us. We will be doing presentation for records, because this is parliamentary procedures. Just introduce your name and any other position you're holding in this particular yellow card.
Okay, my name is Idlin Murungi, and I oversee legal affairs for East Africa at Yellow Card.
My name is Sebastian Odema, and I'm the tax director for Yellow Card globally.
My name is Sarah Mbogo. I'm senior tax accountant for the group Yellow Card.
Sorry, my name is Beatrice Jagi. I'm a tax partner at the Aviation Tax Solutions, a consultant supporting the Yellow Card.
Sebastian, you sound an accent from the West African country?
I'm a Nigerian, and so at the moment, I think we'll have the highest adoption rates because our tax is favorable. So that can also be an eye-opener as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You may take your leave. So BKF, please, you can honorably proceed, take your position. If you look at the time is almost saying it's around 24 minutes to 6. I will also be inviting you to probably concentrate much on areas that have not been touched, unless you feel like it was not well represented and you feel you need to add some few additional information. So you can take the floor, introduce yourself, and proceed with your presentation. I hope your presentation has been also provided. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, committee, honorable members of the committee. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to give our submissions on the Finance Bill 2025. My name is Kenneth Kahora, and I'll let my colleague introduce herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Chege.
Great. So I'll not take too much time on the sections that have already been covered earlier, but it'll just allow me to pick it up just to emphasize 1 or 2 points. Our first proposal was on Section 2 on the Finance Bill that proposed to amend Section 2 of the Income Tax Act, and that is by expanding the definition of royalties to include payments when a distributor is making regular payments. And our suggestion is that this proposal should actually be deleted, and it is in line with international best practice. And there is even a case about 3 years ago that was ruled by the High Court. And I think when it comes to matters of software, really there are 2 things that need to be distinguished. And the one is where there is the right to the copyright of the software, vis-a-vis where there is just a right to the copyrighted software. And maybe I'd give an analogy of another intellectual property, maybe an example of a book. So having a distributor deducting, or actually the distribution of software being considered as a royalty is akin to a bookshop having to pay withholding tax for the fact that they are selling books by a specific author. So you can imagine you buy 5 copies of a book, have it in your library, have it in your bookshop, and then you sell it. And just because you are exploiting, yes, it is, the book is a copyright, but by you selling that book, you do not actually access the intellectual property. It is just a copyrighted book that you're selling. And it is very similar for distributors of software. they do not have any permissions to change that software, so they actually do not have access to the intellectual property in terms of the software. And so we think this is actually a provision that goes against international best practice, and we hope that the Honorable Committee can take note of our submissions and have this provision deleted. The second one that I think a lot of groups have captured is when it comes to tax losses. And we have seen this provision actually change over years. And first, the tax losses were unlimited, then it was changed to 10 years. No, I think it first went to 5 years, then it was expanded to 10 years. Then now we see this finance bill actually proposing to limit again to 5 years. So from the perspective of the business, it feels a bit, and you can give an example of somebody who's just invested in heavy equipment to manufacture whatever they are manufacturing. Some of the tax losses could actually be contributed by the fact that they're getting capital allowances. So by the time they're done with getting those capital allowances, it is likely that the 5-year period will have passed. And so it will sort of be giving someone a provision, but they'll not be able to access it, especially if there is high capital intensive businesses that they're actually getting into. And still on that issue of the tax losses, it is not very clear what happens to tax losses that were incurred before when the Finance Act is going to come into place. So it needs to be very clear what happens to tax losses that actually happened before the period when the Finance Act will take place. The next one is section A, 8A6 of the Finance Bill, which proposes to repeal the provision allowing for expenditure on sports sponsorship. Yeah? So this proposal was actually meant to have taxpayers be able to contribute positively to the youth and sports arena, and I think this is something that a lot of bodies are actually trying to make sure that we can revive our sports, and that is going to keep our youths busy and keep them away from all manner of bad things that, what is it called? The betting and alcohol and all other negative things. So we actually think that this provision should be deleted so that it can give companies that are willing to actually support our sportsmen to have a chance to be able to contribute positively to that industry. The next section, which is closely, I think I mentioned about the investment allowances. So there is a proposal to actually repeal the 100 investment allowance on investments that are made outside Nairobi and Mombasa and the special economic zones. And we feel this is a proposal that sort of, it is taking a step back, because the purpose of this bill was actually to help the areas that are close to the towns to be able to also develop. So if you give a good investment allowance to companies to set up outside the urban areas, it is actually bringing development to the less privileged. And so once we repeal this section, then it means that they will want to actually invest where there is already infrastructure and all manner of things. So it is counterintuitive in terms of how resources are going to be spread evenly within the country. Another one similar to that is there was an exemption, a preferential tax rate of 15% for companies who locally assemble motor vehicles. I think this is it is a nascent industry that we've actually been trying to see. We've seen some companies that are coming to set up electric buses. And so what happens is if you revoke this preferential tax rate, it means that you are actually stifling investments in this sector. And I think when we look at it even from an environmental perspective and in terms of trying to build our own factories here in terms of manufacture of vehicles, it is actually something that would create a lot of jobs. And we think that this proposal should actually be deleted so that it can actually spur further investments in the local manufacture and assembly of motor vehicles. Our next proposal is under Section 29B of the Finance Bill. And here, the bill actually proposes to introduce a capital gains tax exemption on transfer of assets to a company where an individual spouse owns 100% of the shareholding. And so if you look at how the Act is actually worded, so what this tried to do is actually make it clear that the CGT exemption on companies is when there is an individual spouse, if the transfer from the deceased to a company where spouses own 100%, or where a spouse and the immediate family, and the immediate family includes the children. And so it is actually a welcome provision, but what we were thinking is it can be expanded so that this specific provision can also apply to companies even where there is no spouse, such that it can be an exemption where there is immediate family members only. So we talk about the spouse and immediate family members, and also immediate family members, so that in case there is no spouse, it still brings that certainty on how the exemption will be applied. So that marks my changes when it comes to the corporation income tax. I'll quickly...
Maybe before you proceed, when you introduce other family members, doesn't this amount to that party? That's number one. Number two, earlier when you were talking about clause, was it clause 8? Or was it clause, those second clause on the issue of royalties? And you are trying to separate the meaning of royalties in relation to the distribution. Is it by law? Are you reflecting by law just best practices that you want to focus at where the property of that particular lies, that particular commodity or whatever is the asset lies? That's where the royalty should be made. And I can imagine on the issue of explorations and extractions, where does property lie at that point? Because I know royalty is applicable where you're extracting, maybe for purpose of export or for purpose of any other. But at the point of the relationship between the owner, maybe the landowner, and the particular asset we are in question, royalty emanates from there. So how do you want to divorce the heart of trading on that particular royalty or asset, so that the person playing in between creates the value through the distribution? Why do you insist? How do you really clarity on how to separate? Thank you.
Okay. I think I'll take the first question. So when it comes to the issue of the exemption, the CGT exemption...
Just a minute.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa.
Yeah, I just want to add another question on section 28B, where there's a proposal to revoke the preferential tax rate of 15%. You are saying we delete this, but from my understanding, the 5-year period is enough for a company to mature up. So the company should be able to pay full tax after 5 years trading. So I don't know why you want that deleted.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that, the questions.
And as you're responding, try to reflect on the aspect of NBV, any good investment. Okay. Always looks at a given period of time. And it always provides other stages on now cash flows are beginning to come in over time. And cash flows are meant to cover the cost. So if you carry forward, like someone was saying, indefinite losses, we still left with a question. What motivates?
Have you finished presentation?
That's IT income tax. They're finished.
Oh, yeah, maybe on the same, section 28B2 on this preferential corporate tax of 15% for companies that can construct over 100 units annually. Because I was wondering, constructing houses is a process. It's a process because as well as a chimney, foundation, when you do a slab, slab, it has to take like 21 days to cure. I was wondering how many companies can be able to do 100 units annually to completion. I'm just looking at the start in January and by December, yeah, they have completed. How many companies can be able to do that? Because I think maybe probably nobody is taking that. Then I was wondering, the incentives of 250 million for companies which are setting up operations outside Nairobi and Mombasa. Maybe probably you have a data how many have been able to do that. Because see, when you see Treasury proposing a revocation or deletion of such a thing, maybe they have seen this number, maybe nobody is taking it or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you for the questions, Honorable Committee. So in no specific order, maybe the first one I'd want to capture is the capital gains tax exemption when it comes to shares owned in a company. Yeah, so by bringing in family members are actually already covered, but the issue is with how the act is worded is that it has to be a spouse and immediate children, and so it brings a lot of uncertainty. What happens if it's only family members? Yeah, because there's a requirement to be a spouse, so it's spouse and children. And so what we are saying is it can actually be expanded so that it can also include the other children. No, not other children, the children, sorry. The family members, the one that has been used together with the spouse. Yeah. So on the issue of royalties, we're just trying to break and try to separate what the sale of a software vis-a-vis the sale of the copyright to the software. So, and that's why I was trying to look at a software like a physical item, yeah? So if I was giving an analogy of a book can actually be copyrighted, yeah? Facing Mount Kenya is a copyrighted book, and nobody can be allowed to replicate it without getting the owner to agree to it. And so there needs to be a distinction such that if I am just selling a copyrighted book, then that should not really be taken to be that I'm exploiting the intellectual property. ESON is just a sale of a book, vis-a-vis if somebody took that book and added a few things in the book and went to sell it in the market. Now that would be a very clear part that they have actually used the rights to the intellectual property and have used it to make their own product, which they're exploiting in the market. So we're just trying to do the distinction between the two. And I think when it comes to a software reseller, all they're just doing is being an intermediary. They're not changing the actual IP, they're not changing the actual software. So that's why we're thinking that it will actually be very detrimental for that industry, and it is against actually international best practice, and that was our opinion on that. I think for the issue of the affordable housing units, yeah, you have a very good point. I think what actually captures you is, as you're saying, who can actually be able to meet those requirements. And my thinking is that just by the fact that this clause actually was being brought to try and support these affordable housing initiatives, and maybe the question should be if maybe 100 houses is too many, why not move it to 50? Because the point is that we want to actually encourage people to invest in that specific sector. When it comes also for the incentives above 250 million, I I think so we don't have that data, but maybe on a follow-up, we can try and pick out some of those examples, and maybe we can present them to you at a later stage if it need be. I think there was one more. Just let me check. Yeah, I think when it comes to the issue of the tax losses, maybe what the Honorable Committee can consider is maybe if you can grant the Commissioner powers to be able to give an extension of those tax losses and maybe give conditions. Maybe if the tax losses are due to heavy capital investments, that you've given this taxpayer rightfully for investing. So maybe that can be one of the approaches that can be used. But the point is that there can be genuinely companies that are unable to extinguish those tax losses in 5 years. And you can imagine when a company is starting out, you choose different strategies such as bundling products. You'll try to reduce your price so that you can actually get a footing in the market. So at that point, there is really not much profit to be played around with up until when the company is able to stabilize. So we think that there needs to be some rethinking about how maybe we can not punish the genuine people who have incurred tax losses because of maybe capital allowances. Yeah, so I think that answers the questions.
Okay, you are done?
There was mine on 15% preferential tax rate on
the locally assembled vehicles.
Motor vehicles, yeah.
Yes. So what happens is, if this proposal actually goes into the Act, it will mean that anybody who comes in after that point will not be able to access the 15%. They will just have to pay taxes like any other person. And so what's happening is you're losing that incentive that was bringing people to actually invest in this specific sector. And I think you can see the car companies. We are seeing a lot of car companies coming out from South Korea, China, and they are tech companies that have actually gone in to invest in motor vehicles. So it is an industry that has the potential to grow. And I think if we were to rethink about how we tax some of these people and give incentives, then we can be able to make our locally African-made brands that we can drive around here. So that was our thoughts on the preferential rate on local manufacture. And there are some safeguards that had been put so that to make sure that people just don't import everything in terms of spare parts and assemble them here and sell them as if it's a Kenyan vehicle. There had to be a threshold for the number of original equipment manufacturer parts that are actually made in Kenya. So it is an industry that flows not only the motor vehicles, but there's also the inputs to the manufacture of the motor vehicles.
Okay. You can move to VAT.
Okay. Okay, so I'll quickly go through the VAT sections. And the first was amending section 36D and 36E of the finance bill. And this was just changing the status of goods used direct and exclusive use for the construction of tourism facilities and recreational parks. Yeah, and so what happens if you move this from VAT exempt to standard rated, then it means the actual tourists will end up having to pay a bit more for this. And our thinking was, something like a tour operator, their services are VAT exempt. So we're thinking in the same line, if you're trying to encourage investments in the industry, then it would be good to make sure that we do not increase the prices that will eventually end up being paid by the tourists. And you can imagine for an industry like tourism, is actually tourists are free to go to any other country. So we need to be able to have some things that will assist our tourism sector to be able to grow and attract the right kind of tourists. And that also applies, it is similar to when it comes to the motor vehicles. There's an exemption for when they manufacture motor vehicles for the transport of tourists, and that is similarly been moved from VAT exempt to standard rated. And I think maybe we should give it a bit more thoughts on what the impact will be in terms of the industry and the competitive of Kenya as a tourist destination in East Africa. Similar thing is the VAT status of the construction of hospitals, specialized hospitals with a capacity of over 50 beds. I think it is similar thinking that as part of the universal health pillar of trying to improve access to healthcare for the Kenyans, actually changing the VAT status of this will also increase the cost of healthcare, because ideally this VAT is going to end up increasing the costs of constructing these facilities. Our next one was also the reclassification of transportation for sugarcane factories. So when sugarcane is moving from the farms to the factory, they are currently zero rated. And the proposal is actually to change this to exempt. And similarly, this will have a knock-off effect in terms of increasing or actually reducing the margins that are going to be available for the farmers. And for the sugarcane industry is one that is really struggling, and so any additional taxes that are introduced will negatively impact whatever is earned. So maybe a suggestion would be, if the intention is actually to classify this as VAT exempt, then it would be more beneficial to actually scrap the VAT in the first place, so that you can end up supporting the industry as a whole. Similar thing for the manufacture of locally manufactured mobile phones. Same thing, we're proposing that this change be deleted. And in the similar case, if you introduce if you move the phones from zero rated to VAT exempt, it means that they'll not be able to claim their input VAT, and they'll end up pushing this to the customer. So maybe a proposal that could be considered is, maybe could we, just like the same way for the fertilizer, could we consider the inputs in the manufacture of these mobile phones to be VAT exempt? That would sort of shoulder the heavy burden, the input VAT that will actually end up being charged on the end customer. And that sums up the presentations we had for the VAT. I don't know if you have any questions on that.
Chair, if you allow me to just call from PKF, this item number 4, that is clause 36. The issue of deletion of, I think this is second schedule, to first schedule of locally assemblers of manufactured phones. Do we have data of these particular entities? Do they exist? Because there before, not quite true about it, but most of the players here import fully finished. I don't know whether it's true, but do we really have entities concerned that have dedicated their work to procure, source for parts, then they come and affix locally for market, for Kenyan market?
Okay, for this one, we also do not have the data, but it is something that we can actually go and try to dig in and find out what actually happens on the ground.
Actually, if you remember last year when we were doing, was it last year when we were doing this thing on border? Mm-hmm. There was a company called Kwetu. Mm-hmm. Kwetu, they have been assembling locally, assembling locally phones. They look quite good. So I think there are several companies which are assembling those whatever. But my worry is that these are very young sector, only 5 years, and you have tried to kill it through taxation. So at times I don't understand how government operates. But I'm quite sure there's some companies, Kwetu, they are assembling, and basically they manufacture and sell to border owners. You know, they are also giving out, yeah? Watu, yes, it's Watu. Yeah, they give to the, actually you can even hire those phones, yes.
Great, yeah, we actually aligned on that, yeah. Okay, so just to finish it finish up, the next is the Tax Procedures Act, and I think a lot of people have actually mentioned this, Section 52 of the Finance Bill, which proposes to give the Commissioner powers to access trade secrets and customer data that is collected in the course of business. And yeah, our thinking is similar, is there needs to be, some level of privacy, and the data that is collected should be able to be meaningful for some specific item, yeah? So, for example, I don't see how collecting somebody's blood group is going to assist in trying to raise additional revenue. But what we are thinking is what would be important is actually getting financial data and not just any sort of data. And so we feel that this proposal could actually negatively impact on fundamental rights and freedoms of the taxpayers. So it needs to be specific that whatever data is being collected is actually assisting in terms of raising revenues. The last proposal was in terms of Section 50 of the Finance Bill, which was proposing to extend the timelines for the Commissioner to be able to verify VAT refunds and actually to determine refunds or offsets. Yeah? And the proposal to increase this time is basically it just lengthens the process of taxpayers trying to get their refunds. And the issue we see with this, the problem is not even in terms of getting the approvals, it is in terms of when does a taxpayer actually get that refund. So anything that actually pushes the timeline further keeps taxpayers waiting for longer for their tax refunds. So if we propose that this can be deleted so that we are able to clear the backlog, then maybe in future periods they can consider extending these timelines. But for now, I think it's taxpayers are already, they feel very shaken when it comes to matters of refunds from the Commissioner. So thank you very much for your time. Take up any more questions if you may have.
Yes, members, any clarification?
Thank you, Chair. If I go first, this particular clause that touches clause 52, then what you're holding section 52 is clause 52 on the issue of data protection, where Commissioner is seeking to be empowered to access trade secrets. Underline the word trade secrets. You've given a very emotive example that what does Commissioner has to do with the blood group or the passionate discussion between partners. The phone has played a very pivotal role in sorting out emotional issues in relationships. Actually, what does Commissioner has to do with that? But again, you understand we are shifting to the digital world. Right now, all informations are taken to the digital world, especially business transactions. In your own understanding and in your own view, how do you want the Commissioner? Because the work of Commissioner is to ensure he meets the targets that are set for him, that is going to finance the budget. In your own view, how then better can the Commissioner be empowered to be able to mine the rightful information, especially during assessment? Tax is about self-assessment, but when the Commission has been forced to undertake compliance assessment, audits, how do you think Commissioner can best work around this one so that he can mine the right information that can maximize his taxation?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think, in our opinion, you've been seeing there has been a lot of additional requirements for taxpayers. Say, for example, with the tax procedures, electronic invoicing regulations. So we are seeing that the Revenue Authority is actually able to access a lot more data. But I think what we're just trying to make sure is that the data needs to be financial data, such that it does not go to a point. And I want to give the analogy of, not really an analogy, of, I think there was a time when there was some issue, I can't remember what was being introduced, and there was an issue about whether you use M-Pesa or cash. And you could see whenever you say that that you want to introduce visibility in terms of M-Pesa transactions, you'd see people shifting from use of one medium to the other. And so we are looking at this case. When you...
You are confirming it is the people who are tricky, not even the commissioner. And the commissioner is fully aware now that these people, you introduce one mode, they want to shift to another mode, and the entire objective or the end results is that they want to evade or to avoid. Probably avoiding would be better because it's about documentations. They want to evade.
No, Mheshimiwa, these are very serious and tricky clause. When is somebody saying that the commissioner to access trade secrets and customer data of all the business in this country, do you know the meaning of that? You know, they can have data for your data on your accounts in the bank. You have access to your data on M-Pesa. And this is on tax purposes. So can you imagine your data, somebody having it somewhere? So you remember this clause was there last whatever, and it brought a lot of debate on it. Yeah, so it's a clause which need to be handled with a lot of care. Otherwise, you can be so exposed that you have no escape route. So maybe what is your views on this? That's what Mheshimiwa is asking.
Yeah, so currently, even with the way the Tax Procedures Act is, the commissioner has powers to actually go and talk to a vendor to provide details on you. So they already have the powers to be able to get whatever information they require. So the question is, now when it comes to customer data and trade secrets, think about in the case of a professional firm, if a client was to come and ask me for advice on how to structure their business, and KRA could come and access that data, you're basically telling this guy that don't come and talk to the professionals because there is a link to the Revenue Authority to do that. So that's what we're trying to avoid, that customers do not go to hospital because they're afraid that KRA is going to access their data because they visited the hospital and the hospital would be required to give the customer data. So it's just, as you're saying, it's on the sensitivity of the information that is required. I think there needs to be some clarity so that you do not interfere with the fundamental rights and also do not make people stop accessing professional services, for example, because of some of these fears.
Thank you very much for that good presentation, and we are going to consider the views which you raised, among others, because there are so many. Thank you very much. You can take leave, or you can still wait for the next presentation. Members, we have only one organization called We Care. Let us hear how they care for us. Yes, welcome Nelly Chepkemoi, the one who is presenter, right? You can actually introduce yourselves. Yeah.
Good evening, honorable members of the committee. My name is Aquila Mokaya. I am the Executive Director of We Care Youth Organization. At this point, I'll allow my fellow colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good evening, honorable committee. I'm Mike Mutai. I'm from Acclimated Foundation. I'm appearing as a partner to the We Care CBO, and I'm looking forward to having this meaningful conversation.
Good evening, members. My name is Nelly Chepkemoi. I serve at the capacity of Manager, Policy and Advocacy at We Care Organization. Thank you.
the person who is supposed to present can go on.
Okay, I will be presenting with my colleague Nelly. I would want to start with clause number 3 that increases the exemption of per diems for private employees from 2,000 to 10,000 Kenyan shillings. As a CBO, we actually support the proposed amendment. However, we have reservations because it could be abused and could be an avenue for tax evasion, in the sense that the employers would want to not to declare the real amount of money, but declare that the above money, above their normal taxable income, amounts to per diems. So we'd also want to say that the committee should consider including safeguards like capping mechanisms.
So you are not for that clause. You are 50-50.
We support it.
You support it?
Yeah, but however, we'd want to look at the aspect of evasion by saying that we could include...
Can be misused.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe, Chair, from your point of view, when the provision say, the proviso says from 2,000 to 10,000, and well, you know, this is, per diem, these are costs that an employee incurs outside the premise of employment in the course of duty. So limit to 10,000. Isn't that a cap, or what other provisions or narratives would you wish to be, in your own view, it can be included other than limiting at 10,000?
It can be limited at 10,000, of course. However, we'd want to look at the frequency. So let's say, for example, I'm supposed to be paid a salary of 30,000, let's say 40,000 in 1 month, but my employer decides to say that I'm being paid 10,000 weekly as per diems. Therefore, they do not declare that I'm being paid 40,000, so my taxable income is not there, is at nil.
Actually, this clause, because we passed a similar clause for public. Is it? Did you do this?
Yeah, public.
Did you do it? Public servant?
Did you last time?
This is for both, but before we had passed for.
It was for public.
It was for public.
So we have considered private.
So now we have considered public, private, if I remember. Ndeto? You know me, I trust you. If you say no, it's no.
Chair, you remember very well, we've just done the tax amendment laws, and the amendment, then it only spoke about public sector. So now, this is to bring about uniformity, and you know, the law also looks at the equity. So focusing on private sector. But the question raised by the witness here is supposing, of course, number one, we will agree for that person to be an employee. There must be terms of employment. That is as per the appointment. But then you're saying this person decides to add more, I mean, for the purpose of motivation and to increase the salary through per diems. So would there be confirmation that this person traveled and walked out of office? Could there be confirmation? Because anything without that confirmation, releases, surrenders, you know, there will be all that together. I'm expecting that the commissioner will be looking at those ones to confirm that indeed this person traveled.
Yeah, I want to agree with you. If there would be a way, then would require possibly the employees now to submit rather maybe receipts. For example, that could be a way in which the commissioner could use to justify for the per diems to be paid. I hope that answers you.
I think if you are given a per diem, there's a way you have to surrender. Somehow you have to surrender. Either, like for example, as we go, if you leave the country, for example, you surrender with the boarding passes and the passport to show that you went. Yeah. And to me, this is a good thing because even when you look at private sector, they rarely give per diems. Rarely people travel, apart from NGOs. Others are working from 8 to 8. Okay.
But yeah, there's an example, I think I've come across that, where, because you know, for pay as you earn, the limit is it around 24,000. So the employer decides to appoint an employee with a salary package of 24,000, which is the minimum that will not qualify for pay as you want, and then decides to pay the rest through allowance. But now, how they're going to justify traveling allowance minus the actual travel might be an issue, but I'm aware somewhere they were adding additional one during appointment saying that we will pay you 40, but we will declare 24, the rest of it will be paying you in cash.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so we are actually agreeing that this is a good cleanup for inclusion of the private sector. So in agreement with you on that. I will move into the next number, which is clause 5. Our second issue is talking of clause 5, which seeks to amend subsection 1 of section 10 of the income tax by introducing withholding tax on the supply of goods to public entities. We want to say that we are proposing some reinforcing to this amendment with strong safeguards as well to prevent cash flow challenges, especially for the SMEs and local suppliers. And even now, it will also ensure some bit of transparency. And we want to appreciate it because we appeared before this same committee last year in November during the tax amendment proposals. So we are already now acknowledging that this already exists. It already sailed through via the Tax Laws Amendment Act, which came into act, or rather took effect on 27th of December. So we are only acknowledging that it is there, it sailed through, but we would like to propose some reinforcement on it. Because public procurement is a major area of economic activity, yet we have many other suppliers remaining outside the tax net in the country. So if there's no question, I will move to the third point, which is on clause 8, that seeks to amend section 15.4 of the Income Tax Act, which introduces a limitation that business losses may be carried forward for a maximum of 5 years for startups and other businesses. For us as a youth group, because I want to believe we're also speaking for a majority of the youth populace in the country, having engaged them at the county level, we oppose this proposal of the limitation because we feel it allows indefinite carry forward of losses. And for us, I know we are acting at a capacity of a CSO, but if we decide tomorrow we want to be a startup or a social enterprise for that matter, we feel that this proposal, especially for those who may want to feature in the agriculture or tech space, that may be youth-led again, being a marginalized populace. We feel that limiting these laws carry forward will limit the early stage growth of most startups, looking at the angle of being youth-led. I don't know what you think about that. Sorry.
We listened to you, only that I wanted to know, if you're asking that question,
okay,
how does a business how does a business entrepreneur by youth look like, and a business entrepreneur by other person look like in that path, for that purpose? Because I know economic environment is same. It's not discriminative in terms of age.
Okay.
And I know the youth is quite impatient. Even for that 5 years last, making profits, making losses, it may not. Youth, you are impatient. I mean, you want to become millionaire like yesterday.
You are assuming though.
So we are concerned. But you see, our concern is that there are companies which have been declaring losses perpetually. I mean, they never declare profits, and you know that. So that's the concern here. So that after 5 years, they should start paying taxes. Okay. So Nelly, we can try this. We see, but I'm very sure the youth are quite impatient. There is no youth who is going to start a business, make loss for a year, and the next year is going to be there. And afunga hiyo kitu.
And Chair, any business is any volumes in the business is as good as the capital. You inject little capital, of course the margin or the return will be as equal as the capital. You inject huge capital level, the return will be as equal, and of course surrounded with the risks. Thank you, but proceed, we are getting.
Okay, so just to answer the two questions that you've asked before my colleague proceeds, the reason we are raising this is for rather we want to have a situation where we are reducing the tax equity, because if you look now at the larger corporations, they may have an advantage of tax planning advantages that allow them to absorb such changes very quickly compared to those that are now starting up. Yeah.
Just proceed.
I'll go to clause 12, which seeks to amend section 18 of the Income Tax Act by introducing a subsection that will allow the commissioner to enter into an advance pricing agreement valid for a period not exceeding 5 consecutive years by a person who undertakes transactions contemplated under section 18.3 and section 18A. We support this proposal majorly because it's going to reduce profit shifting to probably to safe havens, thereby reducing the amount of tax that is collectible by our very own authority.
I assume there is no question, so I'll move to the next one. That is
in fact, in any case, just proceed, allow us to react at the end of it, so that we don't stop you.
So I'll move to number 5, which is on clause 9. It seeks to amend the third schedule to the income tax that seeks to update the graduated scale of tax rates. And this is talking about the gratuity having an exemption of 1.5 million and pension payments below 300,000. We would want to say that we are supporting this proposal because we feel it clears the air on whether the question that was around gratuity, on whether it was subject to income tax, since it is being paid on the expiry of a fixed term contract. So we feel this is a welcome move. Although because we are also engaging, or rather I'll ask that question later, but we feel that this is a welcome proposal because then it gives clarity of gratuity being subject to income tax. Number 6.
I'll proceed to clause 36E, which states that it seeks to amend section A, part 1 of the first schedule to the value-added tax by moving the taxable goods for construction use and equipping specialized hospitals with a minimum bed capacity of 50 from being VAT 0 rated to exempt. We, of course, oppose this reclassification because it's going to raise the prices for health generally, because if now a hospital cannot ask for the tax refunds that they're supposed to receive from this construction use, then they are going to have to get the money from the patients who come to be treated.
Number 7 is on clause 50 that amends subsection 2 of section 47B of the Tax Procedures Act by extending the period of claiming tax refunds from the initial 90 days to 120. Would like to oppose this proposal and say that for many small and medium enterprises, we feel they rely hugely or timely on these refunds, especially the VAT. So for operational cash flow, delaying these refunds by 30 more days, we feel like will increase some financial strain and other risk layoffs of businesses in Kenya. So we also feel that this amendment does not address the need for interest or penalties and gotten on delayed refunds beyond the proposed 120-day capping. Moving on to number 8, on clause 52, that seeks to amend section 59A of the Tax Procedures Act by deleting the subsection 1B, and this was the point Chair was talking about, how crucial it is. We also want to ask the committee to oppose or rather not allow this to happen because we feel without even further explanation, it poses a risk of data breaches for taxpayers in that sense. So it's actually opening up a can of abuse by the Commission. Number 9 is on clause 56, which seeks to introduce subsection 5A to section 89 of the tax procedures, which shall allow the Cabinet Secretary, upon recommendation of the Commissioner, to waive the whole or part of any penalty or interest imposed under this Act. So while we recognize the need for fairness and administrative justice in the tax system, we urge the incorporation of clear checks and balances to prevent abuse, to ensure consistency, and uphold public trust in the tax administration of the country. And maybe just to finish, we also wanted to seek clarity. We are done with our issues, but we had 2 questions, because seeing as we also engage at the county level, would maybe want to seek clarity from this committee, because looking at the CFSPs from the counties, it is a requirement for them to align with the budget policy statement. So now that we are on revenues for the national government, what then happens to the counties? Because they're also having their own source revenues collection. So we'll seek clarity on that. Thank you.
I know Mheshimiwa Ruto, having worked in counties, you'll be able to answer that one. Now, are you through?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Members, any question on this, Mheshimiwa Oyula? Before we give to former CC or Finance, CCMR Chief Officer, something like that. But before I give him, I'm just wondering, Section 36E, construction and equipping of specialized hospitals of 50 beds capacity. I'm just wondering, even if we don't, now they're enjoying the VAT refunds, eh? But do they actually transfer those benefits to the patients? Because healthcare is one of the most expensive thing in this country. And, you know, you are talking about specialized beds. You know, this is a quite high-level hospital, not the normal hospital of just the normal hospital. These are private hospital, right? Quite highly specialized. Do they actually transfer those things to patients? That's number one. Number two, I was looking at these tax refunds, extension of 90 days to 120 days. To me, the motivation for this is that, you know, government needs money to fund activities. Now, if they refund, if they extend for another 30 days, they have a leeway to spend that money as they collect others to refund. And I think these are revenue measure, by the way I'm looking at it. But you can answer the first one. Maybe Ruto can.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm here to hear the voice of the gentleman along together with them. It's like this time round, we care is domineered by women, but it's very, and I think, Chair, I want to applaud this.
No, the gentleman will thank the committee at least.
But allow me, Chair, to applaud this particular team. Listening to them, you cannot expect the level of understanding you're giving us on this particular discussion. However, you want to reduce yourself to be youth, but you are well-rich, well endowed with knowledge about taxation. But I've expected, other than agreeing only on the issue of BDMs, I've expected you, people who are very futuristic, hopeful of the growth of our economy, because we still enjoy this, ambitious, to also give us proposals that when we are doing these particular laws, how better can we enhance our own ordinary revenue. If you look at, because shifting from this one, reducing the target from our own ordinary revenue implies we have to borrow. Because our budget, as it is right now, whether we want to try as much as possible to reduce, it is like a fixed budget because of the situation, debt level, demand by county governments, like you've asked a question, and the rest. So I was expecting your moderate way of saying, even from our hand as youth for Kenya, this is an area that we could encourage the commissioner to deep and focus on this, or the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. On your question, it is very vital, but I just wanted to remind ourselves that, you know, the Constitution has demarcated the levels of the two governments. The role of the national government in this particular discussion is to finance a budget, a national budget, that provides what we call division of revenue. So when, and from the budget policy statement, counties were advised to develop the ceilings. CFSP is to provide the ceilings. But then finally, from the final estimates that have been arrived after the division of revenue, passage of division of revenue, which was done before we proceeded for recess, that one now will guide them in working on their estimates. The rest of it is their own source revenue. So they will be having their own independent finance bill that will be guiding on raising their ordinary revenue or own source revenue to fill up their own budgets, because each and every county have got different budgets. Some counties like Nairobi, Mombasa, Narok, which they're endowed with resources enough to collect a lot, their budgets are higher. Even Machakos here. Some counties in the remote areas, even if they have whatever overambitious own source revenue, they will never collect. Some of them collect around 200 million, the others that can collect up to 30 billion. That's why the level of development in these counties may not be the same. So I think for counties, we don't discuss here. The only thing counties are expecting, and they should be supporting, is to support meeting the target by national government so that they're able to receive their transfers in totality.
So now, that's the best question, best answer you can get by somebody who is an expert in that line.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
So I am going to answer the first question that you asked on clause 36E. I'd want to believe that as expensive as the private hospital would be right now, it is not exempt. So just imagine if we take away the tax refund bit, how expensive would it be? It would be unreachable. Like even for the common mananchi who can afford, would not be able to afford.
This is specialized, eh? This
Yes.
is not just ordinary hospital.
Yes.
These are hospitals like Nairobi Hospital,
Yes.
Aga Khan. Which common man goes there?
Those who have insurances.
Chair, maybe allow me to help our sister here to understand the implication of zero rated. You know, when you zero rate an item, it means the government of Kenya will pay for you.
Yes.
So you come up with your idea, develop a facility, that's the facility now procure this particular expensive specialized bed, which most of them are operate on a monopolistic environment. So you go there, by the time you're going there, the level of care you are given is charged with the topest level of premium, especially when it's insurance. You and I do understand. When you go pay cash and when you pay insurance. Now, the consumer, who is the patient, at the end of the process of medication and treatment, you're given the bill, the insurer pays. What Mheshimiwa is asking, by the time you're asking the government of Kenya, from the little earned taxes from other sources, you spare parts of money to go and give back this person who is monopolistic, allow me to use that for this discussion, where you don't determine, you don't know how much he's earning as a profit. And then over and above that one, you also give him additional money as a capital. So what the question is, who has data that this has actually benefited Kenyans? Because this one cannot be found in level 4, that is cases level 4 where I come from. You will not find that one. In our dispensary, you will not find this one, where any other Kenyan would go there. So for this purpose, I don't know what KRA knows about this, but to speak the truth, how does this value transfer to a Kenyan?
I hear you, but the incentive of zero rating also that we get the private sector that has the muscle to purchase such. That's what I believe was the principle initially before zero rating it. So in a way, if the commissioner would look for a way to cap, that would have been the best way to think about it, instead of having to move it from being zero rated to exempt, because now it's going to reduce, it's now going to take away the incentive such that there'll be no other common Kenyan who has the money to like buy or get this product, who's going to be willing to get into the market, because now it means that they're not going to be refunded. The incentive would not be there anymore.
Okay, of course, for exempt, they are not supposed to pay VAT. Yeah. What they are doing is only that it increases the cost of acquisition, yes. Which, and this equipment can be used for more than 1 year. It can serve for 5 years, you know, you can amortize over time. But only debate we're asking is this one, that you've collected money from pay as you earn. You've collected from other VAT. Then once you collected, before you spend this money in doing roads or buying medical applications, drugs by KEMSA, you leave some money to give to an investor who, and you know, Kenya, we are so cool. You cannot limit pricing. We are free market. This willing buyer, willing seller. But this person, knowing that he is providing a premier service, this premier service, until and when the government is able to provide substitutes, that's when we can feel the impact of this one. Otherwise, as it is right now, we are hating what the commissioner is saying and the cabinet secretary is saying. We are paying much in terms of tax expense. You know, the allowances, exemptions, which goes up to 560 billion annually. That if you looked at it, is more or less equal to what we call budget deficit of around 700. That if we avoid this one, we can reduce borrowing. So the question is, the general question that Kenyans are asking, how do we derive this benefit to me?
And you see, even this zero rated, they will still go and claim the input VAT.
Yes.
That's number one. Number two, they don't even reduce that cost to the patients. So they are going to earn two. One, they will input the VAT on the final product. Then they also charge, they go to claim, right, VAT from KRA. So see, secondly, I've asked you, who goes for these specialists, whatever, hospital? There are people with the money.
Yes.
Do they actually care if you go with your card, do you really care? Wacha walipe. Wacha walipe. We have to finance the budget.
I hear you.
You hear me?
Yes.
The people who pay for those, care, we care for you and this gentleman, there are people with the money. So watch out our fund kitu. Ndio hii pesa now he fund drugs in government hospitals. That's how.
Yes.
The gentleman, you're
so
done?
Before the gentleman speaks, you had asked about the 92 and 20 days. And possibly the reason I would say we are opposing it is because it does not address the need for interest. Because as we see it, this the tax claims, the refund claiming here is not a privilege, but it is a legal entitlement. And we have an example. You could, and this is actually an opportunity for you to even go benchmark. In South Africa, they have a progressive tax jurisdiction that is, they do the process of refunds within 30 to 60 days.
When government is broke, if you can pay for us, we can go.
The government.
The other day, you saw KICC locking our offices, so we have no money to travel. But you see these refunds, yeah. That's why we are trying to move from zero rating to exempt, so that actually that's the whole thing. Because if you look at even the claims for refunds are too huge, and there are not many companies which do like this. So that's why we are trying to move from zero rating to exempt, so that at least the pressure on the claims goes down. And this, to me, this is a measure on that. Expand from 90 days to 1 to 120 days, so that at least government has a really way of looking for money to refund.
And that's what Jepkemwa, if you look at now, will tell you why the treasury bills, the domestic borrowings is going up. Because there's no money. I mean, commissioner is not collecting enough. And against the needs, county government need their money. They don't want to receive. You see, they complain always. They lament they're in arrears.
Even the CDF, we have not.
CDF, I think we've gotten almost, the CDF that has gone to counties, we are at around 40% now. Yeah. And we are in the last bit of the year, so we are already prepared. There will be arrears on some commitments.
What if that then makes me question you that as we seek to have the new measures, do we have an impact assessment or rather a status for us to be given as the public, the measures that have been implemented before we introduce the new ones that we are trying to seek? What is the current status?
Tax measures?
Yes.
Now we ask KNB, what, Treasury, to give us, yes. But I'm very sure they don't have. Okay. Gentlemen,
yeah,
you know you are the one who has not even spoken.
I spoke, introduced myself. Well, since most of the clauses have been covered by, my colleagues and the previous teams that were here before me, maybe allow me to close our session, maybe. Okay. So first of all, Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity that you've given us to present our proposals. And given the opportunity of public participation, we do understand that our inputs not only help to promote a fair bill, but also a supportive bill that spurs economic growth and sustainable development for not only the youth and also, you members as well. So thank you very much.
Chair, so that you can conclude, allow me to applaud again this team. Looking at them, they are representative of the group who have been branded GNC. And I was expecting this year, I was very much prepared to have a frequent team of these people participating. Unlike last time, after participation or public participation, while we were now in Parliament discussing about the bill, we are getting new comments, new clauses which are not existing in this green book, which are not in the room, and we almost banned the country just because of distorted information. I'm really happy to see you, and we should be encouraging more of you to participate like the way we are discussing. You see, the way we are discussing, we are learning from you, you are learning from us, we are learning from ourselves, and together we can make very sound laws for our country without agitation, uprise, end up losing lives, destroying properties, and killing our democratic space of expression. So thank you so much, and we should be encouraging you to encourage our other colleagues when they have issues. It's an open forum. They will have time. Let them express their feelings, and where they feel it should be looked at, so that together we make the law together. What we are discussing now, we are making these laws, and believe you me, look at the outcome of this particular report. It will be carrying weight of what you are contributing.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very so much for that presentation, and I'm happy to see you every year. You are coming to do presentation. Members, thank you very much for your patience, and I think we have come.
One gentleman there.
Yes, my friend. Yes, it's from your team.
You come forward, introduce yourself.
Yeah.
So compared the team was well, we were worried.
It's 50-50.
It's 50-50.
And you call yourself We Care?
A youth organization.
This gentleman is a youth.
Yes.
Okay, introduce yourself.
My name is Harrison Manga. Not really part and parcel of We Care, but supporting them. And that's why I didn't feel the need to take up space. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Members, I think it's today we have done very well. We are at 12 minutes to, or 13 minutes to 7. We have done very well. I think last time I was here on Wednesday, I think we finished at what time? It's around 8 or 9. There being no other business, the meeting stands adjourned until tomorrow. Tuesday, 27th. May. What time? 9:30. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretariat, for good work, and be patient.